Welcome back to our live coverage here at Reinforce 2025. I'm A.M. Grabelli, one of your hosts here on AWS OnAir, and what a keynote, Kyle.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, introduce yourself first, then we gotta jump in.
I'm Kyle. That's really all people need to know.
That's all they need.
I specialize in threat detection and incident response, and I'm really excited because Reinforce, we focus on security, and some of the themes that I noticed during the keynote were we're making security easier for customers to use, and especially at scale too.
Yeah.
And there's so many different things that I want to dive into, and throughout the rest of the day, we actually get to meet up with some of these teams that announce these new features.
Yeah.
And pepper them with questions.
Yeah, so you might want to even almost tell people watching that they should continue to watch.
You should continue to watch. I guarantee it'll be entertaining.
Yes.
At least.
Well, at minimum. Yeah.
At a minimum.
The fun is mandatory, as I like to say. But yeah, we will be hearing from some of the product teams from some of the launches that we saw in Amy's keynote. One of my faves, one of my standouts from that was the CloudFront, kind of like the walk you through setting up CloudFront, because I'm a bit of a developer.
Well, we know.
I mean,
of course you would pick that one.
I dabble, so I've deployed, CloudFront distributions in front of our website several times in my life, but maybe I wasn't making the best choices because, again, I'm a developer.
Because we weren't friends yet.
That's right. You couldn't yell at me.
Now I can.
Yeah, now you can find me to yell at me. So, but I don't need that anymore because it's simplified. I can come in and there's a lot of best practices built in directly for me. Very easy to go. What about you, Kyle? What'd you like?
We mentioned some new things with Security Hub, and that's one of the things we're going to be diving deeper into later today.
Okay.
In a deep dive. You want to talk about a 30-minute segment about Security Hub, that's what we're going to be bringing to you. So I'm really looking forward to that. But then also, we've been talking more and more about this term active defense.
Oh, yeah.
What is active defense? Instead of just like, hey, something happens, let's now fix it, it's being proactive. How can we bring these different technologies that AWS has developed and help customers be better and be more secure?
Kind of cool hearing about some of the like honeypot infrastructure stuff that Amy was talking about too, about...
we get to bring on that team later today.
Yeah, and just as a little preview for you all, there will be I built a special game day quest for today, and it's centered around the idea of honeypots as well.
Yeah.
Teaching some concepts around that.
And so for those that aren't familiar with the term honeypot, it's like mimicking an actual production system to entice, maybe someone that shouldn't be like poking their nose around things like your environment.
So you can get intel on them.
So you can get intel, and you can get basically a full interaction of logs to understand, like, hey, what is their techniques?
You see their attack vectors, how they're approaching your systems, and then you can defend against that, right?
Yes.
There you go.
And just frustrate them too.
Yes. That is one of my favorite parts of it.
And if it's anything that people know about me, is I'm great at frustrating people.
We have that in common, buddy.
Yes.
We got that in common.
Got it.
All right, so we got about 20 seconds left. What a keynote. Like I said, very cool to see Comcast up on stage as well. And of course, the partner shout out. I'm in the partner network. Love to hear partners involved.
Absolutely.
And there are a lot of security partners out there. But Kyle, as you said, we got a bunch of content to get to. A bunch of
we actually have a
teams.
couple executive interviews coming up.
Yeah.
That focus on threat intel, and actually maybe even CISO of Amazon.
So stay tuned wherever you are.
Stay.
The future for racing is within software, is within data, is within AI.
Toyota Gazoo Racing was established in 1979 in Cologne, Germany.
So we have a race team in the company, and we have been winning Le Mans 24 hours for 5 years in a row.
We are racing already in endurance racing for a very long time. That means we have a lot of historical data. And this gives us the benefit by using and learning this kind of data for new developments we are doing.
We put the technology to the extreme.
And I think for this kind of data analysis, we can find better efficiency.
And here I think we found a pretty good partner.
Okay.
Ready?
All right, yeah, ready?
Good.
Clap.
AWS is providing us platforms, infrastructures, in which we are able to be very efficient, reliable, and quick in data exchange, data compilation. AWS is providing us high-performance computing, which is important if you start to develop a race car.
As a driver, it's relatively easy after the race, but for engineers, the real work starts after the race to analyze everything. There's huge amount of data every time we race.
And we need to find very clever ways to actually select the information we really need. And here is actually where machine learning can help us by selecting the right points, because for us, everything is about data and large amounts of data. And this needs a lot of processing, it needs a lot of machine learning.
And AWS is really helping us to scale the compute power to run thousands or even millions of simulations in parallel and at a very low cost. If you look at some of the technology we have today in road vehicles, such as hybrids, these are developments that have been experimented in motorsport. So motorsport is really a great experimental field where we can test a lot of ideas very, very rapidly. If it works, we adopt it, we put it on the race car, we race it, we acquire data, we analyze it, and then if it's good, we continue with it. These kind of concepts are very important also for the car industry.
As our team owner, Maurizio-san, says, it's to make ever better cars.
In motorsports, it is all about performance gains, and aerodynamics play a major role. So, with the use of machine learning models in aerodynamics, we can create a specific flow pattern which can give a hint for the designers and for the engineers in which direction they can just build the model to create a better car that brings a better performance. And then to see this on the track, how the car performs, and you have contributed a bit to this kind of performance lead, this is quite a nice experience.
By using AI and machine learning for aerodynamics, for performance, and for other parts of the car, it helps us also to generate not only new methods and new algorithms, but it also helps us to train engineers with this very, very competitive environment and then bring them into the road car departments to build there the best cars possible for our customers.
In the motorsport field, the real testing is very limited, and the simulator is where all the engineers can try many different setups and even the practice for drivers.
Simulation allows us to really push the limits of the performance we can extract from the vehicles, but also to drastically accelerate the development process of the cars.
You know, I'm into computer science, I'm into programming, I'm into physics, and this is an enjoyable challenge to make this virtual world as accurate as possible.
We actually have simulators across 3 continents, but how can we bring those groups together and using the cloud to really connect those developments so that engineering groups can share learnings much faster between each other?
So one of the important things working with AWS is that we have one environment. So that means all the projects we are doing with AI and machine learning are running in AWS SageMaker. And this helps to speed up the process.
I'm very happy to be here right now, but at the same time, motorsport is facing, well, a big challenge because sustainability, carbon neutrality is the big topic. But at the same time, you want to keep the emotion in motorsport as well. And that becomes the energy to challenge again for the future.
When it comes to sustainability, Toyota has big ambitions to reach full carbon neutrality by 2050. That is not just for the vehicles on the road, it's also for the design process.
What drives me into motorsport or this kind of environments? It's the teamwork, it is the technology, it's the challenge, it is the emotion.
Winning is everything. We only go to track to win.
We are in very interesting moment. Probably that's why I made some smile and now, as a next step, we are trying to introduce hydrogen technology.
I wish we could do it faster.
What I would like to see at the end is when people drive Toyota cars, there's some AI and machine learning within these cars which comes from racing, which shows the spirit we have in racing and brings that to the road.
So I'm really excited to see where this is going and what we will be able to achieve in a virtual environment in the future.
So I think in our future goals to enhance the cooperation with AWS, to become more flexible, more sustainable, and to also create a higher level of efficiency. And we want to have as much as possible people able to access our data which they need for their work. Well, it's part of life, motorsports. It's an environment in which you meet all challenges you always get in normal life, but with a kind of additional flavor. There is never routine. There is always something special. I think this is very rewarding, and in the end, if you are successful, it's great.
This is a quick demo on building with Amazon Novasonic. My name is Dylan Martin. I'm a solutions architect at AWS, and today we'll be talking about building a conversational bedtime story app on AWS. As a quick refresher, Amazon Novasonic is our new state-of-the-art speech-to-speech model that delivers real-time, and as we'll soon see, human-like voice conversations. And all of this at an industry-leading price performance and low latency. Sonic can be easily accessed via API through calls to Amazon Bedrock, and the service has a wide range of potential use cases from customer support call automation to outbound marketing and, of course, conversational bedtime stories. The demo we're talking about today offers real-time bidirectional audio streaming through the API call to Amazon Bedrock, with our proposed solution being built entirely on AWS. We're going to demonstrate how Amazon Novasonic integrates with the wider AWS ecosystem by pairing it with Amazon Polly, a fully managed voice-on-demand service that will convert any text into an audio stream. In this case, we'll be using context injection via prompt initialization. To put it simply, we'll use an initial bedtime story to get the ball rolling, and then this initial story will be passed to Amazon Polly to read aloud to users, and finally, when the story is complete, our solution will automatically pivot to Sonic and start taking questions. This will allow the listeners to continue building on their bedtime story, exploring other worlds and other times, using their imagination with the help of AWS, and all powered entirely through voice alone. To explain this entire workflow in more detail, here's a breakdown of what's happening behind the scenes. We start with our users initiating a call to the Bedtime story app. Then, users have the option of using a pre-built story like the one we'll use in our demo, or they can have a story auto-generated with the help of a model like Amazon Nova Pro. The model can generate a story according to the user's requirements, and then the text output will be passed to Amazon Polly. Polly will read our bedtime story aloud to us, and once the story is over, users can begin conversing with Amazon Sonic. Using prompt injection, Sonic will already have the full context from our story in Polly and will fully understand our users' questions. Users can build on the story they heard, explore the world around them, and Sonic will be our audible imaginary companion. Now, let's get into VS Code and explore what the solution looks like in Python, and then hear a bedtime story conversation for ourselves. Now that we're in VS Code, we can begin in our story narration.py file. This is where we define our bedtime story and use Amazon Polly to read it out loud with realistic speech. At the very top of our script, we're loading in our AWS credentials securely using the .env package. This will let us authenticate with AWS services like Amazon Polly without hard-coding any secrets. Next, we create a Polly client using Boto 3, and we define our story. In this case, it's a gentle narrative about brave knights who are protecting a village at night. We then define a function that we're calling narrate story, and this will send our initial story text to Polly and then assign it to use the Steven voice with a neural engine, and that will output our audio in a PCM format. That format will ensure compatibility with PyAudio, which we use to play the audio back in real time for our demo. The result is that Polly will speak the story out loud just like an audiobook narrator as a cozy and comfortable introduction to the bedtime story experience for our users. Now we can move to the second script, which is our voice conversation.py file, where things are going to get much more interactive. Here we define a class called Novasonic Voice Assistant, and its job is to handle a persistent and bidirectional voice stream with Amazon's Novasonic model. You might recall this at the start of the demo video and the presentation slides. When we create an instance of this class, it prepares a unique session using Amazon Bedrock Streaming API, and this generates unique IDs to track the prompt and the content that we'll send. Then, with the start session method, we kick off a streaming session and immediately send a session start event configuring our model parameters like temperature, top P, and max token as well. Next, we send a prompt start, and here's the cool part. We follow that with the same bedtime story as a system message. This will set the stage for Novasonic, which now knows the story and is primed to stay in character either as the knights or as the village or narrator during the voice conversation that we have with the users. Now from there, we're ready to start interacting. Our assistant then listens for two things. This will be the microphone input from our user, which it continuously encodes in base64 and then streams to Novasonic in real time, and then also the audio responses from Novasonic, which are streamed back, decoded, and then played using PyAudio. Our class manages this with two key async tasks, which one task is for capturing the mic input and sending it, and then the other task is for reading incoming audio responses and playing them. This enables a fluid and very natural conversation loop, just like talking to a voice assistant that already knows the story. And when the user stops talking or exits the app, the assistant sends a session end event and gracefully shuts down the connection. Putting things all together in our final runall.py file, this is our script orchestrator. It ties in the whole experience together by printing a small message for ourselves in the console that introduces that we're narrating our story using Amazon Polly. It will then transition to starting Novasonic voice conversation and then create an instance of the Novasonic voice assistant. This file runs an asynchronous session using async IO, launching 2 concurrent tasks, one to capture the mic input and then another to play Nova's responses. The result of all of this is that the experience flows smoothly with the user hearing a calming story narrated by Polly, and then they immediately get to talk about the story, ask questions, or even roleplay, and Novasonic responds in real time using the story as a shared context. Now, let's run our run all orchestrator Python script and listen to what our solution sounds like.
Tonight, we are going to read you a bedtime story about a group of brave knights that protect a magical village. Every night in the village, it gets dark and the villagers were afraid of what they could not see. One night, a group of brave and kind knights begin to visit the village every night after sunset to protect their village and guard the villagers while they rest. Even though the villagers could not see the knights, they knew that the knights protected them. With the knights' protection, the villagers slept peacefully every night and they had nothing to fear.
Do you think that the knights will protect me when I'm asleep?
Of course, my dear. Just like the knights in our story, you can feel safe and protected while you sleep. Remember, brave knights are always on guard, even when you can't see them. So, snuggle up and sleep peacefully, knowing that you're under the watchful care of your very own knights in shining armor.
Can you tell me what the knights look like?
The knights in our story are not described in detail, but imagine them as brave and noble figures clad in shining armor, with a gentle and protective aura around them. They are there to watch over you, bringing peace and comfort.
Can you tell me about the village?
The village is a cozy and magical place, filled with friendly villagers who live in harmony. It's surrounded by lush greenery and has a warm, welcoming atmosphere.
I think I want to go to the village.
That sounds like a wonderful adventure. The village is indeed filled with warm and welcoming people who would be happy to meet you.
Do you think that the knights would be happy to meet me?
Absolutely. The knights would be delighted to meet you and share tales of their bravery and kindness.
That sounds
I'm glad.
nice.
I'm so happy to hear that. Now, it's time to drift off to sleep with the comforting thought that you are under the watchful care of our brave knights.
Okay.
It's okay to feel...
Good night.
Good night, sweet dreams. Sleep well, knowing you are safe and protected.
Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're streaming live from the expo floor in Philadelphia at Reinforce 2025. I'm excited to be here with my co-host, Todd. My name is Fiona McCann. I'm a solutions architect in the public sector, and I am here with my co-host, Todd. Todd, how are you doing today?
Hey, everybody, I'm back. I'm Todd, and I'm a senior solutions architect here at AWS, where I work on solutions for the AWS Solutions Library. But we are also joined by a special guest here to talk about Amazon GuardDuty. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks everyone. Happy to be here.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself to our audience?
Hello, my name is Sujay Doshi, and I'm a senior product manager with Amazon GuardDuty.
Absolutely. All right, so we're here at Reinforce. This is our security-focused conference, and there's nothing more security than threat detection. I think you have a little something to tell us about threat detection, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, GuardDuty for last 7 odd years have been kind of the native threat detection offering from AWS, and we continue to kind of push the boundaries in making the threat detection offerings more secure, more sophisticated, more native, and kind of helping to find the needle in the haystack.
Absolutely. And so, Todd, I think you were part of an announcement that came out in at reInvent, or you helped and interviewed an announcement at reInvent. So there's a new announcement with GuardDuty at reInvent. What was that?
I think it was general availability of extended threat protection. Is that right?
Yes, we did. So we basically launched this correlation mechanism of different security signals to kind of give a higher fidelity efficacy finding, looking at different sources of data, and we expanded it today with other sources.
All right. So then what's brand new today?
So today we made extended threat detection, an ML and AI-powered threat detection capability in GuardDuty now available for your EKS to help detect compromised clusters running on your EKS deployments.
All right, fantastic. So now threat detection can be done automatically for EKS clusters as well. I'm calling out Adrian. I see your comment. Adrian says that your mustache is on fleek, Todd. He also says, hey, Fiona. Hey, right back to you, Adrian. And anyone else who's tuned in and joining us, let us know where it is that you're tuning in from and what questions you might have about this threat detection for EKS clusters.
And while we're waiting for the questions to come in, I've got a question for the audience. I want to make sure we get our poll question out so folks have time to answer this. So which of the capabilities of GuardDuty extended threat detection would you find most valuable? And there's a few options here. We'll throw that poll up and we'll see those coming in.
Let us know.
Let us know in the chat as well. Okay, so we're now talking EKS, extended threat detection. What does that mean is that running in the cluster? Compromise? Give us a little bit more and then we'll jump into a demo.
Absolutely. So extended threat detection is essentially, think about GuardDuty. We enable different offerings, protection plans, features, you call whatever that is. We'll monitor the data, we'll generate threats, and the output from GuardDuty is usually a finding. With extended threat detection, what we did was, using AI and ML, we're basically correlating all of these security signals, findings, into a sequence that kind of mimics when actually a breach happens. So instead of, for a responder to be looking at 10 different individual security signals, which are actually related to each other as part of, let's say, a breach, will now give you that one set, a critical efficacy finding set. We call that as extended threat detection finding, which will have the references to all these 10 different signals. So you don't have to go to 10 different places and then come to the conclusion.
I think, so is what you're saying that typically when this sort of breach is happening, it's kind of a multi-step approach. So there's maybe step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are all part of a larger breach that is being attempted. And so rather than a person who's getting that attack happening, having to look at this one separately from this one, separately from this one. What GuardDuty is now doing is pulling it all together in one larger picture, so that they can say, okay, I know that all of this is happening, and now I can attack or I can protect myself from all of this at once.
There's this contextualization that we do. We even enrich that with MITRE's tactics and techniques. That's common kind of taxonomy that the SOC teams usually like to kind of measure on the coverage that we have in our environment, in our cloud deployments. So we'll kind of enrich which all tactics and techniques we see in this entire sequence. And the good thing about this is we'll also do this in a time series. So we don't need to wait for an attack to actually materialize. Even preemptively, we can basically through just combining signals, we'll let you know. You don't need to wait for the exfiltration. We see the compromise.
Okay, because you're saying that, the exfiltration of data might be step 10 in this process.
Absolutely.
We don't even want it to get there. We want you to say 10 is going to happen, so let's catch it at 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and you're going to show us how this all works in the console. So should we?
I would love a demo.
Yeah, let's bring up your screen.
Should we do the demo dance?
Okay, let's do it. What's the demo? Okay, let's do the
demo dance. Demo dance. Oh, Penelope's dancing with us.
Penelope's dancing. I've just been informed that this is a whole video series online.
All right, let's dive on in.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what are you going to be showing us?
So here we are looking at the GuardDuty's landing page, which kind of summarizes what are the different findings we see, the resources that have the findings.
All right.
Then we'll have, I'll get into kind of the specific to extended threat detection, but just giving kind of an overview of what the console landing page looks like.
Okay.
And then we'll have the findings broken by the severity. Critical is something, essentially, we talked about the findings that are part of the extended threat detection attack sequence. Those will be tagged with critical findings, so it's easy for you to begin your investigation. And this is really something we expect customers to just wake up at 2 a.m. if you find a critical severity, because it's not a common thing we see, because there's high fidelity, high efficacy input signals that feed into the model, which kind of does clustering and ranking and all the fancy kind of ML things.
Well, I was going to say, how are we defining what reaches each of these severity levels?
So there's sophisticated data science under the wraps, as you can imagine, right? Like we cluster all these related signal groups, then you will use kind of ranking algorithms to find out which one kind of makes sense and is actually mimicking what we call kind of an attack sequence or an attack.
Got it, okay.
Right, so let's kind of dive into
let's do it.
What really this looks like. So, like I said, easy way to kind of find out.
Yeah, let's look at those critical ones first.
Yeah, let's look at the critical ones. Let's look at kind of the crypto mining one.
Oh yeah, I don't want that.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, with extended threat detection, one of the other things before we kind of go into this demo is, it's in the end a finding. So for an end user, whatever operational workflows you have to kind of respond to a GuardDuty finding, you don't need to change your downstream workflows at all. As long as you have the relevant feeds that are enabled, like EKS audit log monitoring, EKS runtime monitoring, will automatically be generating findings, including extended threat detection. So for you, nothing changes as long as you have the capability set enabled to monitor.
Okay, so you're saying the information's already there. We already have it set up, so the information's here. Now GuardDuty is just using that information that we're already capturing to give us these findings.
Yeah, and we don't want customers to be doing something extra to consume. It's already part of the pipeline that they are already using it. So that's kind of the extensibility.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah. So now let's look at what we are trying to say here, right? Here we see there's a Kubernetes cluster that's compromised, and we kind of give information on what was the exact cluster with a sequence of events, right? On the left-hand side, you'd kind of see, the account.
Okay.
What's the time frame? We see this kind of close to 30-ish minutes or 40 minutes. We see, more than 14 signals that were part of this entire correlation.
Oh, interesting. So these are 14 signals that would have previously been separate findings.
They'll be separate findings. Now, instead of having to go through 14 individual findings doing the same process,
it's brought all
and
together.
actually they are we are connecting the dots for you. They're all related.
Like we might not have even known that they were related.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's all very well organized too. I can see it's all in plain English here. Even I can understand what's going on here. It says 14 signals, potential compromise, not necessarily it's happened. And then it's giving you a sequence. It looks like on the right, what are those signals that may have been involved? Now, the MITRE ATT&CK categorization. Help me understand what that is. What does it mean to have something?
So MITREs, they have a taxonomy. You can call it kind of common knowledge. An adversarial tactics, techniques, and common knowledge kind of repository of what are the different ways and methods through which an adversary can, do something bad. Right, and they have broken it into 14 tactics, I believe, and then each tactic will have techniques.
So this is a taxonomy of various kinds of attacks that help you understand what is actually happening. So then you can start to have resolution or respond to those things based on that.
And this is something that helps multiple disparate security solutions kind of talk the same language.
Industry standard.
It's an industry standard, and we are aligning to kind of the findings that are generated to the industry.
And extended threat detection does that mapping for you.
Automatically.
Awesome.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah, and then we'll show what tactics, techniques. But the interesting part is the contextualization at a very high level. Well, everything's great. You look into to those things, but at a high level, we are saying that we see DNS communication to the crypto mining domains automatically, kind of just giving you a headline view, right? Instead of you having to kind of go.
Trying to dive and figure out, dig into what's happening.
And then we also detected 3 crypto mining processes, right? So what this did was it has the visibility into the management layer, the control plane, that is CloudTrail. Then it looked into the control plane for your Kubernetes deployments. Basically, if someone accesses a Kubernetes cluster, there is this activity around, who set up the access, who's accessing the cluster, is there a new container that's running? We look at that data. And then we're also looking at within your runtime, that with the agent and lightweight eBPF-based agent, we're actually looking at what are the processes, what are the system events, what are the file accesses that's there, right? And we're combining it all together.
So this is the portion that's specific to EKS. This is what that GuardDuty had to be trained upon specifically.
Right. For EKS, the findings are kind of for getting our visibility into compromises for EKS clusters.
Okay, so if I'm already using EKS, I already turned on GuardDuty. This is available to me. But if I'm not using GuardDuty, is this something that I have to then install in my cluster?
So that's actually a good question, right? So let's go here.
Who knew? You can ask good questions.
I'm 1 for 10 today.
So if you see this, right, like on the left panel, we have information around what this feature entails, and what is it that when it talks about enabled. You don't need to specifically enable this detection technique. It automatically is enabled as long as you have the relevant protection plans that are enabled, right? At reInvent, we launched compromised credentials and S3 data compromise, which kind of requires S3 protection of data plane events that we monitor. Then for this GuardDuty threat detection for extended threat detection for EKS, we require either you have EKS audit logs or EKS runtime. See, more you enable, we'll get more signals, we'll be able to kind of correlate it with
So I was going to say, what's the difference between the outcome that you would have with either of those two?
Yeah, so with EKS audit log monitoring, we're basically looking into the control plane activity of your Kubernetes deployment.
Okay.
Right? Control plane can be your initial access behavior, like someone logging into your cluster, someone trying to set up a container, right? All those activities, they are actually logged in Kubernetes API server. We basically, from where we independently pull the data without customers having to enable that. That's kind of the benefit of the first party advantage in a sense. So, and with runtime, we use the lightweight eBPF agent that sits on the host, deployed to the daemon set to kind of get on host activity, right? Like what really happened when your workload is running from a process perspective, your file access behavior, your system events, and things like that.
So this is when it's already run. Okay.
Yeah, if you have these things enabled, we'll automatically do the magic in correlating these signals, right? And then coming back here, right? So there's certain other things that might be interesting, right? Like, what are the indicators that we see, right? So you can look at a specific technique. We see that there is a crypto mining domain, and these are the different processes that are executing actually, which kind of indicate XMRig is a crypto mining.
And here are the actors.
Yeah, you also have the actors that are part of this, right? So their roles, the process.
So now we know where to get started when we want to protect ourselves.
So you basically even from the perspective of process as an XMRig, we see the exact file path and the SHA information that's there, and then with remediation, while we don't do auto remediation, but we'll provide guided recommendation is what we call, right? Like which will give you steps on how is it that you can contain this. Now on the right hand side, you can basically look at kind of the time series view. You can say that show me the newest first, or if you look at the sequence on what was the first thing that we saw, followed by all these activities that are kind of part of this, right? And we're extracting the fields of interest on the console, so that way you can easily triage. And all of this, by the way, is available as a JSON. Like I said, right? Like downstream workflows are exactly the same. And one last thing, kind of that's kind of I found it interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure we will too.
Is you also can look at your compromise information from a resource perspective.
Okay.
This is my cluster that's compromised. What was the underlying Kubernetes workload, the pod that's associated with this, and what was the access key compromise that happened here? So essentially, now you know your high-level nuggets that you want to target, and you can go as deep as you want with the story that's already pictured and painted.
Well, see, that's the part that's really important to here is like you can have this high-level headline view, here's what's happening, but then you can start to really dive into the detail, and our audience agrees. The poll is checking on this poll here. Which one of these capabilities is most valuable? 44% of people are saying the enhanced finding details with the MITRE attack mappings, followed by the AI and prescriptive remediation.
So I wonder if you'll allow me to put you on the spot here. I mean, something that our viewers love is that we make them feel like they are at Reinforce with us. And I know that after this session, you are about to drop your mic and run to a Chalk Talk.
I mean, I was going to do the mic drop moment, but thanks for spoiling that.
I took your thunder. Well, I was wondering, could you give us an overview of what that Chalk Talk is about and what they might...
So for the viewers who are present at the conference, we'd love for you to join the Chalk Talk, wherein we'll dive deep into kind of the recommendation that we have from GuardDuty standpoint, based on best practices we saw in the field, on which protection plans you should be using and how you can basically scale your threat detection program with what we see generally with strategies and recommendations. So it's TDR 334. Do check out and drop in to say hi.
So when we look at an attack sequence like the one that you showed us, is it the attack sequence that is going to help us determine which type of protection program to use, or what kind of details are we looking at specifically there?
Let's again kind of go back to the screen, right? The screen basically tells us there are 3 extended threat detection findings, basically attack sequence findings that we launched so far. Two were at reInvent, which basically one of it, compromised credential, looks at events from CloudTrail, right? And will kind of the foundational sources. Then one of the other sequence at reInvent that we launched was S3 data compromised. That requires, if you have S3 data event monitoring feature enabled, you'll automatically are covered for that. And the third attack sequence finding or the extended threat detection finding that we launched was today, which is compromised clusters. Wherein we are basically saying that if you have audit logs enabled or runtime enabled, preferably both. But if one of the protection plans that is enabled, we'll start kind of looking for these compromise sequences.
Okay, so outside of just whether a customer is running an EKS cluster or not, what are other factors that might help them decide whether or not that's a protection plan that might be right for them? Or do you think that everyone who's running an EKS cluster should be using this?
I mean, the prescription is everyone who's using EKS clusters.
All right.
You should use this primarily because of some of the fully managed aspects that are baked into GuardDuty. Like the whole, in case of runtime, as an example, the entire agent management, because when you have to run softwares at the scale of kind of the containers that you would have deployed for a large-scale organization, agent management is a very big pain point. We've automated all of that at no extra cost.
Okay.
Especially with runtime, you also get some cost savings in GuardDuty because we get to monitor more contextual data through runtime, so we discount you on some of the other flow logs.
Yeah,
and things like that.
I can only imagine what this was like for customers before this feature was enabled. I've got massive potential environments, massive scale, and I've got to pull information from all these different. And that's just getting the information to where I need it. Then once it's there, I have to then do the analysis and understand what's actually happening. But this automatically, boom.
We abstract all of that. That's kind of where the being the first party native service kind of it helps us abstract all of that for customers.
That's right.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, this has been a fantastic session. Thank you for diving into this and giving everyone the inside scoop. We're excited for you to now run to your Chalk Talk. We'll let you go so you can drop the mic and run on out. And hope to see you again on the show sometime soon.
You.
Thanks,
Thank you.
And you all stay right where you are. We'll be right back.
Modernizing VMware workloads can be complex and time-consuming. AWS Transform for VMware is the first generative AI-powered assistant that can simplify and accelerate the migration and modernization of VMware workloads to Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud. Utilizing advanced AI techniques to automate critical steps in the migration process, such as on-premises application data discovery, wave planning, network translation and deployment, and orchestration of the overall migration process. AWS Transform helps accelerate your cloud journey, reduce costs, and drive innovation. Two of the most challenging aspects of VMware transformations, wave planning and network translation, are automated using VMware domain expert agents and large language models. These AI-powered tools convert VMware networking configurations and firewall rules into native AWS network constructs. AWS Transform maintains a balance between automation and human oversight, prompting user input at key decision points to ensure accuracy and control throughout the migration and modernization process. Cloud migration doesn't have to be overwhelming. Accelerate and simplify the migration of VMware-based workloads with AWS Transform. Get started today.
AWS Reinforce 2025. We're still here in Philadelphia on the expo floor talking about security topics, and I am thrilled, riveted, bone-chilling. I got goosebumps right now because of these awesome individuals that we have brought up. And now that I've just gassed them up, don't disappoint us, please.
Okay.
I'm your host, Kyle.
A lot of pressure.
I got AM.
Hi, I'm AM. I'm a developer advocate.
And we also have with us Stephen and Tom. Please tell the audience, the world, who you are, what you do, and
the world's out there.
Yeah, the world's out there.
World's
okay.
right in that
Should I
lens.
address the world out here?
Yeah,
okay,
right there.
that's what I'm going to do. Hey, I'm Stephen Goodman. I'm a senior manager within AWS Operational Security. I really work on analytics and detecting bad actors trying to do naughty stuff against customer workloads.
All right. Yeah, I'm Tom Schulm. I'm a Vice President Distinguished Engineer. I work in our infrastructure organization where I deal with our global network backbone, as well as things like DDoS defense and some of our threat detection related infrastructure.
Yeah.
Now,
was that high enough energy? It was probably pretty medium.
Right on the mark. But we can always bring it up if we need to. But no, this is great because we have two individuals that represent the teams that not a lot of people are aware that AWS has and how we're protecting customers. But now, like at Reinforce, we're hearing the terms like, active defense and MadPot and just other teams that help customers protect themselves.
Yep.
And, this is that opportunity to where, we get to pepper you with questions. And really, it's just, believe it or not, we are human at AWS. We're not machines. And
Speak
so,
for yourself,
yeah,
buddy.
it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Some of us are machines.
Well, okay.
Jeez.
AM, is that the model type of machine that you are?
I don't want to disclose that publicly, but
Okay.
yes.
So one thing when we've been chatting for the last couple of weeks, you've been at AWS collectively for about 20-ish years. My math.
Mostly in Tom's space.
I think about 14
if
for
you
me,
add it up,
And
it's
so-
there's a little balance there.
So there's a lot of transformation that happens over the years, and I even just think about the last year on how security on AWS has changed. I want to hear what has been the most rewarding and passionate project or passionate thing that you like to talk about over the years that you've been at AWS.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
You want to go first? I can go first?
Yeah, we'll do it like down the line.
Yeah,
Okay,
perfect.
down the table.
Let's go down the line.
Wow, man, that's such a in-depth question. To me, it's honestly the journey of stacking up the amount of different capabilities that we have for protecting against a really wide variety of threat behavior. It's super meaningful. I remember in November of 2021, we had been working to get really our threat intelligence integrated with the network stuff that Tom does, and it was a long, difficult engineering journey to make sense of all this data that we were getting and get it plumbed in to a spot where we could actually protect customers actively, invisibly. Nobody has to do anything. It just happens in the back end behind the scenes. And we went live, and it was just seeing the grass going whoop, look at all this stuff that we're blocking. I was it was just the culmination of so much focus and dedication from some really talented people in the organization, Tom being our huge advocate. Yeah, that was definitely something that we've just kept going from there, following that graph.
Stephen, you had me at nobody has to do anything, and they're protected. That speaks directly to me.
Right.
Thank
That's
you.
a good benefit.
Yeah.
What about you, Tom?
Yeah, certainly some portion of what kind of Stephen talked to. I remember when we were working on that together, it was well, I've got the network, you've got the information, we can get together and we can make this happen and accelerate what we needed to do. So that was pretty cool. I'd say for me, probably in the last 5 or 6 years was really, given I've traditionally worked on our network infrastructure, building up our backbone, the networks that connects all of our data centers and edge pops together, probably around 2019, 2020, I started to dive a little bit more into the DDoS space. And it was something where, you always had to kind of deal with it from a networking perspective, right? You see the traffic going around. But actually saying, I want to actually immerse myself in the world and understand how it actually operates. And actually, what can we leverage? And, we'll talk about this, in our presentation about using MadPot and some of our capabilities to say, yeah, we can actually take the data that we've collected to actually protect our customers behind the scenes, but actually we can go even further and actually try to stop some of the stuff from existing on the internet. And I think some of the areas that we've advanced in and what we have visibility into is something really unique that we do to protect not only our customers but the internet as a whole. And I think we've moved the needle there, and that's been a pretty cool journey.
I mean, you're throwing around the terms like we do our networking from our data centers like it was an easy task. This is a global this is massive.
Yeah.
Like, how large is this?
Yeah. I mean, oh boy, I can't remember the number. It pops off on the top of my head. But I mean, I remember, starting in the early 2010s, it was like, let's connect our regions together. We have a lot of edge pops for our CDNs, such as CloudFront, Route 53, Global Accelerator, that live at the edge, and basically bringing that all together, and then building a backbone that meets the resiliency and availability targets of just how much when you go over subsea cables, right? Like how many individual paths do you need to have, because when a subsea cable could be impacted, it could be months that it's out of service. So you need to be able to have enough capacity to be able to address that. And then domestic terrestrial planning, there's a lot of work that goes into that. But then on top of that, you have to actually connect to the rest of the world, which is the internet. And so different parts of the world, you have to get the right setups from a pairing perspective, different internet exchanges. So, you scale up over time. And yeah, it's a lot of work involved to do that, and provide that kind of world-class customer experience. So,
Can I throw a question out?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
Oh, I wanted to,
Please,
I often tell people in my org and like the broader security function, I'm like, this is the biggest civil engineering project that has ever existed in the world. Like to the direct thing of how big is this? That's what the AWS infrastructure backbone is. I mean, we're here in the convention center, so online you can't really see this. We're in a huge room.
Yeah.
Huge, you can fit aircrafts in here, right? And it's like, we're running lots of these around the world, filled with specialized electronics, specialized networking, specialized monitoring. They're all connected. They're going at 100 gigabit comms. And it's
400.
400, right? And Tom's just like, oh yeah, here it works, right? The amount of energy that's gone into make this massive infrastructure be like, oh yeah, we can just talk about it like it's one thing. I mean, it's incredible. It's honestly, it's like a layer around the world.
It's like, oh, so what you do here, built AWS's network.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, but watch out for those freighters carrying stuff on the ocean. That might be a problem. Yeah,
the fiber sharks. Yeah.
So I'm sitting up here. I'm not a security expert.
We know. I definitely know.
Your hat says keep it weird, though.
It does. I fit in. I blend in, maybe. But so I've learned a lot about security. But in my time in tech, at least, I feel like there has always kind of been this divide between I'm a security person or I'm, a software engineer. I'm a developer. Yeah. And that, over time in the industry, I've seen that divide close, right? And we're getting closer and closer. But still, I don't think we're at that point where I think everybody talks about this DevSecOps movement or shifting left. So I always love to ask people, right, especially from a deep security background, from my perspective.
Yeah.
I see something like coding assistants and things bringing more security people over into the coding. I've seen this with Kyle, actually, specifically. Being more of a developer through that avenue. But what about the security side? How do we get more developers engaged in security?
Yeah. This is one where, my background is software engineering.
Right.
I was a software engineer for 20 years. And sort of the last half of that was more and more security focused. And I had the, dubious benefit of configuring systems, writing software that got owned, and it's like, oh crap, now I'm on how did this happen? What happened? Why are these things beaconing out to other countries? And I can't use this anymore. So that firsthand experience, that's kind of irreplaceable for, oh, this is something that matters, right? You can't have reliability and availability without security, right? You can't. And so I very much approach security from a software engineering perspective of it. There's a domain, there's a problem space, and bring the engineering perspective to solve it. And I think once people start engaging that way, it's really easy as a software engineer to be like, oh, this is something I can solve and I can code against. So I think a lot of it is just exposure and looking at it as a key part of availability, and not like as a side quest of, oh, somebody told me I have to, configure encryption or, turn off this, this particular thing. So that's my perspective. Is it's just see it is one and the same thing.
Yeah, and for me, moving it closer to the development time, right? Like, if I don't have to run all the security checks, in the CI/CD pipeline, if I can do it locally while I'm coding, like that helps me, right?
Totally.
Like, and it helps me from being embarrassed when I check in secure code, because I don't have to check it in because I found out as I was building it, things like that. I think for me too, like when I first started getting into security, there's so much terminology. You learn about CVEs, you learn MITRE, all these like things.
All the acronyms.
These subculture, right? Like within tech. I think it's really important to bring developers into those conversations, explain those topics, why they matter. But I don't know. What do you think, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, my upbringing is a little different because I came from the network engineering side. So it's a little, you look at it through a different lens, right? So it's kind of like, hey, how do you think about networking? How do you think about protecting network infrastructure? And that's still very important, right? And like, there's different layers within network infrastructure. How do you protect the routers themselves? How do you protect like which particular address ranges people could talk to and not talk to? So it kind of comes from a different angle, but a lot of it, over time collapses together because you do, you have to think about how systems work. How do you actually support this infrastructure? And then how do you kind of help each other? What's it mean for a telemetry perspective? Like what kind of data can be admitted that you can use that can actually visualize and figure out what's going on? So they do eventually kind of come together. But I mean, I think the one main thing like is a lot that's really I think is important is kind of that learn and be curious, right? Like being able to feel comfortable to kind of look outside your domain and kind of learn and know from the security side, like what do I need for my role that I can pick up here that I can use and apply, and like what are the right patterns? I think is really important. So.
Communication and bringing each other into our different, because same for security people who don't necessarily have a coding background, right? Like there's stuff that developers can teach. On that side.
I will joke around till I'm blue in the face, but AM teaches me a lot when it comes to the development side of things.
Oh,
that's like what not to do.
That was on air.
That's public.
That was recorded. That was put on the internet.
Video on demand.
Today I learned.
Yeah, today I learned. And I wish we had more time. And one thing I would love to hear from you two is
that went fast.
Just real quick, if you could have told your past self something that would have helped you learn along your journey easier or better, what would it be?
Oh, man. I'm going to give a shout-out to Becky Weiss, who's one of our Amazon Distinguished Engineers. The power of yet. And this is like junior high level wisdom, or maybe even like elementary school level wisdom. It's just like anything that you can't do yet. Just add that onto your thinking, right? For me, that would have been super powerful when I was younger. Like going through engineering, it's complicated. Things are hard. It doesn't always come intuitively. And it's like, I don't get it yet.
Love that.
Right? And just that idea, like, use that for anything, right? Like Amazon doesn't have the thing I want. Yet. Right? Like it works for everything.
Yeah, Tom, how about yourself?
Oh, that's he had a good one. I don't think I have anything that's cool like that on the spot. I mean, I think if I would go back in time, it would just be more of a reaching out, empathizing with other teams, and kind of understanding their space and kind of how things got to a particular place, and trying to learn from that, and try to understand and how do you make things better. That's the only thing I could kind of think about.
Well, I wish we had more time because I've been looking forward to this segment for weeks now. And I'm glad we got to spend some time for us. And thank you for spending time.
Thank you.
I mean, at least entertaining AM, but us security folks stick together. I'm kidding. But hey, stick around because we're still here at AWS Reinforce in Philadelphia. See you in a minute.
All right. Thanks all. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
When operational issues happen, time is of the essence. Did you know Kindle support engineers have resolved issues up to 80% faster using Amazon Q Developer and Amazon CloudWatch? Accelerate your operational investigations now. When an alarm goes off, you don't need to waste time searching for related metrics. With Amazon CloudWatch, you can now easily navigate related metrics and logs to troubleshoot issues faster. No more searching, just act. Ever wish you could have end-to-end observability from applications to infrastructure? With Amazon CloudWatch APM, you can monitor and troubleshoot applications, services, and dependencies. Your data all in a single console. Now that's observability. Want to answer any question about transactions made by end users? Amazon CloudWatch Application Signals traces 100% of transactions, helping you find and remove user pain points faster and with more flexibility. Know it all and fix it fast. It's hard to analyze data when it's siloed. So we've extended OpenSearch Analytics to Amazon CloudWatch Logs and Amazon Security Lake. Now you can get operational and security insights without duplicating data. Unified data with real-time insights. Simplified. If you're managing your compute nodes manually on AWS, on-premises, and multi-cloud, don't. You can easily manage and remediate all of your compute nodes across environments and your organization using AWS Systems Manager.
Welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm Jasmine Kyles. We are live here at AWS Reinforce in Philadelphia, and I'm joined by my co-host, Kyle.
I am Kyle, not Kyle Kyles.
Oh, there's two Kyles on the stage now.
I am Kyle Dickinson, the threat detection and response specialist that you all know and love and keep near and dear in your hearts. But it's not about me today, for once.
It's not.
It is about something else that we are announcing.
It is.
It was announced.
Yep.
And it's very exciting because of what it does.
It is AWS Shield Network Security Director, and we have a new friend here to talk about it today. Hi, how are you?
Hello, good. Good to be here.
Tell us who you are and what you do at AWS.
Yeah, my name is Neil Yajnik. I'm the product manager for AWS Shield Network Security Director, as well as the AWS Firewall Manager. I'm glad to be here with you guys.
And then real quick, just to level set, AWS Shield, if you had to explain it in 10 seconds, is what?
So AWS Shield, traditionally, prior to today, was a DDoS protection service. So today we're launching a new capability which expands the purview of the service to allow you to do more comprehensive network security management tasks. So one, get visibility into your network, understand configuration gaps, and then get concrete steps in terms of how to address those gaps.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay. How does it work?
Yeah, so we effectively, with the service, we're scanning your entire network for the resources in an account. We're understanding connectivity, how a given resource has a reachable path between itself and another resource or out to the internet, for example. What security services are configured on it, including rule sets, things of that nature. And then providing analyses relative to best practices that we've documented in the past, as well as continue to do so in the future. And then provide remediation guidance to help customers understand, okay, if I need to protect my resources in such a way, what do I do about it? Where do I go? And what settings and services do I need?
So how is it, you mentioned it's giving you an idea of how like basically the net flow of a resource can go out to the internet or maybe like to another resource. How is it kind of mashing that all together? Because, I mean, we just talked to Tom, and networks can get large and just ginormous civil engineering projects, if you will. How is it doing that correlation and like indexing?
Yeah, so that is the key challenge there. We're actually physically going in and identifying every single resource in the account. The specific types of resources are, for example, EC2 instances, cloud for distributions, load balancers, so on and so forth. And then we're running reachability analysis between them to understand what can actually physically talk to another entity. And we're combining that into a network topology and showing that to customers and letting them understand what resources sit in front of which actually have a routable path to the internet, which ones do not, and then assessing and raising findings for the configuration gaps we find, which are all network context sensitive. So based on where the resource is, what it can talk to, how severe are these issues for a customer to go address, and therefore they can better understand, okay, there's certain things that may not need to be addressed right away, certain things that are urgent, critical, I need to do right now. And as a result, we're surfacing that information in a single place for customers to easily get an idea of how to address their network security posture.
Okay. Speaking of the biggest challenges in network security, we have a chat for you, Paul. A poll for you, chat. Oh my gosh. We have a chat for you, poll. We have a poll for you. So what's your biggest challenge you face in managing network security? We're going to bring this poll up, and then we'll come back to it and look at the answers later. So we're dropping the poll in, and let's move right along. So do you have a demo, Neil?
I do. Yeah, I would love to take you guys through what we have launched today.
I think we know what's required first. We need to do the demo dance.
The demo dance?
Yep, and 1 and a 2 and a demo dance. The production team.
You had no clue that there was a demo dance.
He's like,
it's your
what
first time
did I
on
just
the show.
get into?
That would have been helpful.
This is a fun show.
Fun is mandatory. All right, are we ready to bring up your screen?
Yes.
Bippity boppity screen. Come on, 1, 2, bah! There we go.
Awesome.
All right, so tell us more, Neil. Like, what are we looking at? What are the types of use cases that customers could address with this? Let's see it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the types of use cases that you would want to address with this capability are primarily identifying, for example, overly permissive access to given resources. Maybe you have unrestricted access in some cases to high-risk ports like SSH, RDP, things of that nature. Identifying, for example, are your WAF-eligible assets protected by AWS WAF or not? And if they are protected, do they have the right baseline set of rule sets that we recommend customers implement? Now, this is not meant to be entirely one-size-fits-all. Obviously, customers will have certain custom use cases for certain rules that they want to implement. But this is meant to give them the best baseline set to work from, so that they can in a migration situation, or if you're just standing up applications from scratch in AWS, you know what are the basic things you need or to consider when securing your application. So from the dashboard here, it's as simple as, in terms of getting started, it's as simple as running a scan or running an analysis of your resources in a given region or in all the regions for an account. It's as simple as clicking this button. There are no prerequisites to get started. It brings you to this dashboard where that analysis is complete. And so from here, you get an understanding of what are my most critical issues or most critical resources that I need to go address. What is their distribution by resource type? We also have the ability, we also work with Amazon Q to help you analyze your network security posture in natural language. Our customers tell us all the time that there are a plethora of internal tools that they leverage to get this information and report it out to their leadership, to their internal stakeholders. And it's just difficult to correlate all that across so many different tools. And so from here, you get a breakdown of the resources that we identify, as well as the findings that we've raised on those resources and the various severities of them on the resources that we have analyzed.
Okay.
But to give you a better picture of how we're mapping the resources together, I'll quickly go to a set of resources that are deemed critical here. I'm going to go, let's pick the second one here.
Now, for those that may be wondering, this is by design. This isn't an account that was just like, oh, hey, we don't care about the security.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So in this case, we're showing an EC2 instance, and maybe I can zoom in here. This EC2 instance is deemed critical, right? And the reason for that is we have identified the path that it takes to the internet. We've identified that in front of that, associated with that EC2 instance is an ENI, right? That ENI has a security group associated with it.
Now, an ENI basically like your network cable that plugs into
your network interface,
your switch or whatever.
Right. And then you have a security group here that can restrict network layer traffic, inbound or outbound. You also have a subnet here that also provides VPC level protection. You have or VPC connectivity rather, and then you have an ACL in front of that provides protection at the VPC level. You'll also get an indication of what the VPC is, as well as the connectivity out to internet gateway. These icons here denote connectivity between resources. We've actually identified using automated reasoning that there is a provable path between these resources based on analyses of route tables, things of that nature, to identify whether traffic can indeed flow to and from the internet between these resources. So we're identifying that piece of it. We've also identified a load balancer here and a CloudFront distribution, each of which has a web ACL associated with it. Now, many customers tell us that they don't know what they have in their environment. They don't know whether they have services configured in the right places or whether they have orphaned network security services that are not protecting anything at all. And so simply giving this visibility is of tremendous value in terms of understanding what you have.
Yeah. Or I've also seen it to where they don't understand every network path that could go to a resource. And an example that I've seen in the security world is, maybe something should only be accepting connections from a load balancer.
Right.
But then they also have a security group that permits access from the internet directly to that resource, basically circumventing that load balancer and any protections that might be built in to that. So I feel like this is, one, a great tool to understand all the network paths that are making accessibility to a resource. But also from an incident response point of view, you want to understand, like, what is the net flow? Like, how can things flow? And I've seen more times than not that the friction that could be between network and security teams is, what's the network topology look like? And it's never up to date. Because it's a constant challenge, because they constantly change. But this is addressing that gap too.
Yes, exactly. This is giving customers an up-to-date view of their topology in a standard way that everybody can understand, whether it's security operations teams, network administrators, what have you. And the example you gave about having, for example, a CloudFront distribution at the edge that is receiving web traffic, you have a load balancer potentially behind that. Many customers don't always know that they need to secure that load balancer and restrict traffic only from CloudFront. And in many cases, that load balancer is still accessible via the network layer. And so that is one of the use cases we cover here, even simply as simple as identifying where should you deploy WAF. Is it even necessary to deploy it on the load balancer?
Yeah. So I saw the Amazon Q, like, pre-canned questions you could ask it. Does it work with things like Q Developer too?
It is using Q Developer. So Q Developer now, with the launch of this capability, also allows you to analyze your network security. So it is leveraging information from Network Security Director to do that. And I have an example of that I can show here. This is a query I asked just before we got on live here, but I'll come back up to the top. What are my most critical network security issues on my EC2 instances? So look at all my EC2 instances. Tell me what is the most pressing issue for all of them, right? Or the most common thing, right, of a critical severity. And you get a pretty nice answer here in terms of the listing of the resources, why it's problematic. For example, in this case, it is the issue we were talking about earlier, which is CloudFront can be bypassed. And a customer, or an attacker rather, could get to a load balancer without it going through CloudFront. And then we actually provide recommendations here in terms of remediation guidance. There are various options that we provide here. We don't specify one single way every single time or anything like that. So customers do still have that choice.
Yeah, so we're meeting them where they're at with their use case and requirements. So it's not just like, hey, here is the one solution and you better figure out how to implement it. Here's the options that'll make your posture of security better than where it's at. Pick which avenue you want to take.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. We've got a question from chat. So we have a lot of folks who just joined us. If you're just joining us, hi. We are talking about network security with AWS Shield live from Reinforce in Philadelphia today. And so we have a question here. It says, do you see this launch as a friction reliever or just a way to kind of overcome those cultural standoffs that just get to the ground faster?
That is a deep question.
Yeah, that's really deep. Thanks for that, Adrian. That's real deep.
Yeah, that's a great question. We do see it as a friction reliever. In all honesty, our customers tell us all the time that it takes them days, weeks of time to get this information. And having a capability that allows them to, with a click of a button, see exactly what their network security posture looks like and what to go do about it in a matter of minutes is incredibly valuable. And so it should help speed up any activities related to hardening of security posture, getting ahead of things before attackers find them, things of that nature.
And one thing I've found is networking itself is an art form, just like with security and development. And this is enabling those that might not necessarily have like a strong networking background, the ability to understand what could be lowering the posture of their security when it comes to the relation of networking. Because sometimes you may spin up the necessary resources just to get kind of like the plumbing going to just have your, resources communicate to the internet. But you might not necessarily know like the individual components that should be configured or follow best practices. And this is highlighting which components and providing these recommendations. And you don't even have to say or know the terms of what security groups allow 0.0.0.0/0, that's the entire internet, to this resource. You could say, what is my internet accessibility? And they would probably do the sauce and then, hey, cool.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What else? Do you have any questions that we could ask Amazon Q?
Yeah. You could ask Amazon Q, for example, are any of my resources susceptible to DDoS or bots and scraper activity? And actually, that's an additional capability here is we're actually leveraging threat intelligence information that we collect behind the scenes across the AWS infrastructure to identify, has there been activity associated with known offenders of DDoS in the past on the network? Have we observed bot activity on your resources? And we flag that flag those as findings and recommend the right services to go and mitigate those if they so choose.
Yeah.
Right? And so, you can ask, am I susceptible to DDoS? Am I susceptible to any of the, for example, the OWASP top 10 web vulnerabilities?
Yeah.
You can ask those kinds of questions through Q to get an answer, and get a list of resources that are affected. Yeah.
And you said they could take those recommendations and remediate them if they choose. You said so choose. What does that look like of the process of a customer going through these choices? Like, how do they know which ones to choose? How are they overwhelmed? Like,
it is. They are certainly overwhelmed. A lot of them don't know where to go, what rule sets to write, and the other challenge is there are many security products out there that are provided by AWS directly through our partners and others. That have different types of rule sets, different types of syntax, and it's difficult to keep track of all these things and know how to implement these things correctly. And so a lot of times we'll talk to customers who say, yeah, I have this protection already, but has it been actually done correctly? And so in many cases they find out, no, it has not been, because not everybody's a security engineering expert at putting these things in place. And so we aim to make this as easy as possible for a customer to know what is the right thing to do in a way that I won't mess this up, right? So
I'm impressed. This is awesome. I've seen, solutions that are complex to make this happen, and now it's accessible by a click of a button.
Exactly.
Now, are these findings rolling up to Security Hub as well?
Not during preview.
Okay.
But we do envision this service working, or this capability working very closely with Security Hub. In fact, many of the finding definitions that we have are relying on Security Hub's documentation of certain types of controls that you could use to do compliance tracking in Security Hub.
Okay.
We see customers using both services together, or both capabilities together, to have a better understanding of, one, your cloud security posture with Security Hub, and this is now the network security piece of it.
Now, you mentioned a word, preview. If customers want to start exploring this, how can they be a part of that preview or get included in that preview?
Yeah, so it's available to everybody. It is a wide open preview for customers to start using. You can begin right now by going to the management console.
So you can go into the console and hit get started or start scan.
And start analyzing your network. It is at no additional cost during preview, so customers can try it free of charge.
Awesome. Nice. That's incredible.
Yeah. All right, so it's about time for us to come back to our poll.
Come back to the poll.
Come back to the poll. We dropped it in the chat.
Bring it back.
All right, let's see. Do we have our poll up here? Okay, so the biggest challenge you face in managing network security, 50% of the people said the lack of step-by-step remediation guidance. Neil, I think you helped us solve for some of that today.
Yeah, that echoes exactly what we've heard. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's almost like when we work backwards from the problem, we resolve the majority of things that we hear, right?
Yeah.
Well, are there any sessions for those that are watching here at Reinforce that they could hop on, maybe get like hands-on experience with, or hear more about other than what we're able to condense into 20 minutes?
Yeah, we do have a session, a breakout session tomorrow. I believe it's at 10 a.m. Eastern, where we're going to talk about the capability, dive in deep in terms of the problems customers currently face, how the capability helps solve for it. Yeah, that's, I believe, NIS 202.
Okay.
For the folks who are interested.
Yeah. Neil, well, thank you for showing us AWS Shield Network Security Director. We look forward to going to use it in preview in the AWS console. And Kyle, we've got more after this, right?
We have lots more after this. So don't go anywhere because we are still live at AWS Reinforce 2025 in Philadelphia. Stay tuned for more cool stuff.
Hey, I'm Dr. Nashley Cephas, and I'm an AI scientist at Amazon Web Services. Today, we're here in Seattle, Washington, to take a look at the Peace, Love, and Happiness Club. And I'm going to show the owners, Neil and John, how to use generative AI. So come on.
I don't know how much you know about Seattle, but Seattle people are crazy about plants.
When I was in Thailand, I just fell in love with all the unusual plants, and Neil and I were like, how do we bring this back? That's where everything started.
Where did the name Peace, Love, and Happiness Club come from?
It's the effect of Mother Nature on the human being and the serotonin release that happens.
What type of plant would John be?
Do you know what an acatio is?
I don't.
They have spiky thorns, and they can withstand all of the sun all day long. But then when it rains, they produce flowers.
Oh.
So there's a surprise in it.
Wow.
He is Peace, Love, and Happiness Club.
What kind of information are your customers looking for?
Sometimes we can sit here and spend an hour with the customer making recommendations.
Are you familiar with generative AI and how you would use it?
I think I'm going to say what probably a lot of other people say is they don't know how to get what you want to get done.
We have this tool called Party Rock, which allows you to use AI to create AI. It is free.
We're going to go from 0 to hero in like a second here.
It starts by asking you, what do you want to build? I noticed that you have how-to guides on your website, and we talked about how do you automate that information so you don't have to do one for every single plant, which you have over 10,000 or something.
Yeah.
It says enter the name of the exotic plant. So here's your how-to guide. So what do you think about this?
Looks really comprehensive.
Yeah, overall, I mean, this is a great app.
I want to build an app to make plant recommendations. What it has created here is called the Plant Pal, and it says this app will provide personalized plant recommendations based on your preferences and living situation. I'm gonna say my plant skill level, intermediate. Would you recommend these?
Yeah, for the conditions that you set, yeah.
I do actually have the snake plant and the ZZ plant already. So
everybody in America just wants to sell snake plants all day because they thrive on neglect.
Party Rock actually lets you use different models so you can see how they perform in different ways.
So it's giving you outdoor plants now rather than house plants.
So that is not what we may have wanted, but I want to kind of show it's all about playing around and experimenting with the different inputs and the parameters. So just to keep in mind how to use AI in a responsible way and knowing its limitations.
I'm engaged. I'm enrolled. I'm like, this is the hook.
I think it's amazing. I mean, I think it's going to cut out a lot of time going through the web, just type what you need, and it's going to spit out information in like a couple of seconds.
Rather than stand here talking to our customer for an hour, we have an app that just says plant selector.
3 things I want you to take away. Number 1, just start. A lot of people are intimidated by the technology, but you really just got to get started. Number 2, AI is not perfect, so you should always keep a human in the loop. And number 3, remember to experiment with the inputs and the parameters of the models to get the output that you want. If Neil were a plant, what type of plant would he be?
That's his favorite plant right there, the dragon. Just keep it moist, pretty low maintenance. No, he's not a low maintenance guy.
Welcome back to AWS On Air, live from Reinforce here in Philly at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. I am Todd Fortier. I'm one of your hosts for today's festivities, and I am joined by the lovely Fiona. Hi, Fiona.
Festivities indeed. Hello, Todd. Hi, everyone. My name is Fiona. I am a solutions architect in the public sector at AWS. Excited to be here at Reinforce. Excited that you're all here watching with us and joining us live. Loving your questions, and also getting pretty excited about this segment. We're going to be talking about exportable managed certificates on ACM, and we have the perfect people to talk us through this topic. I want to go ahead and let them introduce themselves.
Hi, everybody. My name is Praveen Nair. I'm a security specialist at AWS. I focus on data protection and privacy, and I'll be talking about certificates today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zach Miller. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm excited to be here as well. I'm a principal security solutions architect, and I typically focus on our cryptography services.
Fantastic. All right, so tell us, what are you doing here on air with us? Why are you here today?
So we have an exciting new launch that was just announced at the keynote. It is the ability to export the private key of public certificates, which you previously could not do. You know, in the past, you would use AWS Certificate Manager public certificates on like an application load balancer or an API gateway, and you could do it for those services that are kind of integrated with ACM.
Okay.
But now you're able to export the private key of the public certificates as well as private certificates. So that means you could, use that certificate on an EC2 instance or an on-prem Linux server, web server, or something like that, right?
Okay, so how is this going to change a builder's experience on AWS? Why is it that they would want to be able to export that private key?
Praveen, you want to talk about the firewall use case? It's a pretty common one.
So one of the common use cases that we see is a lot of network firewalls try to sniff out the packets that are coming in and going outside the AWS cloud. And in order to do that, because the packets are encrypted in transit, they need the private key of the public endpoints. Today, we do not have that kind of integration with our partner services where they can get the private certificate or keys out. So with this, they will be able to actually export the certificate, use it in there, and able to decrypt the network and sniff the packets for all the traffic that is getting in and going out of the AWS cloud.
Yeah, and think about like, if you're an organization that wants to consolidate their cert issuance, and you don't want to have a bunch of different vendors that you're getting certs from.
Right.
In the past, if you said, "Hey, I have an on-prem server, web server, and I need a certificate, public certificate for that," you just couldn't do that with ACM. And so now you're able to export that key and put that certificate wherever you want. And so it really kind of makes the builder experience easier, consolidates down to one platform you have to kind of understand, and I think just will open up a lot of new use cases for customers.
Absolutely. We have some comments in here. Praveen, you have exciting things to talk to the audience about, but we can't hear you very well. Would you mind moving your mic up just a little closer to your voice and maybe speaking up so everyone can hear this fantastic news about ACM? Okay, so you're saying that it's now applicable to not just services that were previously integrated with ACM. Now people have this ability to kind of expand, grab that private key, and build with public certificates outside of just those previously integrated services.
Exactly, and customers love the way ACM allows them to easily manage their certificates, manage renewals. We do this thing for integrated services where we're able to automatically replace their certificate before it expires, avoiding outages and stuff. And like when I was a sysadmin, probably a decade ago, I did a lot of this stuff manually. You're like manually typing in host names and passphrases for certificates.
Right.
I have quite literally caused outages by messing that up.
Some
we are live. People are hearing this.
It's okay. I kept my job, at least for the time. I am curious, though, if anyone wants to say in the chat, anyone else brave enough to admit they have caused outages by messing up certificates? Because
has this been an issue for you? Have you had those kind of butterfingers before?
It's definitely been an issue for me. In fact, whenever we start to talk about certs, my brain starts to melt a little bit because I always get a little turned around on private certs versus public certs, and where does one need to go, and what am I signing with the other one? But it sounds like it's getting a little bit easier with some of these announcements.
Yeah, I mean, the quickest breakdown is public certs should be used when you don't control the endpoint. So like you have a public app that everybody uses. I don't have any control over whose iPhone, what certs are on someone's iPhone when they're accessing, my website, for example. But for private certs, you kind of need to have control of that because there's a thing called a trust store, and that tells the client, should I trust this certificate? And for public certs, they're already trusted by all major browsers and operating systems. For private certs, they're not. So you kind of have to manage that yourself.
Absolutely. So I'd love to see this in action. Do we have a demo that we can show today?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be going over a demo of how this service would work. Am I audible right now? So I'm good.
Yeah, you're good. Let's
You're
just,
better. Yep.
yeah.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you. So this is a new feature. What you're looking at right now in the screen is a certificates manager console. And until today, if you want to request a certificate from the console, you just go request. And I'm going to request a public certificate, which is what just Zach explained.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to give it what?
Give it a nice little name.
AWS OnAir.
I love it.
And do
calling this
Demo
AWS
set.
OnAir demo. And while you're setting this up, we do have some comments in the chat as an answer to your question. You said, has anyone else messed things up? And Adrian says that he had a 12-day outage. The data was one thing, but the certs on the parts catalog basically had to be recreated from scratch and distributed globally back in 2007.
Oh,
and we
no.
have another commenter said, and that it takes so long to figure out when it's a cert issue. So this is definitely going to help
is
with
very
that
true.
problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's always it takes a lot of time to actually identify whether it's a certificate issue or a server issue or a real
Right.
issue.
Well, I commend the brave people in the chat for calling it out, but I know there's more of you that have had this
Come on,
issue.
be honest. Come on.
So this allow export thing that you were looking at, this is the new feature that has come up. So
Okay.
when you try to issue the certificate, you need to make sure you enable export.
Okay.
And obviously, we always do DNS validation. This is to prove that you actually own the domain for the certificates that you're going to be
Right.
issuing. You can choose the key algorithm, and all you have to do is just click request. I've already requested certificate for the demo purposes. So if you
Oh, there you go. You already got it going for us.
yeah, so we have this certificates already issued.
Awesome.
But over here, if you are trying to issue a certificate, you can actually click this record and say, create a Route 53 record, which would automatically, if you own the domain, it will create a record for you in the Route 53. You
Okay.
don't have to do anything, and it will just validate, and your certificate will be issued.
If you own the domain and it's in Route 53.
Yeah, and it's in the same account.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So what are some of the security controls that are implemented to protect private keys during that export? Like, what are some considerations that went into the design?
Yeah, it's a great question. Basically, we heard from customers that they didn't want, just the ability to go export some random cert that was issued before. And so
Right.
the way it works is, you can only mark a certificate as exportable when you issue that cert.
Mhm.
So that is one control. There are
Okay.
also IAM condition keys and other things that you can use to say, create SCPs.
Who's allowed to? Okay.
Or service control policies to say, only these specific IAM roles
Right.
can export a cert or something of that nature. So
Yeah, we have a question in the chat. Someone says I can't pronounce that name, but this person says, how long does it take to issue a cert after validation?
That's pretty quick. As soon as you do the validation, within 2 to 3 minutes, your certificate is issued.
2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's what we have
Speedy.
seen.
I mean, it's usually seconds, I would say,
Yeah.
typically, but it could be longer.
Yeah.
I think that username is not an Amazon fan. Well, you're in the wrong place here.
What are
buddy.
you doing
That's
here,
all-
then?
That's what
Come
we're
on.
talking about. Okay, so back to our demo. We've issued the certificate. We've enabled export, but
And
we've already
now-
had one provision.
Yeah, and now we can export the certificate because now if you see here, this export option has come up.
Okay.
You just click export. You give a passphrase for the key.
All right.
Let's say.
Just something like password 123, I'm assuming. That's good enough, right?
That's good
comment.
enough for a demo, but I would not suggest it for the
That's
application.
not good security
Fair
best
enough.
practice.
So, and then you just generate the cert, and you can see all the certificates. You got the private key, your certificate chain, and your certificate body. And you just click download, and that's going to download the cert. And then you can now go ahead and install it anywhere you want. So that's the easiest one. The next, I also have one more. We also are going to build a sample solution.
Okay.
Because a lot of customers have been asking that we want to automate the certificate installation, right? So what we have done is we created a sample code which would be out live pretty soon in a week on AWS samples, and I'm going to show that demo as well. What
Okay.
it does is it's going to export the certificate,
Okay.
and install it on EC2 instances based on their tags, and it is an automated process. We've created an API, and you can just call the API and pass the details. I can actually quickly show
Yeah, let's do it.
a diagram which explains the architecture for this. This is a quick one. there is an API gateway. You call the API. It goes to a step function. The step function collects all the data related to the certificate, where you want to install it, and stuff like that.
Okay.
It stores it in a DynamoDB table.
Okay.
And then it exports the certificate and passes it on to a system's SSM documentation or automation doc that we call the SSM automation doc. And the systems manager, or SSM, goes and installs these certificates on EC2 instances based on the tag that you provide. So you can now scale it out, and you can also install it on on-prem servers as well.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is not just the benefit of being able to take that private key and put it on the EC2 instance, but also a way to automate that process. So all you have to do is just that first, like kicking it off, and then the step function will handle getting that key, storing it, putting it on the EC2 instance.
That's always my reaction when I see some new service announcement or new feature announcement. I'm like, but is there an API? Because I'm going to want to scale this and do this programmatically, and it sounds like there is. And there's even sample code in an AWS samples repository.
So that we haven't published it, but it'll be published in a week or two.
Okay, great.
Yeah, another thing that's useful to know is there are event bridge notifications that are published when like a certificate is about to expire, for example. So you can trigger off of those to automatically go and grab that, export that cert, and then put it where it needs to go. So we wanted to make sure that customers have the ability to use automation to make renewals easier.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, good. I think that this maybe just addressed the question that we got here from not Amazon fan, who has clarified that they are an AWS fan, but not an Amazon fan. Which,
I see.
All right, well, we're happy you're here either way.
We're glad you're here.
And their question is, will ACM remind me when a cert is about to expire? How do I automate? Looks like you got to scroll right on back to that architecture diagram that we showed, because that's that exact process of automation, isn't it?
So so there are two parts to this solution. The second part is the automation part. We also what it does is it looks for the automation event from EventBridge.
Okay.
And once that is executed, it actually kickstarts the step function again automatically. If the renewal is successful, it will go back, check in the database if the certificates was earlier issued and where it was installed. It will take that data and then install the renewed certificate on the EC2 instances again. So the whole full-fledged renewal process is also automated.
Yeah, so full end-to-end automation.
And full end-to-end automation with this sample, yes.
Nice.
Fantastic. So do you can you show us how that automation works? Is that something that you have set up?
I have the automation set up today for issuance and installing out an EC2 instance.
Let's see
and we can do it.
Let's dive right on in.
Yeah. So.
All right, here we are. What are we looking at?
So I'm currently on the AWS Cloud. I need to get to the AWS shell.
Awesome.
So this is basically the console where I'll be running the commands.
Okay.
And I already have the payload set up, so I can show what the payload looks like quickly.
Perfect.
This is so what you pass in the payload right now is the certificate ARN, which uniquely identifies the certificate within AWS.
Perfect.
You will give it a name that you want to have the certificate file to have, and then you'll give it a strong passphrase to export it.
Which, of course, was password 123.
Yeah.
Well, this one's a lot stronger.
Keep strong passphrase.
Yeah.
That's better. There you go.
And then you have then you specify the EC2 tag that you want to install, so key value. So I have this payload already uploaded, and I'm going to run this command. This is the command. This is the API endpoint. This is the format of the payload, and this is the payload that is going to be passed to the API.
Perfect.
You want to
Let's
take
go ahead
that.
and run it.
So you've already done the tagging of the EC2 servers, and so there's a little bit of prerequisites for this code to work. You have to actually.
So if you see this is the EC2 instance on which it's going to install, and it has the tag event and dev. So this is what I mentioned in the payload, which is going to be executed. So you go here and you just hit enter. That should start the state machine.
Yep.
So you're given an example here with EC2. We do have a comment in the chat from Bhavesh who says, for IoT, how do you generate the CA and client certificate if you're not using IoT Core?
It's an interesting question. I mean, well, typically I see customers use private certs for IoT.
Okay.
So that might be a slightly different use case. But you could theoretically, I suppose, use public certs as well. That's a great question. They may have stumped me. I mean, so I typically see customers use IoT Core for that.
Bhavesh, did you stump Zach?
Yeah, I did it. I think so.
Keep these great questions coming. But so you said that this is something that is maybe still to be figured out?
I mean, you could definitely, use the traditional ways you communicate with IoT devices to push a certificate down to that. But I think, I typically see customers use IoT Core just because it's, we take away the operational heavy lifting and kind of, that's the main way I see.
And it's integrated to all the other services, and so there's a very specific way.
But then you were also saying that typically it's private certificates with IoT use cases.
A lot of the time, yeah, because usually it's you're controlling that IoT sensor or something.
Right.
It's tracking heat or temperature, and it's reporting back. And so they want to encrypt that communication, so they'll use the private cert. But it doesn't necessarily need to be public because my random laptop doesn't need to trust that.
It's also verifying identity of the device, allowing it to connect. And
That's right.
The question, not an Amazon fan, he's just peppering us with questions.
I love it.
Can you make this code available to us? And we mentioned earlier that this will be available very quickly.
It's coming
but
soon.
For now, you're just demoing it. But I want to make sure we get enough time to get through your demo. So we've tagged the EC2 server. We ran your API endpoint. The state machine is working. I imagine that's what we're looking at.
Yeah,
now.
so you're looking at right now is the step function has executed successfully.
Okay.
And you can see it's in a success state, which means
There
it's
you go.
gone ahead and installed the certificate on the EC2 instance. Now you can actually go into the EC2 instance and check it pretty quickly.
Yeah, let's make sure.
Just run the command to list. So what we have done is in the automation document, one second.
Hit it with a paste.
It's not.
Boom.
So these are the two certs that we created. So you can see the full chain and the private key is also installed. So if you go to the private folder.
Okay. And while you're taking us to the private folder, we have Houston here who is visiting us for the first time and says, what are they talking about? And not an Amazon fan is also confused. They say, can you please summarize? We are absolutely happy to summarize. So we are talking about managed certificates on Amazon Certificate Manager and how to take a private key and use it with... take the private key for a public certificate. There's private and public everywhere, but we're taking the private key for a public certificate.
There it is.
And then we're using it with services that weren't previously integrated with our certificate manager. So for example, we're giving a demo right now of how you can attach that private key to an Amazon EC2 instance so that you can access it with a public certificate.
Yeah, so just to make it a little bit more clear, so a lot of customers run their Nginx servers and stuff like that on EC2 instances, and they want to terminate the TLS on the server.
Right.
So they want the certificates installed on the EC2 instances, or it can also be on-prem instances. We are trying to automate that whole process because ACM doesn't have a direct integration with EC2 like it has with application load balancer or your CloudFront. Right? So what we have done is we have done an automation. It will export the certificate, the private key, and the public key of the public certificate. It will install it on the EC2 instance for any Nginx server or any server that you might be running on there, or an Apache server, and then you can just use that in your application code.
And this is not necessarily limited to EC2. Because we can do this programmatically, now we have access to
anything.
Anywhere you might need this cert.
Options are endless.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more flexibility. It will, likely reduce costs for a lot of customers and
manual effort.
Yeah, exactly. Makes things much more automatable.
And we have a comment here who says, certificates are my favorite, said no one ever. It sounds like this was maybe something that customers were telling you, that it was complex, that there were all these different pieces that had to be done manually, but you guys have helped customers out with that and created this automated process. So thank you so much for being here and explaining this to our audience. Thank you all so much for asking questions. We hope that we can have you again on the show sometime soon, and we hope that you all will stick around for our next segment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kubernetes is a powerful container orchestrator, but managing it can be a challenge. Self-managing clusters can overwhelm teams with setup, network, and security management, scaling and patching across cloud, on-premises, or hybrid environments. This complexity demands special skills, diverting time away from innovation while increasing costs. Introducing Amazon EKS, a fully managed Kubernetes service that automates Kubernetes cluster management, ensuring high availability, performance, and security for your applications. Built on AWS's secure infrastructure, Amazon EKS offers automatic capacity planning and resilience for your production-grade Kubernetes workloads. By offloading cluster operations to AWS, EKS reduces infrastructure management efforts, enabling developers to focus on business logic, while accelerating time to market. EKS unifies operations across cloud, on-premises, and edge environments by standardizing tooling and natively integrating with AWS services, allowing you to run applications anywhere. With flexible pricing and compute options, it automatically provisions infrastructure, selects optimal compute instances, and dynamically scales resources on demand, lowering the total cost of ownership. Simplify Kubernetes management and let Amazon EKS help you concentrate on what truly matters: innovation and business growth. Get started today.
And welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm Jasmine Kiles, a manager of product management here at AWS, and I'm joined by my co-host, AM.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, I'm AM. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS on the game day team. But we've got a wonderful guest joining us.
Yes.
You might have spotted her in the keynote.
Yep. It looks like we've got some royalty coming to the stage here. We always have to make it fun.
I have never been called that before.
There's a first time for everything.
First time ever for everything.
Welcome
I love
to
it.
The stage. For those of us who are, just joining on this audience, they maybe didn't get to catch you earlier. For some folks, they've seen you. Tell us who you are.
So I'm Nupur Davis. Nupur rhymes with super. And I'm the global CISO of Comcast.
Yeah. So you were in the keynote this morning on the stage. Are you relieved?
Oh, my gosh. the minute when I said thank you and started walking off, it was like, oh.
Oh, weight is lifted. But it was jam-packed with so much great information.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. But, I'm used to speaking to, like, groups of 200.
Yeah.
But this was, like, next level. There were, several thousand people in that room? So, that was a little intimidating.
Yeah, and even more joining us on live and chatting in real time, talking about it.
Exactly. No, it was a great experience. The AWS team, oh my gosh, they took care of everything.
That's wonderful.
It was amazing.
So tell us about your day-to-day at Comcast. What are you looking after? And tell us what you're hearing from customers and all about security.
Oh my gosh, that would take a year or two. But okay, I'll try to condense it.
Yeah.
So, there are multiple parts of a CISO's role. And, there's the part that everybody thinks about, which is, okay, there are incidents going on, there's new vulnerabilities popping up. And so that's kind of like the operational side. How do we keep our security infrastructure running? How do we respond to incidents? How do we learn about new threats? Oh my gosh, there's a new 0 day today. How do we go? So that's, and I have an amazing team.
Yeah.
And so, the things there that need to escalate get escalated to me. And, several times a day I get updated. And, but a lot of that work just keeps happening.
Yeah.
But then there's the, how do you lead and motivate a big team? That part takes a lot of time, just doing things like reviews and career development plans and making sure that our team is getting the right training and so on. And then there's the whole engagement with partners.
Okay.
And the partners can be like AWS, an important partner for us, or they can be partners in law enforcement, the FBI, the CISA, all. Or it can be regulatory partners, or it can be internal partners, right? Yeah. My general counsel, my global auditor, my boss. Yeah. So it's always a super interesting day. I don't think I've had a boring day, and I've been doing this for 9 years.
Yeah,
so yeah,
that's a good way to put it.
I mean, speaking of exciting, as I was watching you on the keynote, I hear a program. Another program. I'm thinking certainly there can't be more programs.
Oh,
There's so many programs you covered.
Oh, absolutely.
I would love to hear from you, Newport. If there was, we didn't get to go as in depth because you had so many to talk about. What's one of the ones that you talked about on the keynote that you maybe give us a little bit more details about some of the innovations that you all have been driving?
Yeah, so let me talk about two. So, our first North Star is build security in. And that is really my passion. I started as a developer, wrote lots of code, and I got into security because I was very interested in, how do you write secure code? And that was my introduction to cyber. And we've done a tremendous amount of innovation in that space. And, I won't talk about tools because everybody can build tools, right?
Sure.
And we build tools. But the biggest innovation, I think, is on how do you change culture. And, Amy talked about this, right, about the security culture at AWS. So one of the things that we have built over the years is something we called X-Cyber Score.
Okay.
And it is a FICO-like score. You get a number from 0 to 1,000. And we have over 1,000 development teams that are onboarded to our platforms. And they each get a cyber score. And the reason I really love it is because it's a culture changer. So for example, my boss will set a yearly goal.
Okay.
This year I want the average X-Cyber score to be 765. I'm making up a number, right?
Sure.
And that motivates the entire org. And it also promotes healthy competition, right? Which is a way to promote, good things.
Yeah.
And it helps me as CISO because you don't get the same score every year. The score is reset at the beginning of the year.
Right.
And I get to assign weights, like, this particular practice if you're doing will now contribute 30% to your score, whereas last year it may have only contributed 10. So that then is a way that I can roll out my priorities to
almost
the entire
like
org.
Gamification.
It is exactly that. It's just gamification.
Right.
Yeah.
And it makes it very simple for all the executives. They don't need to know all the details.
Right.
They just need to know if my team is at 765, it's a good team.
Yeah.
And of course, one of the first questions they always ask is, what is my peers' team score, right? So that's the gamification.
Yes.
which
that's the
I love.
motivation that
Exactly.
teams need to be able to keep going.
Exactly.
And, it sounds like it probably can help coach them in the
Oh
right
my gosh,
direction to go in.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And we do have a team of, in fact, we call them coaches, security coaches.
Mm.
And that's what they do. They're like, okay, we have to get to this score this year. How can we help?
Okay.
And then, it's hands-on help, like
Yeah.
hands-on keyboard
Right.
type of help.
So I have a similar background.
Yeah.
I'm a developer, right?
Yeah.
I write code, do all this. I also got very interested in security as well. So I highly relate to what you're talking about. And this is a question that came up. We had a segment earlier with some AWS and Amazon security professionals, Tom and Steven. Is a question I love to ask everyone, especially coming from a development background, right? I see a real great path for people who align strictly to security, right? Don't have a development background. I see this line with AI-assisted coding and things coming in, opening that world for security professionals, right? What I'm curious about from a security side, how do we get more developers involved deeper into security, right? I think that's, for me at least, when I was getting into it, there's so much to learn.
Oh
there's
my gosh.
so much jargon.
Yes.
There's so many, CVEs and all
Oh my
these,
gosh. I know.
It's like another language.
I know. I know.
So from your perspective, what do you recommend to development teams? How do they get more involved in the security process?
Security part. So, I'll be really honest. Most developers just want security to go away.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's
It's slowing
just be
you down,
honest.
right?
Yeah. Slows it down. And, that's not their main target and goal is I'm working on this awesome new feature and capability, and I have a customer waiting for it, right? And here's the security people slowing me down. So, one way that we get past that is to really make security easy. How do we make it so that it is automated, it is built in? Amy talked about this a lot today, right? Integrated into the CI/CD pipelines, integrated into the work that you do every day, right? So now, there are people who will just suddenly go, oh my gosh, this is really interesting. I mean, the whole crypto area or post-quantum or, and they'll gravitate to the security side. And one way of doing that is we have gigs, where our developers can come and do a gig with a security team. We also have internships where people can just come and do, we have residency programs where people can come and just work. And that gives you a chance to really get your hands dirty, right? And some of them will stay. They'll actually make that switch. And some of them will go, okay, it was interesting, but I want to go back to what I was doing, right? And both are good outcomes, by the way. So,
because then even the folks who go back, you've trained them up and leveled up their knowledge on security. And hopefully they take that back and even think about those considerations instead of saying hey, let's just get to market. Maybe they'll stop, they'll pause, take some of those things that they've learned and bring it back to their team.
Absolutely. It's goodness all around.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
That was my gateway, by the way, was encryption, decryption, and cryptographic algorithms.
That's hardcore.
It's fascinating.
Oh my gosh.
Go in and learn that from a coding perspective.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
It got me hooked.
So we're not at AWS scale, but at Comcast we do run our own PKI system. And we just issued our billionth certificate this in January of this year. And we do that full lifecycle management. But even with all of that, and I loved the announcement today that now we can export out of, right? That was really, really cool. Even with all of that, though, development teams still struggle with.
They do.
It's not, even if you go, just make this API call, and from then on, your certs are managed forever, right? Yeah. That's still hard to do. It's not easy to, define the right scope for your cert and all of that kind of. And I'm not a cryptographer, and
I'm not either, but I'm fascinated by it.
It's fascinating, absolutely.
And I think that's important for anybody who wants to get into security, is finding one of those areas and just dive in.
Absolutely.
Right?
And oh my gosh, it's a feast, right? Because you could, if your interest is in IT, we got something for you. If your interest is in governance and risk and compliance, we've got things for you. If your interest is in coding, we've got things for you. If your interest is in cryptography, we have things for you. If your interest is in AI and data. So, I mean, it's an amazingly diverse set of. I always encourage, young people, and especially women, that, this is an amazing field to join.
Yeah.
Because, it gives you so much career flexibility. And it pays well.
Yeah.
And most of us have families, that we need to feed and take care of. So,
Yeah, and speaking of women, we talk about wanting to get more women in tech, especially women in cybersecurity.
Yes.
You've been recognized for, helping women to get in and being a voice for women. Why do you think that that's important, and what can we do?
Oh my gosh, it is so important. By the way, I have to just stop for a minute and say how thrilled I was to see Amy on that stage. And she did such a fabulous job. I mean, I can't imagine being on for 2 hours, and she was flawless. I am more towards the end of my career than the beginning of my career, and I am still almost always the only woman in the room.
Okay.
And that's how it's been, right, for 30 plus years. And, there is a value that we bring with diversity. And, it can be all types, right? People from different backgrounds, people from different abilities, people, different genders, people from different geographies. And, when we, cybersecurity at the very, we talk about tech because we're all techies, but, at its foundation, it's a human behavior issue, right?
Yeah.
And the more diversity we have in those human behaviors and we learn, I think it just improves the whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
So, plus it's just a matter of fairness.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I saw in your background that I was like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic, is that you sit on the advisory board for Comcast, NBC Universal's Tech Women.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that and how you're bringing women together across the industry.
Yes. So, we have a Tech Women group.
Okay.
And it is really an affinity group. Our Tech Women come together for all kinds of things. The main one being, how do we learn and grow and become better technologists?
Yeah. Okay.
That's really, really important. But the second, which is just as important, is community.
Okay.
How do we build a community where, we can just have, very specific conversations that may be very specific to being a technical woman.
Yeah.
It's a long-standing organization. We have over 2,000 members, across the globe. And we do an annual conference. We have, amazing, awesome speakers, and just very motivating for our members.
Yeah.
So it's a great group.
That sounds fascinating, especially getting a global group together.
Absolutely.
So, we have a global group and an audience watching us. So what do you say, what's your advice for people coming from diverse backgrounds who want to get involved in cybersecurity?
I would say, look, there's still more jobs than people in cyber, right? Even with everything that's going on in the world, there's still a lot of demand. So I would say, just jump in. It's sometimes you can overthink things, and don't make a list of everything you can't do. Make a list of the things you can do, and then go and sell those things, and sell your ability to learn. That's what I look for when I hire people, right? It's not what you know, it's how much can you learn? And that's the key, I think.
We actually, it's very appropriate that you bring this up. We have a question from chat. And so just to preface, I'm a tech transplant. I was an elementary school teacher.
Oh my gosh.
And I transplanted
So you
to
did
tech.
the hardest job in the world.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And that's actually something I've reflected on since joining, is that when you first join tech, you look at these other skills you've developed outside of tech, and they look like something that's not applicable. You go, oh, well, I'm not going to need teaching. I'm not going to need my communication. I need these like hardcore tech skills. I need to know how to code. I need to know cybersecurity. I need to know this. And it's actually the opposite that I've found over the years, is that I hate that they call them this, but soft skills have come into play way more than my technical skills ever have. So our question from chat, big lead up there, sorry. But what skills would you recommend somebody, either coming into tech or a junior level person, what skills should they focus on, and what do you look for when you're hiring?
So, if you're just starting out, then you do need to have the basic craft, whatever that is. And again, I would not look for 12 things. I would look for a couple of things, right? And so, but once you have that basic craft, as you grow in cyber, you're absolutely right. Communications, especially written communications, I'm so glad we have things like AI now to help with that.
Yeah.
But is absolutely the key, because we spend most of our time communicating with our peers, our customers, our relationships that we build. So that's super important. But you do have to have, some basic crafts. And again, remember, I just went over all of the areas where you have a chance to, they're program managers, project managers, again, IT skills, networking skills, coding skills, governance skills, audit skills, communication skills, training skills.
Yeah.
A lot of cyber is about training, right? So teaching. So it's a huge amount of capability.
Yeah. What else are we hearing from chat? Do we have a poll?
Yeah, we've got a poll up. I'm not sure. I didn't see what the poll was, but you all answer the poll, whatever it is. Please engage with the poll. I didn't see the question. Hopefully, Alex or Debbie can tell me what the poll question
is. What the poll is.
But I love that answer, by the way. I think there's always something else you can learn about tech. You're never going to know enough, right?
Yeah.
You're always, as you said, always going to keep learning that side. Some of these other skills, though, can atrophy, or you can ignore them because you spend too much time over here on the tech side. And I think, to me, they're equally, if not sometimes more important.
Totally agree.
I love hearing that from you, too, as a confirmation, at least. Thoughts in my own head. Oh, here's the poll. What is your biggest concern about AI and ML in your security program? That's the poll.
Oh, that's a good poll.
Oh, that is a good poll.
Do you want to answer that one?
Oh, my gosh. I guess my biggest concern is security's ability to keep up.
Yeah.
I love the opportunities that this is presenting. I do worry about the threats too.
Yeah.
And, will we be able to keep up?
Yeah.
That's really
That's a good way to think about it and concern. And, you hear a lot of people saying, my concern is this and my concern is that. And it's building a whole nother industry, right?
Building
of
a whole
responsible AI.
Exactly.
And it's one of our pillars when we talk about implementing AI. We also give recommendations on how to use it responsibly. But I agree, the technology is moving fast.
It's just moving so fast.
Yeah.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got from the poll here. Newport, we are about to close.
Oh my gosh,
we're already out of time.
The time is just flying by. Where can people learn more about what you're doing with Comcast and follow you in your journey?
I am on LinkedIn.
Okay.
And, for Comcast, we have Xfinity.com, Comcast.com. Those are the two places that we can start.
Yeah. Perfect.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. This has been lovely, and time just flew by. You guys are so good at this. So,
it has been wonderful. All right. Well, we will be back with more, so stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Ian Cottingham, and I lead the AWS Outposts engineering team. We first launched Outposts in 2019 to support customer workloads that needed to stay on premises or at the edge to meet low latency, data residency, and local data processing needs. It's incredible to see how customers are using Outposts in so many different ways, running everything from multiplayer games and manufacturing control systems to healthcare applications and payment systems right in their own data centers. We're excited to introduce the second generation of Outpost racks, which delivers even greater performance for a broader range of on-premises workloads and some of the most demanding workloads that were previously considered impossible to run in the cloud. In this video, I wanted to break down the latest innovations inside this new generation of Outpost racks. First, the new Outpost racks support the latest generation of Amazon EC2 instances, starting with general-purpose M7i instances, compute-optimized C7i instances, and memory-optimized R7i instances. Compared to M5, C5, and R5 on the previous generation of Outpost racks, these instances deliver twice the vCPU, memory, and network bandwidth, and up to 40% performance improvement. We've also revolutionized networking with this generation of Outpost rack. The new network rack acts as an aggregation layer for all compute and storage racks, allowing you to scale your compute and networking capacity independently for demanding workloads. The network rack comes with built-in resiliency to handle switch failures, making it easier for you to architect high availability. Also available on the new generation of Outpost racks is a new category of Amazon EC2 instances with accelerated networking, designed for the most latency-sensitive and compute-intensive and throughput-intensive workloads on premises. These instances feature specialized network accelerator cards directly connected to high-speed top-of-rack switches, ideally suited for on-premises workloads with low latency and high throughput requirements, such as financial exchanges, real-time market data distribution, telecom 5G core, and media distribution. It's interesting to highlight that BMNSF2E instances are connected to top-of-rack switches with equal-length cabling, helping financial services customers meet stringent regulatory requirements on fair trading and equal access. All these instances are built on the same AWS Nitro system that powers modern EC2 instances in the AWS regions today, extending the same performance and security benefits to on-premises locations. You can leverage the same APIs, management console, automation, governance policies, and security controls for all of your applications, whether they are in AWS regions or on-premises locations. This allows you to centralize infrastructure management and streamline developer workflow by standardizing on a common set of CI/CD pipelines. With the new generation of Outpost racks, you can run the most demanding workloads on-premises to meet performance requirements and seamlessly connect to advanced analytics and AI/ML services in the AWS regions to accelerate business innovation and improve operational efficiency. We are incredibly excited to see what our customers can do with this technology and look forward to working with you to bring the AWS experience wherever you need it.
Hey, everybody, welcome to AWS On Air. I'm AM Grabellion, one of your hosts and a developer advocate here at AWS, joined by one of my favorites in the biz, Jasmine. Tell the people about yourself, Jasmine.
Hello, I'm Jasmine Kiles. Welcome back to the show. I am one of your friendly hosts here for AWS On Air.
Now, Jasmine, this is a very public-facing role. Do you ever? I feel sometimes vulnerable, exposed, being in this public-facing role. You ever get that way too?
Yeah, I feel like there's information that I wouldn't want all of my fans to know.
Well, now you know how your web applications feel, your REST APIs feel, all those things facing out onto the public internet. If only there was a way to protect them. And guess what? There is. We're going to be talking to some people today about AWS WAF, or Web Application Firewall, and some exciting new things, right? Do you want to bring in our guests? What do you think?
Yeah, let's bring them in.
Awesome. Hey, everyone. My name is Kaustubh Phatak. I'm the product manager on the AWS WAF team. Excited to talk about our new launch, the new redesigned web console.
Awesome. And Laura, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Laura Katz. I'm the principal designer for Perimeter Protection, which is also for AWS WAF.
Very cool. So let's start just high level for anybody watching, never heard of AWS WAF, never worked with a WAF in any respect before. How do you explain it to them in, a couple minutes?
Sure. So AWS WAF helps protect your web applications against common vulnerabilities like OWASP top 10, like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, as well as bot and fraud attacks. So if you're having any customer-facing, like external-facing website, you need a web application firewall.
It makes sense to me. Yeah, this is all publicly facing on the internet, right? Internet's a scary place sometimes to be. So what types of teams are setting this up? When you talk to customers, are you talking to the development team? You talking to the security team? You talking to DevOps? You talking to all of these groups? Who's out there setting up the AWS WAF when they deploy this?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. So it varies from small developer teams to like dedicated security teams. Depends on like what the level of complexities that you're facing, what type of applications you're trying to protect. But usually customers start off with maybe application developers just putting some security controls as they are building their applications, but very quickly they will realize that, hey, this is way over the head, and we need to have a dedicated security team that focuses on security rather than just security being attacked on.
Okay, so you recently launched some new features. Tell us what they are and what you were hearing in response to hey, we need something new. How do you go about building that?
Sure. So we heard from customers that it's difficult to get started with the right configuration, with the getting the right visibility in what needs to be, what resource needs to be protected. So that's where the new launch comes in. We have made it really easy for customers to get started with the protections that we feel as AWS are really needed for depending on what application type you're using. So for example, if you're using like enterprise or business software applications, then stuff like OWASP top 10, like bot mitigation and cross-site scripting, SQL injection, attack prevention is a given. And we feel that every customer should be using that. So that's what we've built in this launch is a concept of rule packs, which allows you to quickly configure those rules rather than trying to figure out, okay, what is the base protection I need for every application.
And Lori, you mentioned you focus on UX, so I'm guessing you had a lot to do with this launch. As you're putting together the UX for this, maybe as we look through it, we can get some of your insights and thoughts as you were working on this project. But I'm excited to hear from you too.
Yeah, well, just to add on to what Costa was saying, the main thing we did was listen to customers. So it's been a labor of love from the AWS WAF team to really create and reimagine the AWS WAF experience. We just want to protect our customers from internet, malicious actors, and give them as many recommendations as humanly possible. We have this great wealth of knowledge about security here at AWS, and we wanted the best way to show them how to protect themselves and to make it as fast as possible to protect themselves. And you don't need to be a security expert to do that anymore.
I like the sound of that. Can we see it? Should we jump in and actually take a look and talk through some of these new choices like this, these packs and things as we look at it? What do you think?
Let's jump into it. So here's how a customer starts to create or onboard to web application firewall. We want to know a little bit about your application that helps us understand what type of protections we should be recommending. So let's take an example of like e-commerce and APIs as an example. We also have another option in case you're not sure. And then next we have where is the traffic source originating from? Where is the traffic originating from? So let's just assume it's web only traffic for now. Here's where you would associate your application load balancers, CloudFront distributions, API gateways, all of the available integrations with AWS WAF. So let's just assume like an application load balancer in this case. Oops. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay. That the good old timeout, right? Like it just happens to be on a live demo every time. But anyways, like going back to going back to the protections, we as soon as you select the resource that you want to protect, we will populate a list of resources that you should be using or list of rules that you should be using. We have a recommended, we have an essentials, and then an empty experience where you configure everything on your own, which is basically what customers do prior to this launch. But then let's in the interest of the demo, let's just say that okay, recommended is what you want to use.
So let me stop you there real quick and ask a question. So if you scroll back up a little bit and you go into these different application types, right? You picked e-commerce, but if I pick that content and publishing system one, that's going to have different protections because it's aligned to different use cases. Is that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So what we've done is we tried to understand the technology behind these systems or platforms, and then the rules are curated based on that. So the e-commerce list that you see here is going to be completely different if you look at content and publication systems.
Very cool. Very cool. And then if you scroll back down, you mentioned these are these are the actual rules that are going to get added. You said all the way over to the right there. If you know what you're doing and you wanna go, be the most customizable journey for yourself that you can, it sounds like you'd pick the right hand option over there. This left hand one though is telling us, hey, this is what we recommend. This is what we think you should implement.
Correct. Exactly. So if for you build it, there's some changes that we've done in the custom as well. So earlier, what a customer had to do was they were like 60 plus clicks and 11 plus console screens to configure like a common set of rules that typically a customer uses. Now that has been reduced down to like 10 to 11 clicks and one console screen. So that saves about 80% of the time in getting the rules configured for your application. Within the you build it section, we've made it easy as well, where we have a side navigation bar. So you still don't leave the console. Uh, you're still on the same page, but then you can configure it in the sidecar. Laura, do you want to talk about the sidecar?
Yeah, so the sidecar allows us from any point inside of the console to actually edit, manage, or add rules, whether they be Amazon managed rules, custom rules, or partner managed rules. And it's um, been something that's been very positive with our customers. Are super excited about that flexibility. So they could be in a visibility page on the dashboard to see, hey, something's wrong. I want to fix it. And we're going to show you a little bit of that in the demo as well. And they could do it right there without having to go someplace else.
Yeah, I love this. Like, it's very intuitive. Everything's like unified in one place, and you're able to scale and apply those rules. So let's see more of it in action.
Awesome. So after you select the pack that you want to use, we've also given you an estimated cost calculation, so you can like look at what it's going to cost. Since all these rules are pre-populated, so you can get an estimated cost based on public pricing there. There's also a pack customization setting where, yes, the rules are configured, but what if I want to configure it in a non-blocking or account mode? Um, I can do that by using this option. If I want to block everything, I use this option. And then the recommended defaults, like some of them, for example, are set in a different action called challenge action. For example, this L7 AMR. And then the other stuff are in block mode. So again, we want to give you the flexibility. We have a recommended default option, as well as you have the two other options if you want to customize it right there. And then once you do that, you just hit add protections. For the demo, I already had a web backup pre-created with some traffic to show you some of the dashboards. So we can jump into that if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Love a good dashboard.
Awesome. So before we go to the dashboard, I think the first thing that we would want to see is the sidecar carries over to this page as well. So you can see like resources and stuff that you have associated. You can disassociate right here. You can also add resources. So again, you don't need to leave the console to do any of the work. And then here's where the rule packs that were used is created, right?
Yeah. So what does
So
this mean for security teams? Someone who has maybe constrained resources. What is this unified view giving them?
yeah, so this is great for teams to get started with in terms of, let's say I have a new external facing application. I just want to use the recommended rule pack to get started with. And then as we'll look at it in the dashboard as well, we give you ongoing recommendations as well. So the time saving just to get started is tremendous, where when we spoke to customers previously, it took hours for them to actually configure it in the right fashion. But now, because of those rule packs, they can do it simply within a few minutes and 10 to 11 clicks. So a lot of cost time saving for the security.
I want to stop real quick since we're on the dashboard page here and ask chat, what do you look for in a dashboard? What do you out there when you are looking and engaging with dashboards? What do you like to see? What do you like in a dashboard? And Laura, I wanted to ask you too, as you were evaluating all these things, right, going through the old experience and making these changes. Uh, what type of sources did you use when you were trying to go out and figure out, okay, this is the UX experience I want to deliver? Who'd you talk to? What'd you research?
Yeah, we actually talked directly to customers and I combed through every SIM ticket. So if you ever complained in a SIM ticket to AWS WAF or anything to any of our security team, I read it. I combed through everything, all of the sentiment, all of the CSAT scores, all of our analytics. If I saw that, we were having issues with some performance or error rates or things like that, I was really diving deep into all of the numbers and trying to figure out, well, what are the issues we're having for our customers and how can we simplify that? How can we reduce error rates? How can we reduce confusion? And then, like Kostov said, we created these packs, but we also wanted to make it as easy as possible. So you don't have to be an expert, right? What we kept finding is people were like, "You're the expert, AWS. You tell us how to protect ourselves." Some of them didn't even know some of these rules that could be so helpful in protecting their internet traffic. So much so that I think some of the data was even surprising to us, but it was so valuable to find out we need to do a lot better, and let's give them those tools. And actually, we're not even at the dashboard yet. I don't know, Kostov, do you want to click on the dashboard?
Yeah, there you go. So load them up. Okay, so right up the top, right, we have some recommendations. So what we're doing here is, even though a customer has, let's say, not enabled a rule, let's toggle this off. Let's say I've not enabled this rule. We are still analyzing because we are able to see the logs. We are analyzing it against those rules and seeing, hey, what if this rule was enabled? Would it match? And in this case, 77 requests would have been blocked if this rule was enabled. So right off the bat, like even without customers and this, like the configuration has been done, but the customers can easily understand how much more traffic that they can block using these sort of rules. And to make it easy for customers to enable it, it's just a toggle. And then it enables those rules and you start blocking and using those rules in the protection pack.
Yeah, I just want to add, one of the big things we hear, I think across AWS about dashboards is, cool, I have this information. Now what? How can I help? And so the big thing that we were really trying to do is make everything actionable. And so here, inside of every one of these graphs, if we see something that you can enable or that could help you, we give you those recommendations, and all you have to do is toggle that button, and you automatically are protected. It's that simple.
That's really cool. And is the sidecar still available in this view as well? So I could come in and edit rules, for example.
Yep, you can do that through the edit protection pack as well. So it opens this up, it takes you to the right stuff, and then you can edit it there.
I love that. That's great because you're investigating these dashboards. You realize, oh, I need to block this or deny that. Just open it right there while you're still in the dashboard. That's really cool. It's a great choice. Thanks, Laura.
Awesome.
Well,
So
cool.
moving on. So I think the one thing that customers would be really happy with is, like, in the old experience, we only do last 3 hours. That's the only option. You can only go back 3 hours, but now you can go back to a year or even select a custom date. So this helps customers to, like, look at longer term trends, like a weekly trend or even a monthly trend if they want to really go back and look at that. So that is now available, so that a lot of customers, when we were testing this out, we were collecting feedback, we're really happy to see this as well.
How are they previously able to go back and get that much data or get it over a certain period of time before it was in the dashboard?
They had to run Athena queries or use like a observability tool like CloudWatch, and then do the analysis there. So it was A, cost of running those additional features, and B, the effort to go to the other service and run queries and wait for the queries to complete and then analyze it. So
Yeah.
again, a lot of cost saving as well as time saving.
Time savings for sure if I can just do it in a couple clicks of a button.
Speaking of time savings, we are running short of it. I want, before we leave the dashboard, want to give chat another question out here. I'm very inquisitive today to you, chat. How's it going? What's your favorite type of graph, chat, on a dashboard? Me, I'm a flame graph guy. Love a flame graph. But what's yours? Drop it in chat, please. All right, so we've probably got about 2 minutes or so left. Anything left to show the audience that you want them to see?
Yeah, I'll go quickly through some of the other dashboards. So this is like a Sankey graph. What we've done is a customer can quickly, like, hover over to understand how much of the traffic is being blocked by this particular rule. And then all of these are placed in order so that I can easily understand which rules are being more effective, what rules are not being very effective. I can also take another different view where I just look at blocked requests, for example, and I get a quick and easy way of how are my rules performing and what is the most effective rule that is causing a block, right? So that's another way to like understand how the rules are performing. The other one I wanted to highlight was the X and Y graph. So what we've tried to do here is the customer outcome is on the y-axis. So let's say the customer outcome is, hey, I want to understand how much bots are there on my internet-facing application. We curated a list of metrics that are most relevant to drive the customer towards that outcome. So rather than the customer figuring out, hey, which graph is or which metric is the most relevant one for my outcome, we give them the option. So you select bots, we give you the most common ones that would make sense to you for you to understand bots, and you can just do that right here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen today. It is giving us such a great preview and understanding of why you built out this new experience. But tell us, where can customers go to use it and get started on their own?
Yeah, so that's the great part. There is no migration. Everything is available. All the old, like the web ACLs or WAF configuration created in the old experience is available in the new experience. There's a button right at the bottom here that says switch to the old WAF. So if you're on the old WAF, it will say switch to the new WAF. All the WAF that web ACLs that you're using will be ported over to the new experience, and you can toggle and look at both experience. So there is no migration. Everything should be available on the WAF console automatically.
Perfect. Thank you both for joining us. We got to get out of here, but you all stick around because there will be more from AWS On Air.
Welcome, everyone. I am Kyle, your threat detection incident response specialist here at AWS, coming back at you again. But this time, I have brought a friend. And not just any friend, a developer friend. That's right, security and developers can get along. Together, united, we are one.
Am I the friend?
I think so.
Okay, great.
I hope
I've never
so.
been called a friend before. So, hey, I'm A.M. Grabelny. I'm a developer advocate here at AWS, and you are watching AWS On Air, and that means you're about to learn something from a very intelligent, very dynamic guest that we're about to have on, who is going to teach us about that intersection of the developer world with security, like Kyle just said. Kyle, you want to bring in yet another friend?
Yeah, but first I want to know, how can I get you to rizz me up like that before I'm ever on air? You're just like very dynamic, very intelligent. You just described Kyle as that security guy.
Well,
but anyway, let's not further delay. Let's bring in our friend, Bippity Boppity Friend.
Hi, friend.
Hi, friend. Look at those awesome consoles.
Why does it sound like a threat when you say it, Gunnar?
Yeah, hi, friend.
Who are you and what are you doing here, Gunnar?
I'm Gunnar, developer advocate at AWS, and I guess I am that developer that kind of have to do security stuff as well. So that's why
security is a top priority, so everyone should be doing security.
It is. But
especially those that, develop the things that we use. But we're making security easier during the development lifecycle now, right?
That's the thing. I think the phrase is shifting left, right? So left, not right. Yeah. So we're shifting left. Meaning that we want to move more of that security work towards the developer, which is great. But to be able to do that, the developers obviously need help. And I think that's the key.
Developers
they do
always need help. From my experience as a developer, I'm always asking for help. Yeah, Gunnar, from your experience as a dev, I'm happy to talk to about mine if you want. But what is this kind of this friction that we see between developers and sometimes security teams? What's been your experience with that? And Kyle, obviously you've seen it from the other side, right? From dealing with developers from a security perspective. But have you noticed this friction as you've been working as a software engineer in your past life, Gunnar?
I've definitely noticed that friction. I think a lot of it comes to just speed of development, being able to push things to production as fast as possible. And doing that in a secure way, well, it usually means that we need to slow down things a bit. And I think
what about you, Kyle? Like, what from the security side? What do you think?
Yeah. So historically, the mental model has been that security teams have been barriers of adoption or blockers of innovation. And over the years, I've seen this transformation to where security is making the large attempts to be proactive enablers. And I call it like the bouncer versus bodyguard. You go to a club, what does a bouncer do? They say no, they say yes, they say no. If you say no enough times, you're going to be not invited to the barbecue anymore. But a bodyguard, what do? They give you a safe space to operate in. They protect you while you're doing your thing. Now, if you're about to pick a fight with the biggest person in the room, they might correct that behavior, but say, let's do this a little differently instead of just saying no.
Well, first off, Kyle, thank you for calling it the club. I appreciate that. Second,
we all Sam.
Gunnar, you were talking about how we're shifting left, right? How we're moving security more into the workflow of the developer as they are writing code. Can we pull up your screen and maybe start taking a look at what that entails? Where are the tools dropping in?
Does this need a demo?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I think going back to what Kyle said, shifting left, I guess that means that we need to become our own bodyguards, right?
For bodyguards by bodyguards.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's obviously been tools throughout the years that have helped developers build things in a more secure fashion, but this is going to be the first mention of generative AI on this show.
But not the last.
Definitely not the last.
Generative AI has definitely helped when it comes to this. It gives you opportunities to actually do more when it comes to security as a developer. So we're going to look a bit at that, some of the things that I do in my day-to-day that is helping me do some of that security work. So what we got up on the screen right now is the code for what's called a use shop. Kyle, you knew what use shop was, right?
Yeah. It's for those that aren't aware, Juice Shop is a vulnerable by design web app. So you're able to see kind of like the OWASP top 10 for web apps in practice. So you understand how you could build guardrails around them, how you could detect, we'll call it goofy things because we're straight up goofy here. But yeah, so if you want to not build your own vulnerable web app and use something that is tried and true, this is a really good spot to start.
Yeah. Like I said, it's probably the most modern and sophisticated insecure web application. So we're just using that as an example in this case to be able to see what we can do. Then in my IDE, I'm using VS Code in this case. There are other IDEs. I prefer VS Code. I think that's
I like
fine.
Nano.
That is also a way to do code. For sure.
So VS Code as your IDE. Now, I'm noticing some pretty familiar icons on the left-hand side here.
That's the thing. I have two different extensions that I have installed always and use. One is the AWS Toolkit. AWS Toolkit has been around for ages, honestly, by now.
2018.
Can help you do a bunch of AWS stuff, get access to your resources, deploy, create applications, and so on. But the other one is this little guy. That's Amazon Q. And specifically, in this case, Amazon Q Developer, which then gives me access to some of these powerful large language models that can then help me as a developer do a bunch of different tasks. So that's what we're going to look at today, basically, how we can leverage this to hopefully build more secure
Let's do it to it, because I got a lot to talk about when it comes to Q Developer from a security perspective. And I'm sure from a developer's perspective, you have a lot to mention too.
Oh, for sure. Definitely. So in the code, let's just open up some of these insecure stuff that we have here. I opened the login file earlier. So this is it. And it contains, like you said, Kyle, all of this contains a bunch of different insecure stuff. For instance, we have some nice SQL queries in here that obviously are insecure. But what this then with Q Developer gives us is the opportunity to actually try to check this code to see if it is secure or not.
I love line 34 where it's just adding in interpolated strings into that are coming direct from a request body, right? That always is gonna
doesn't seem great,
be
right?
fun. Yeah,
No.
that's our friend Bobby Tables there. You know, when my last name is Tables and my first name is Drop.
We
right?
can start there maybe then with line 34, like you said. What we can do is basically send this line to Amazon Q, to the Q chat. Is it with us? Amazon Q, send to prompt. Here we go. All right. And now we can basically ask it to do something with this code.
Okay.
It's
What do you want
natural language, so is this okay? Maybe it's a good question. What do I know?
In what sense?
Sophisticated questions.
Yeah. All right. So we can see straight away the code you highlighted has a serious SQL injection vulnerability. That's not good, right, Kyle? No.
Even this is by design. This still makes my brain itch because it's just like because this does happen in the real world.
Yeah, going through this repo it's almost frightening. But what this means for the login module, for instance, you can basically in the username field, you can do SQL injection, meaning that you can get access to the user table in this case. But Amazon Q in this case looks at the code, tells us what the issue is, and then also gives us a suggestion of how to fix it. Replacing the vulnerable SQL query with a parameterized SQLized query to prevent SQL injection. And that's a lot better. So it now generates...
sanitize that, right? You got to sanitize the input from a user.
And I think it's important to highlight too, instead of it just saying this is bad, it's giving an explanation as to why. I will say, and I am guilty of this, in the past, many, many moons ago, we would come up with a vulnerability report saying, hey, this is busted, fix it. And the developers or teams would say, how can we fix it? I don't know. But make the red light go green. But this is explaining why this is a bad idea. So you're also getting some sort of knowledge dump on it too.
Oh, totally. And I think that's what many of those static checkers from the past has done as well. So you run some sort of check and then it just gives you, oh, this isn't great. This isn't secure. But then it's up to you to find how to actually do it. So yeah, this goes a lot further. And in this case, it also creates new code for me. You can see this is now displayed like a git diff, basically. Remove that line, add this instead. And I think that's great. It also gives me then even further explanation exactly what the fix does and how it works. So I can then confirm or reject it, basically, or accept or reject it. So we can do that way simply by checking out specific parts of the code. But what's perhaps more powerful is we obviously want to check all of our code. And there are a bunch of different features within Q Developer that then are what's called agentic features. And generative AI agents, well, that's also all the rage these days, meaning that it is using multiple steps to perform different tasks for us, not just explain the code or create a new line of code for us. So we can use a feature called review in this case and tell it to basically review all of my code, either the specific file or all of my code. And once
like 3 times this week. Sorry, I'm getting all giddy because I'm just like, I know this.
It's I use it every day, and I always have findings. So don't you worry if you have a long list of findings. So this will now go through the entire code base. It will then check for these errors and give us a list of that.
Sounds like the confession time with Kyle and Gunnar, where you're talking about your past sins. This is you got all these findings. Kyle, told the developers fix this thing. I don't care how you figure out how to do it. Now he doesn't do that. I need to confess something. I'll think about it.
Let's see if you'll give us forgiveness in the end once we're done with this. So as the TV chef I am, I've already prepared this, of course, because it takes a few minutes to run that check. So I've done it.
There's It's using a bunch of different detector libraries based on the file type that it is.
Yeah, so a bunch of these different libraries, but also just using the knowledge of the LLM as well. And then in that combination, it can then give us suggestions. So if we look at this specific repo, well, it definitely has some issues. 142 critical issues. That's usually not good. So we can open up those and then see. Yeah,
hard-coded credentials.
Itchy brain.
So these are all of them, and we can see every file basically has some sort of issue. So let's just open up one. All right, so we have hard-coded credentials here. So we can then open up specific issues for this, which will then, with this zoom level, not show as much. Here we go. Tells us what the issue is, CWE 798, and tells us the recommendation, what we should do. Use Secrets Manager. I think that's a great idea instead of having it hard-coded.
Can I jump in and ask something? I want to ask the chat something real quick. So chat, first off, have you ever used Amazon Q Developer for security scanning? Have you used this feature yet? If so, did you learn anything from like more secure coding practices? If so, tell us in chat. What did you learn? What was the secure coding practice that you learned from using Amazon Q Developer? I'm curious.
I think that is a great point, because it really is that you get information that you can then learn from, like Kyle said before as well. So it's not just fixing it for you. And in this case, it's going to give me a suggested code fix once again that I can read through. It tells us why it's actually recommending it as well. And that's the learning part, I guess. Yeah. And then we can accept, we can regenerate, we can tell it to explore even, explain even more, or ignore all. Don't use ignore all.
Don't ignore when it says hard-coded credentials, please. I beg of you.
All right, so we accept that. But as you can see, we have a long list to go through. And then we have a bunch of them that are high as well. For instance, some log injection and so on and so on. So this way of reviewing the code, it's awesome being able to do that. And this isn't something, a one thing you should do once. I usually do it continuously as I'm working on a project. So you get these reviews constantly.
You're getting that constant feedback loop, because it's a lot easier to adjust when you know you're doing something wrong versus, oh, I've steered off course 100 miles to where I'm supposed to be.
Exactly. So I think that's a super useful feature, the review feature. Besides that, Amazon Q, and together with the AWS Toolkit, it's actually scanning your code as you're working on it, as you're typing it as well. I had a file open, but I closed it. Here we go. Test.js, of course. That's how we name things. But in this case,
I've just
written some code. And as I write code, if it has any findings as I write it, it's going to highlight those as well. There's some stuff about my imports in this case, but for instance here as well. You can see in the same way, it's showing me the CWE number, missing authorization. That's a medium one, so maybe we can't skip them.
Yeah, do we need logs, really? Like,
No.
nobody cares about
But then
logs.
once again,
Nobody reads those, except for Nick, you know. Our producer, Nick, will read all the logs that you send him in the surveys, so be sure to fill out the surveys. Now, Gunnar, I wanted to ask you, we're running short on time, but I did want to ask you, like, you started mentioning where you use this in your development lifecycle, right? Like, I think if people who've lived through this shift left, ongoing restructuring that we're going through for security and developer teams, a lot of developers have gotten accustomed to, well, when I push my changes to the remote repository, when it goes into CI/CD, it's going to run all those security tests that my team has developed. I think it sounds like when you've got something like Q, you can get a jump start on that. You don't have to, push up to your remote repo and go, no, all the security tests fail.
Yeah.
Like,
that is exactly it. So that is really what we're shifting left. So getting those notifications, the blockers already while you're developing, because every time you push something to a pipeline and it gets blocked, well, you're wasting time basically. If you're able to find those while you're working in the code, with the code, yeah, that is going to save time in the end. and hopefully also allow you to become a better developer in the end. I think so.
Wow.
There's hope.
You think there's hope? There's even for
hope,
me?
even for you.
Wow.
Yeah.
There is.
Yes.
There is hope for you, AM. It's taken us a while, but it's arrived.
I want to show one more thing.
Yeah, we've got
Here we
about
go.
2 minutes. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. So what we looked at now, it was just basic TypeScript and JavaScript code. Obviously, it works for a bunch of different languages, but it also works with the infrastructure. And I think that's super important, since that's kind of what we do. So in this case, I have a serverless application using SAM. And it does the same thing. So I can review that code, and it can review it while I'm typing, while I'm writing. So in this case, for instance, we had some findings in my template file. That is the CloudFormation in the end, around the bucket that I don't have versioning enabled.
Oh.
Should have versioning, right?
Depending on the criticality of the data.
Exactly. Depending on what it is.
You know,
but it is,
I will.
You're still going to highlight
a
it for
CloudFormation template, but the words are difficult. But QDeveloper can also, you could ask it, I need a CloudFormation resource to create an EC2 instance with this instance type and tag it with this. And then it'll show you a sample block. Yeah. I have saved so much time because I'm not the best developer. I'll admit that. But when I need to create a CloudFormation template, instead of going to a search engine and constantly trying to find different examples all over the internet, which is a weird place, I could ask QDeveloper, and it gives me something that's also fitting best practices too, which is just chef's kiss.
Definitely. And there's a bunch of different ways of doing it. You can do it in an existing template just in line. Add an EC2 instance, something. And then it's going to generate that code for you. So it depends on your prompt, obviously, how exactly that is going to look. But you can also do it through the chat. You can tell it to develop using the dev feature.
Yeah, and I think it's time to tell QDeveloper, so long, farewell.
I do want to give Gunnar one thing before we get copyright stricken for your singing, Kyle. I do want to give Gunnar an opportunity real quick. How do I get started with Amazon QDeveloper if I'm out there watching?
So there are two things. One is you can download the extension to your IDE, and it's usually available where you get extensions for your IDE. Or you can go and use the QDeveloper CLI, which is a newer one, which is super cool, which it allows you to use your CLI. If you use Nano, for instance, Kyle, you can use the QDeveloper CLI as well as a way to do all of this stuff.
And you'll need a Builder ID, right?
Yes. So register for a Builder ID and log in, and then it's free for use. There is a Pro version available as well, but you can come very far with the free version.
Very nice. Get to scanning your code assets, your infrastructure's code assets, and finding all of those insecurities and vulnerabilities that you have introduced, because we're all fallible people. Anyway, Gunnar, thank you so much for joining us. Kyle, I love anytime we get to hang out and host. Yes. But for all of you watching, stick around, because we will be back with more.
We will be back.
live coverage of Reinforce 2025. I'm A.M. Grabelny. Did you like that? Did it startle you a bit?
Ah!
Yeah, no, that's my move. You
Oh,
can't
sorry.
steal that move. I'm A.M. Grabelny. I'm one of your hosts today. I am a developer advocate on the game day team, joined with the incomparable Todd. Todd, tell the people.
Hey, everybody. I'm Todd Fortier. I'm a senior solutions architect here at AWS, where I help build solutions for the AWS Solutions Library, and I'm excited to host this segment with AM. AM, thanks for having me be your partner in this.
Sure. Yeah.
And Penelope, let's not forget, Penelope is joining us as well as a third host.
Of course. Well, all right. Well, we got a guest over here, Martin. Welcome back to the show, I have to say. You were here last year, right?
That's right.
All right. Well, welcome back. For anybody who didn't watch last year, number one, why not? What were you doing? But thank you for being here this year. Introduce yourself, please, Martin.
Hi, everybody. I'm Martin Holste. I'm the CTO for Cloud and AI at Trellix.
All right, Trellix. We're going to be talking about that. I want to remind chat out there, we're live with you. I got chat pulled up. I can see what you're saying.
Same.
So watch it, right? I'm watching you. But if you have questions for Martin, please drop them in chat. We will get them to you, Martin, and hopefully you can answer.
You know, one question I bet a lot of people are asking is, who is Trellix?
Yeah, what do they do?
Trellix is a pharmaceutical company. We make, we're a security company. We're merged from two companies you probably have heard of, McAfee and FireEye. So actually going back a little bit, I think that's two entities you probably know. But everything we're going to talk about now is what we've done since then, which is really fun.
Okay.
And it's all the AI stuff that everyone's talking about. But this could be a little bit of a different look at it, I think. So I'm excited to get into it.
Yeah, me too. And I do want to give a shout out to, we are live on the main handle on Twitch. So all of you on the main handle out there joining us, welcome. This is our live coverage. This is AWS OnAir. Can't wait to hear your questions. But Martin, all right, so let's start with Trellix, right? Gave us a bit of a history lesson there. I think that's great. But you mentioned Gen AI, right? We're going to be talking, what, Bedrock and Nova, I believe?
That's right.
What have you all been up to with Bedrock and Nova?
Wow. So let's see. We've been doing, but we actually had this all land in our laps about 2.5 years ago. We started doing this, which is about 45 years in AI time.
Yeah.
So, I remember the day that GPT-3 came out and you could do something with an LLM.
Yeah.
And that was really, I think, the moment where we realized something was going to happen. And so we started playing around with stuff. And it turned out that essentially everything we'd been cutting our teeth on for the last 10 years was perfectly positioned for it, which was a really weird moment because we're like, yeah, why isn't it? So we had all these, and I'll show you here in a bit, but some of the things that I'd been at the table were with the data scientists working on, and we thought we were going to change the internet, right? And it was okay. It worked pretty well. And we couldn't figure out why this didn't change the world. And then suddenly we realized, the problem was time. We didn't have enough time to actually look through all the stuff that was happening. And what we kind of realized at that moment was we had infinite time because now we didn't need people to read through stuff that people don't have attention spans to read through. And it's not something
I'm one of those people.
Yeah. Well, and it's not something that you would, diagnose as ADHD, right? This is just, there's only so much time in the day. And it's human time is very, very valuable, is kind of the upshot of it. So the question is, what would you do if you had infinite time? And what would you do if you had a staff that had infinite time to go and pursue every last little thing? And suddenly that started to really change the way that we looked at stuff.
I'd probably do my taxes.
Yeah,
I need infinite time to do mine. Okay, so you started doing this, and then you look towards generative AI, and you look toward Bedrock specifically to help you do some of these things.
Right.
Okay, so when does the Bedrock start to influence the way that you're?
So we started by rolling our own, and it was really annoying. And we knew that we were pretty far out in front because we couldn't Google our way out of any kind of information. We couldn't use any search engines, or couldn't find it on Reddit. Nobody had answers to the kinds of things we were looking for. Normally, if you get like an error message, you just put it in quotes and you go search it, and then you find it, and you're like, okay, here's the forum post or whatever that's got some answer to it. And like, it was crickets. Like, we could tell that we were the only ones out there doing this stuff. And this was 2 years ago. So this was super early on, and we just got this inkling, like, I think we might have stumbled onto something that actually fits into all this other stuff. So I talked earlier about these two big companies that came together, and so we have like 130,000 different products, give or take.
Wow.
And, you know, it's like, oh man, how are we going to make sense of all this? We've got all this stuff together. And it turned out that that was the right moment in time to apply AI to everything because it doesn't get bored and it understands everything. So suddenly having a whole lot of different pieces that AI could put together made a ton of sense. And so that really started to shape what initially looked like a really foreboding kind of deal where it's like, why would I talk to these guys? They've got, it seems like, one of everything. And it's like, which one, what's my favorite, what I want to do here? And we're like, don't worry about any of that, just listen to this one thing. And it's like,
well, I imagine
okay.
that's kind of an exciting feeling when you go out there and you say, I don't think anybody's doing this.
Yeah.
Maybe we should jump on this opportunity
Right.
now. And you said 130?
No, we have like 50 products.
Okay,
So,
I was going to say
no,
130,000.
I jest. But no, so the big moment was we tried to do this ourselves. We got proofs of concept going. But just to remind everyone what this was like 2 years ago, you were at the moment where you would put a prompt into an LLM running locally on SageMaker, and the thing would it was an early version of Llama, and it would just spit out A's. Mm-hmm. You know, it was like...
How many R's are in strawberry?
Yeah, no, that was... You were privileged to be able to ask how many R's are in strawberry. This was type something.
This is before that.
Yeah, this is even before that. So this is like Stone Age time in AI, right?
More than 50, less than 100.
I think that's accurate.
And I was so excited when Bedrock came out because we didn't have to deal with this anymore because that's not our thing. Like,
swapping in different models, testing out how this model responds.
Well, something else that we learned on this, so just last week, our chief product officer was testifying in front of Congress to this very thing. He swore an oath. We don't train models. And you think, well, you know, that's supposed to be like a core competency, right? Training models. Well, here's the thing about training models. When you do any kind of fine-tuning, it's like you put way too much weight on that fine-tuning. So here's the example. You say, well, every time we see Bob log in on a Tuesday, that's bad. Let's tell the model that. We'll pre-train the model and tell it, hey, whenever Bob logs in on a Tuesday, that's bad. Well, that's a security rule, guys. Like, that's not the right use of LLMs. And what happens is if you do that, what you're doing is shouting at the LLM really, really loudly, and it can't hear anything else that it's reviewing. So the problem is if you do any kind of tuning like that, then you're completely breaking the whole point of the LLM, which is to be this really objective observer to what has happened after all the security tools had their shot at things. So if you look at a network tool, it's looking at packets. Look at an email tool, it's looking at emails, right? So on and so forth with processes run on endpoints. And each one of those things has been told, hey, watch out for Bob logging in on a Tuesday. That's a rule, right? And so it says, hey, I'm raising my hand. I, the endpoint, just saw Bob log in on a Tuesday. So now it's the Bedrock's job to decide, is it important that Bob logged in on a Tuesday based on everything that we know? Now, here's the other part. 10 years ago, we started writing what we call expert rules, investigative tips. And so the same people that would write the rules would write all of these questions that would go with it. And so it would kind of automate the investigation. But it was an expert's advice, like, hey, if you ever see this rule fire, here's what you want to know next. And again, we thought this was going to completely change security. Nobody had time to click through every single alert and read all this stuff. Guess what does? Yeah. So we started running all this through Bedrock, and suddenly Bedrock would not only conduct that investigation, it would read the output from its investigation and then figure out whether or not that matters to a human, and then go bug a human and say, hey, this is the one that you've got to look at. Here's how I know.
Right. So sort of filtering out the noise and getting
setting
straight
the context,
to the
right? Where context is key. Can we see this in action?
Yeah,
Martin,
yes, I got it right here.
You have a demo for us.
It's not going to look as flashy, but I think
okay.
This is actually, I was just talking about this with some other folks here this morning. I think that the time of humans looking at a lot of data is starting to decrease. I think we're going to start to see people say, why do I got to read all this? You tell me what I care about. So while this doesn't look like a lot, we have kind of a guesstimate for how much time it would save a human. Yeah. That's cool. But one of the first things I want to point out is this is all just the raw data, right?
I was going to say, it looks like data around maybe an HTTP request or something.
This is not exciting. This is very boring.
I see a user agent. Oh, it's the .NET SDK making a call.
Right. No one wants to read this. This is boring. But the point is, you can read it, and this is all the information that the AI was considering. So one of the key things that we learned is that customers really need to be able to trust the decisions that the AI is making. And so to be able to jump in and review the same information as a human to verify, is this the decision that I would make in this situation, is day one what has to happen. So we've built that in. And here's where all the questions come in. So this happens to be a CloudTrail alert. And so we ask really high-level questions like, what other CloudTrail actions are there for this role? That doesn't sound like a security question per se. This is data gathering. This is all the stuff you have to go out
putting
there
it into context to see, is this developing into an attack vector, right?
Right. And so this is part of the agentic thing. So these are tools that are going out and saying, I need more information in order to solve this problem. And so here's where we're actually using Nova. So we're using Amazon Nova, which is really, really fast and super cost effective to go and do this part of it, which is picking out dynamically which are the most important questions. Now here's the other really important thing that we learned on this. You don't want AI to just go and guess at what questions it should ask. We tried that initially. We thought, oh, maybe we don't need our expert rules anymore. We'll just have AI generate them. It's kind of all over the board. So what we do is we give it our 1,000 different rules, and we say, you pick, based on the category of this thing that you decided on, which are the most important rules. And given our expert framework, it actually then is that perfect match between what we as humans provide as guidance and the AI doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
And Nova's super good at this. So we got really good at doing the investigation data gathering part with Nova. And then here's the other thing. So we got a ton of partnerships, and some of these are with partners like Tenable. So we can do asset sharing with these places. We also dynamically pick out things like usernames and stuff as it's coming through the information. But we give all of this information to the AI, and so the AI understands who is involved.
This is like from a Nessus scan or something.
That's right. Okay. That's right. So it'll say, okay, is this an important asset? Who is this? What accounts do they have access to? And the key thing is, that's great that you put it up on a screen, but the AI actually reads through all of this and then builds it into its full analysis. So here's the big deal, and this doesn't look like much. It's like, okay, this is a bunch of text. But it actually did all of the really hardcore work for you, taking into account all of that information that I just went through. So asking all the questions, running all the queries, bringing it all in, and then reading it all, you're talking 15 minutes, maybe an hour worth of work for a human to do it, and they're never going to do that, not for the low-level alerts. And that's the thing is, you're hoping as a security operator that when something is marked critical, that this is all you've got to worry about that day. But I've been doing security incident response for a really long time, and the good guys don't set off the giant alarm bells. The good guys get in there, and they might do one little command that shows up in like a low-level alert, but nobody has time to look through all the low-level alerts until now.
Right.
So this is how you don't get ransomed. This is how you look at every single time somebody runs a script in a weird way, somebody does any kind of administrative action. This triggers this entire process, and it says, it goes through every little event with a fine-tooth comb. It says, is it normal that this administrator just did that?
Well,
yes
this is sort of a theme that I'm picking up today as I start to talk to security experts. Certainly not a domain of expertise for me, not that there are many. But there is this is really truly the showcasing of productivity gains because of generative AI and the ability to get the headline, but then go deep and verify, like kind of trust the headline, but then go down deep into the data. Now you're using Bedrock as a mechanism to do this stuff. And certainly Bedrock provides you access to the models that you need to do this, but what are some of the other features of Bedrock that have made this system kind of unique and awesome?
So just having the easy API calls for tool use alone was really, really valuable for that. And there's lots of ways you could do that, but to have that built in directly so that I knew based on the documentation how to do this with Nova, how to do this with some of the other models that we use, that made this super easy. So we have a combination, and we evaluate them constantly. So every week a new model comes out, and we run it through our benchmark system, which we did a joint blog post with you guys. We have all those numbers published. And it's critical because it's not like a coding test. It's not a math test. This is a security use case evaluation test. And we could check every model as it gets released to see, is this the one that we should be using, yes or no? And so that's how we're super confident whenever we're using a model that it's the right model for the job. And that's where Bedrock is so valuable, because it's not just making the final evaluation. It's how good was it at choosing the right tool for the tool use part of it. So. And this is something that I don't think a lot of people truly understand when we talk about agentic AI. The whole point of it is that at each moment in the process, it's given a toolbox and it says, here's all the tools at your disposal, and here's your goal. Go to work. And so my wife's an HR director, and what I liken this to is essentially providing workplace policies to AI, because you just onboarded it for about 15 seconds. So you need to tell it what its job is, what it's allowed to do, what it's not allowed to do, and what are the resources that are at its disposal. And then here are the policies. And it goes through and picks out what tools to use, and the whole time it records, okay, here's what this tool found. What tool should I use now? Okay, I'll try this one. Now I'll go to the next one.
You can certainly start to optimize that or get better performance if you can orient it in the right direction, like you said you did with those questions.
Yeah.
And you could do that with tools as well. You can sort of orient the model in the right direction and get better performance.
Yeah.
But still, you're leaning heavily on the model to discern what's the right tool, and that's really where truly agentic AI is powerful.
Right, because it can be very curious, and that's what you want. And that's part of the framework. How curious should it be? How deep down the rabbit hole should it go? So a lot of places will say we're doing, agentic AI. What they're doing is orchestration. They're saying, at the end, we're going to run a playbook. That's not what this is. This is saying for each answer to these questions that it gets, it says, okay, what else would I need to know?
That's a reason.
Yeah, and the reason we came across this is we have all these different products, right? So we see everything from email, we see everything from network, we see everything from endpoint. So when you say, does this IP address matter? It says, okay, I'm going to go see if any of the endpoints did anything with this IP address. I'll check all the network information. I'll go out to Security Lake and see if anybody's got VPC logs that go with this, right? So it's going out to all these different places, and we even have connectors to other data stores, so you can bring your own data lake.
I wanted to, if we could pull up Martin's screen real quick too, on number 4 there, I was reading this, and to me, like, this is, from a security practitioner standpoint, this is something really valuable because you may have missed this, right? So it identified that the IP address associated with this .NET SDK behavior that it's seeing was already flagged, right, for malicious behavior. Previously, right? And it lists, hey, we've seen some malicious stuff in AWS and in Office 365, right? Two different areas.
Yeah.
And then it does, I love this third bullet point because it says, however, the IP is dynamic. So it might be, false positive here, right? It might be somebody got unlucky and got
it knows that Amazon is a cloud provider.
Right.
So it understands the concept of a shared IP. We didn't have to train it on that. It just understands general concepts like that. Right. Our job is to be able to reach into any place and give it the tactical information it needs and then the right framework to make the right decision.
Might I suggest one additional, sixth one? Explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
So we tried a few of those.
Okay.
We did explain this to your board, explain it to your CISO.
And explain it to your grandma.
Yeah, and it's funny because actually any exec can read through this and basically understand what's going on, which is a new frontier.
Martin, we are so short on time, and I want you to be able to give people, where do I go to get started with Trellix?
So you go to Trellix.com, and we have all this right there. You can click through 3. If you don't believe me on this, you can see it right there front and center on all of it, and check out all the different ways that we get the data to the AI.
Okay, go check it out for yourself if you don't trust Martin, but you should. He's a cool guy. Thank you for joining us again.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I appreciate it. You stick around because we'll be back with more.
We all know the frustration of lost time, manually searching for information, or searching between countless apps to finish a single task. But what if there was a tool that made work easier by providing unified insights across all your applications and data sources while keeping your organization's information secure? Now there is. Meet Amazon Q Business. From finding information to creating content, completing tasks, building apps, and automating workflows. It's the generative AI-powered assistant transforming how work gets done. It's designed to help accelerate your work with managed connectors to link data sources like SharePoint, Google Drive, Salesforce, Jira, and Amazon S3 together to find the right information and gain new insights across all of your data sources in one place. It creates tailored responses with source citations and references, so you can dig deeper. And it's built with security at its core, so only your organization can access the data you use. Plus, QBusiness can even tap into data from your enterprise databases and data warehouses to do things like create a quarterly spending summary and get critical insights. Users can also take actions in other applications from a conversation directly from QBusiness, or use QBusiness where you already work, embedded in your web browser and apps like Slack, Microsoft Outlook, Word, and Teams to keep you connected and productive. And you can even use the same data that powers Q Business to enhance the generative AI experiences in other applications like Zoom, Asana, and more. And it doesn't stop there. Q Business allows any user to automate their repetitive tasks using AI. They simply describe what they need in natural language. And use the Q Apps feature to save it for future use or share it across the organization. Welcome to the world of work transformed with Amazon Q Business.
Welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm Jasmine Kiles, one of your hosts here throughout the day at AWS Reinforce live in Philadelphia, and I'm joined here with my co-host Kyle.
I'm the other Kyle Dickinson, your friendly threat detection and incident response specialist, holding near and dear to your heart. And Jasmine, I am so excited. I've been waiting for this moment all week. Last couple of weeks, I even ran down here because I'm so excited.
I couldn't sleep. I was so excited because I thought about the fact that you were going to have to run here for this. But hey, enough about us. We've got Steve Schmidt on stage.
What?
How's it going, Steve?
Hey. Oh, it's going really well. How are you doing?
I'm excellent. Hey, for those of us who in the audience who don't know who you are, what do you do at Amazon?
Sure. So I'm Steve Schmidt. I'm the Chief Security Officer for Amazon. If you think about security, it's both people and things. So I'm responsible for the safety and security of all of our staff, foremost, and also all of the data that our customers entrust to us.
That is a big task. I mean, this is no longer a bookstore. This is a global company that has a lot of high tech, and this is incredible to be sitting up here with you. And coming from your experience of doing what you do, what would you say being at Reinforce, a security-centric conference, has you most excited?
I got to say that the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is really the opportunity to enable security engineers in any company around the world to do their job more efficiently. You know, people are talking a lot about agentic AI right now, and just to make sure we're on the same page, agents are software tools that do things for us.
Yeah.
You know, you're used to AI in the nature of asking questions, getting an answer, maybe creating a GIF or something like that. Let's have the GIF-GIF argument here, which one is pronounced properly. But in what we're seeing right now is that it's an opportunity for companies small and large to be so much more effective at their job of securing the data and securing the resources their customers depend on.
Yeah. So we're talking a little bit about the difference between agentic AI and conversational AI, and we're educating all of our customers about that. So from your perspective, where do you see agentic AI having a place like in cybersecurity?
So agentic AI is going to help us do things more rapidly than we could before. For example, when we look at what we do internally within Amazon and AWS in particular in responding to things, it used to be that our engineers had to do a lot of log analytics themselves. They had to troll through stuff to look for things that were interesting, compare it between different sets of systems, different networks, and say, one of these things is not like the other. Yeah. What is it that I'm looking for here? A lot of that work can be done by software now, by agents. And more importantly than anything else, agents can then propose, and we should do these things as a result. You know, maybe it's change a security group, maybe it's take a system offline, maybe it's pause an instance or something like that. And I think the really important key point, though, that a lot of people haven't yet gotten to with agentic AI is not perfect.
Yep.
You know, and most people don't think about AI as something that is very different than traditional software, but it is. You know, if you look at the non-deterministic nature of AI, meaning it doesn't always come up with the same answer, that could be a little awkward in a security situation. We have to make the correct call every time. And as such, we always have to have a human in the loop.
Right.
You know, and one thing that really gets me excited about agentic AI is the different tooling you could plug into, because maybe you have a incident responder that is responding to a particular type of alert or finding, and they don't know the company's policy or reporting structure for something, and they plug in the information that they would want to, and it's providing them that information, and it's lowering the time to detect, time to respond, but then also giving them the confidence that they have the appropriate information they need, instead of going to this playbook here and then this tool over here and logging into the other dozen of things that incident responders do work with on a regular basis.
And I think one piece that I'd like to tease out a little bit from what you said that is super important is it's about giving people capability that they may not have had before. So if you think about an entry-level responder, they're maybe not been in the job a long time, or they're not super used to all the systems they're having to deal with. How are they sure they're doing all of the right things? One of the cool things when you train models on data that comes from within, and Amazon does that when we train Nova, for example, we train on our own stuff in addition to things on the outside. We embody all of the knowledge from those super senior engineers who've made a lot of really good decisions over time into the model. So then the more junior engineer who uses it gets to take advantage of that knowledge without having to actually find somebody, wake them up, page them, etc.
We just saw some of that in AWS Shield that we brought here, and it was covered a little bit in the keynote earlier, but it's giving kind of those recommendations, but also where to go. When you talk about like a junior engineer, they haven't figured out where to look for across the AWS console of finding everything and putting it together. So I think about the time that they're saving of not having to look for where the things are.
Yeah, it's not even just the time savings. You're absolutely right about that, though. It's also the, oh, did you look under this rock? You know, oh, no, I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
But that's real. You know, when you're first getting into the business, you don't know everything to do. You don't know every place to go. So use the tools. Help yourself make better decisions.
Yeah.
Especially when we work in worlds now where, like, it's no longer just like security data. We're looking at data lakes for security context. And that could be time consuming to figure out, am I looking at the right thing, or is there something abnormal occurring? And it could just be overwhelming. And I mean, you got a lot of toil when it comes to alert fatigue and finding ways to just improve that response process.
And I think that the piece that's really important out of that, though, is you've got a lot of places to look. And if you're doing things the old way, the human speed way, where you're digging through piles and piles of stuff, you may get through 1, 2, 5, or 10 different data lakes that you have to look at. But how many places, our scale, for example, have a few things?
Yeah.
We got big piles of stuff. So you've got to be using tools.
Bunch of piles of rocks.
Exactly.
So where do you think that AI agents and cybersecurity is headed?
It's headed to a place where you're going to take action to mitigate something much more quickly than you could before.
Okay.
It's going to take time to get there, and there's going to be a lot of refinement process that has to go on along the way, where we have to make sure that what the agent is suggesting is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
So I don't foresee any time in the near future anyway where I would be comfortable letting an agent do things autonomously on a production or important system.
Yeah.
You know, I'd say, all right, you know, an agent that's got, and these are just arbitrary numbers, 60% accuracy, 80% accuracy. If it's dealing with a problem on my personal dev desktop, for example, okay, fine. That's not a big deal. But I'm not going to let it touch www.amazon.com.
Yeah.
You know, that's too big of a risk.
Yeah. How do you, when you say risk, how do you think about mitigating the risk and like considering it, even to begin with?
Mitigating the risk of an error in the implementation. Yeah. So that's why you've got to have that sort of soup to nuts explanation of, all right, here's what the agent thinks is going on. Here are the component sets of data which led it to that conclusion. And here are the reasons why, when you line all those up, it means something specific.
Okay.
That way a person can look at it and say, okay, I agree with this, or no, there's a piece missing here, or this one, huh?
Yeah.
And occasionally, you know, we've all done this when we've been using the chat interfaces on various things. You give it a question, you get an answer back, you're like, what? That really does not make sense.
Has the confidence of a 4-year-old with a Batman t-shirt.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. It's like, maybe not today.
Yeah. So, Steve, we've had a lot of folks in the chat saying, how do I get into security? What's your advice for the junior folks who are just coming up and learning?
So the number one thing that we look for in people who are hiring is curiosity. It's people who are really interested in learning more.
Okay.
There's a huge opportunity to learn things throughout what you do personally and what you do professionally. But the thing that is most valuable to us as a company is somebody who wants to keep learning over time, because the industry changes constantly. Just look what's going on here. We have so many different people with great ideas popping things out. You're like, oh wow, I could really use that. And we look for people who want to learn. We look for people who always ask why. It's not, okay, this occurred, we're done. No, it's why did that occur?
Yeah.
If you think about the correction of error process that Amazon has.
The 5 whys.
The 5 whys, exactly. Why do we ask the question why 5 times recursively? Because it takes that much digging to get down to the real root of what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is I think a great way to unfortunately close out our time, because time goes by so quick when you're having fun. It genuinely does. And I can't explain why.
Yeah.
If there was one piece of advice you could give your past self prior to where you are now, what would it be? I've been asking this to like a bunch of other people too, and it's been phenomenal. I've heard the art of yet, like we don't know that yet.
Yeah, I'd say the thing that I would teach myself is be better with metrics sooner. Really get down to the nuts and bolts of explain with data why something occurred and make arguments based on those metrics. It's something that's super successful at Amazon. It's something I didn't learn soon enough in my own life. A lot of people are qualitative instead of quantitative, and you may be right, but you can't prove it.
Well,
prove it.
Thank you so much for joining us today. This has been incredible. And hey, don't go anywhere, because we are still coming at you live at AWS Reinforce 2025 here in Philadelphia. See you soon.
Legacy.NET applications burdened organizations with high licensing costs and outdated technology, but the lengthy and manual modernization processes often delay innovation. Enter AWS Transform, the first agentic AI service for modernizing .NET applications at scale. It uses an AI-powered agent guided by users to tackle complex projects, driving speed, cost savings, quality, and scale. To get started, chat with the agent to create a job for .NET modernization. The agent automatically creates a job plan and guides you through connecting to your source code repository. After connection, AWS Transform performs a comprehensive assessment of your repositories, checking repository dependencies, required private packages and third-party libraries, and supported project types within your repositories. AWS Transform will commit your Transform code to either a default branch or a branch name of your choice. By default, it supports transformation of MVC Razor views to ASP.NET Core Razor views and exclude .NET Standard projects from the transformation. But you can customize the options to suit your needs. The agent then generates a transformation plan, but you can customize your plan by selecting specific repositories. For further customization, download the repository JSON, edit it, and upload it back to AWS Transform. The agent now analyzes your repositories to identify the private package dependencies. To resolve dependencies, either download and run the PowerShell script to automatically generate packages, then upload them, or manually upload the necessary NuGet packages. When ready, confirm your selected repositories, dependencies, and private packages, then start transformation. View real-time status and transformation summaries in the dashboard, including unit test execution status. You can also view repository-level details, including project count, status, and number of transform lines of code. For an even more detailed summary, or for documentation purposes, you can download the JSON file, which includes the full transformation report and natural language summaries. You'll also receive an email notification that includes a complete list of Transform repositories with deep links to your source code. AWS Transform for .NET enables you to plan and execute .NET porting of hundreds of applications simultaneously. This can accelerate your transformation process by up to 4 times and reduce Windows Server licensing costs by up to 40%. The same capabilities are also available within the Visual Studio IDE for transforming specific applications. Get started with AWS Transform today.
Everybody, welcome back to the stream, AWS OnAir, here at Reinforce 2025. I am Todd Fortier. I'm a Senior Solutions Architect here at AWS, and I am once again joined by my AWS Twitch hero. It's been a while since I called you that. I'm bringing it back.
I can't afford it every time. Venmo, every time you say that. Man.
$25. Cha-ching.
25, yeah. I should have never agreed to that. I'm AM Grabelny. You might have seen me around. I hang out here. They allow me to. I don't know why. But I'm a developer advocate on the game day team. But enough about me. We've got an important guest. Please, introduce yourself.
All
Welcome.
Right. Welcome. Thank you. I'm Khaled Zaki. I'm a Senior Product Manager with the AWS Identity and Access Management team here at AWS.
Identity and Access Management Team. IAM,
That's
I think.
That is it. Everything got an acronym, so IAM.
Yeah, but like...
It's like your rapper name.
It's almost like you all named it after me.
Kind of.
Maybe. Can I get that officially? No.
I don't know. Not that special, but yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, it's been fun. Great interview. All right, so what are you here to talk to us about today? I believe we're going to be talking some MFA.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, tell us a little bit about what you are working on.
All right, yeah. So I think under the Secure by Design umbrella, so all the work that we've been doing in that space, we are excited to announce that we have 100% MFA coverage for all root users across all account types.
What?
So that's exciting.
That's incredible.
Wow. Yeah, like it's been quite a journey. We started that, I think, in October 2023 with Steve Schmidt, our CSO, announcing, he's just here.
Yeah, he was just up on stage.
Yeah.
Did you get an autograph?
Yes, of course.
You
I had to. I had to ask.
Yeah, of course.
Started in 2023. We actually announced our intention to begin enforcing MFA on our most privileged users, that being our root user. So we began that journey then, announced it, gave customers some time to adapt, and we began rolling that out in 2024 for management and standalone accounts.
Let me stop you there just real quick, just because we got a whole lot of people joining us in chat from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different experience levels, and they may not know what a root user is, right? Yeah. I think it's pretty. I will say this is one of the more important things to know about AWS, and one of the more basic things to know about AWS. But do you mind just, for anybody out there who's just joining us, new to AWS, they don't know the difference between a root user and other types of user. Can you give us a little bit?
So yeah, let's roll it back a little. So essentially, like when you sign up for AWS, the very first identity that you get or access that you get with AWS account is a root user. That user has privileged access to do everything. That's kind of the first thing that helps you set up your account, set up your users, set up your policies, set up everything that you need, essentially.
So that's probably why it's the most important user to secure with MFA specifically, because it can do everything,
right? It could do everything.
Yeah.
Securing it with MFA is pretty important, and MFA is pretty simple, but very effective in terms of putting the bad people away.
Yeah. I like it.
What do you think?
MFA.
What do you think?
MFA standing for
multi-factor authentication.
Oh, I was waiting for AM to join in on that.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, multi-factor authentication. So you not only just need to know a password, but you have to have some other authentication mechanism. Oftentimes, that's what?
That is, so we support, like, it could be something you know, something you have, or something you are. That's kind of like how we say it theoretically. But with MFA types that we support is TOTP applications, things like your Google Authenticator app, for example.
Right. Those little one-time codes you get.
Exactly. So these come up on a rotating, rolling basis. The other thing we support as well is FIDO security keys or passkeys, which is very exciting as well. We could show that off in a bit. But essentially, like if you've got a security key issued by your company, or if you use one of those, or if you're a common user that you've got like an iCloud account or Face ID, Touch ID, or some of the things, the Touch IDs that exist on multiple devices, Face ID and things like that, you could set that up as your multi-factor authentication as well.
Sure.
Or hardware tokens as well.
Yeah, this is a really important thing. I can remember when I first joined AWS, I was on a solutions team, and one of the solutions that I first started developing on was a security check, just to make sure to see if you had MFA turned on. And that was that's like the top priority. Like before you do anything else, turn on MFA. And honestly, I was surprised that it was even optional from the beginning. But you're saying now it's not.
Yeah, now it's not.
You have to have MFA.
Yeah, essentially we built out an experience that allows customers when they sign in with their root user to basically be presented with the options that they have and register an MFA device. Of course, we understand customers sometimes are logging in with root because they need something that's privileged or so on. So they are allowed to skip that for up to 35 days. After the 35 days, this will be a required step before they proceed.
Oh, very cool. So you focus in on not just the technical aspects and the security aspects, but also the user experience. You want to make it easy.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't have to bury that setting somewhere in the console. It's presented right up.
Yeah, and essentially MFA registration was just like that before. Well, essentially like you would have to go to the AWS IAM console. Then when you navigate to the IAM console, find the user, attach MFA to the user, figure out the options, all that sort of stuff. So we're trying to bring that earlier on in the process, like right when you sign in.
Nice. And so you're going to show us how this all works?
Yeah, let's do that.
Awesome.
So I wanted to add into, you mentioned when I go out and sign up for an AWS account, but often a lot of people too are getting access to an AWS account through an organization. And I think it's important to call it too that those root users also, right?
I think it's important to call that out first. Like, and I think we talk about like where we are in that journey maybe before I do any of that. So AWS organization, like what is that? So essentially, like AWS organizations allows customers with multi-accounting environments to organize those accounts. Roll them up in a common management structure called an AWS organization that allows for consolidated billing and things like that. Customers that have multi-account environments, as I mentioned, like would have that setup. So they would have like one org account, one organization account at the top of it, and then multiple accounts. Could be hundreds.
Yeah, this hierarchical classification of your organizational structure.
Yeah.
Can each have their own accounts, but maybe you want the billing or the security settings or the reporting rolling up to a singular unit. And so you would do that.
Yeah, and essentially like the journey we're on with MFA enforcement, we began first with enforcement for management accounts because we saw that that's kind of like the top of the hierarchy and that's kind of the most important. Then later on when we enabled things like passkeys, easier MFA, we expanded standalone accounts. That is kind of like the regular developer, hobbyist, or whatever, like when they sign up for an individual AWS account, we refer to that as a standalone account.
Okay.
This year, and today we announced in the keynote, like we expanded that to member accounts. So member accounts, part of an AWS organization, will get that same experience for MFA enforcement that allows them to do that.
Yeah, we're getting some help from the chat too. Robert Tables, a long-time participant in our stream here. Also, be sure to turn on MFA on everything you use. Discord, social media. It's just good practice.
Yeah, it's becoming an industry standard pretty much. Like I think everybody's kind of understanding the fact that how effective MFA is. I think we kind of looked internally and externally. We found that it protects about 99% against 99% of the time against password attacks and brute forcing and all that sort of stuff. So it's pretty good.
That's
pretty simple, easy.
So now you want to look at it, John?
Yeah, now I want to see it.
Okay, now let's check it out.
Sorry. Keep the people waiting.
I know. I had to interrupt there.
Let's bring up that screen. Here we go.
Yeah. So I'll just pick a member account. Put in the password, and boom, like that's the experience. Like,
whoa, that happened fast.
Well, I use a password manager to protect my passwords, so it's just gonna put in my username, password, and off I go. Here, basically telling me registering your MFA for your credentials will be required in 35 days. This is essentially a new member account that I created. I'm signing in with it for the first time, so I get a 35-day countdown. Essentially, I don't usually sign in with root, but for the first time I sign in with root, I will get a 35-day countdown.
Is it safe to assume after 35 days you just if you don't set up an MFA, you can't log in until you
Well, that
do.
skip for now button's going to be gone.
That's
Yeah,
it.
that's
it. Your
There
friend
you go.
here is paying attention.
That's why they hired me. I'm smart like that.
Did they?
Yeah.
I didn't know they hired
I
you.
work here.
What? Since when?
I mean, maybe
Congrats,
not for
buddy.
long. Maybe not for long.
So yeah, like essentially, like we have the 3 options that I talked about earlier. Again, like passkeys is the simplest option that I see here is because I got a Touch ID on my Mac. I got a password manager installed. I could just kind of even register my password manager to be my second factor. So I'll ignore the other options and just move ahead with that. And boom, like my password manager comes up. I'll select the right account.
I just have to remember which one it was, right?
Yeah, well,
you don't have to remember a password anymore. You just got to remember which account.
Yeah, so passkey's fully registered and setup complete. And now I continue to the console. So yeah, like that's kind of the experience and setup with that. And
simple, sweet.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, like it was simple steps, but we kind of hit into your point.
But it's so important. You know, I don't want to minimize it just in its simplicity. I think that's actually an amazing thing. But you said 99% of like attacks are because we just don't have protected root accounts.
Yeah, like I think it's important. That's the whole thing about like it's simple and effective, right? So essentially effective, like where 99% of like these password attacks, you could fend them away with just adding something like an MFA.
Well, and you can imagine just some of the destruction, the revenue associated with that level of attack, and so this is just a simple way to reduce that impact, and it was that easy.
Yeah.
Just log in.
Yeah. And something to add here as well, like since we talked about organizations, essentially like some customers have hundreds and thousands of these member accounts.
And going and enforcing that,
it's going to be a bit of pain, right?
Yeah, a little challenge.
So what do we do about that?
Yeah, so
I imagine you're going to tell us.
Yeah, no, I think the whole thing about like our journey here was like not just enforce MFA, but making that adoption easy.
Right.
So like rolled out things like passkeys, last Reinforce was exciting. That allowed kind of like individual users and other users and companies that allow use passkeys to do that. For basically large member account organizations, if they would like to go down the route of enabling MFA and all, because that's what they need and require to feel more comfortable with, that's one way. The other easier and secure option is centralized root access. So centralized root access was a feature we launched last November at reInvent, and it allows customers essentially to centralize their root user credentials in their member account in their AWS organization.
I think we did a show on that actually on this on AWS OnAir. If folks who have been following along for a while remember, wasn't long ago.
Yeah. So yeah, like it's an exciting feature. I just want to make sure that I call that out along with this because I feel like the two are very related. Because I don't want to make sure that like we extend it to member accounts, we throw a burden to our customers. That's not what we want to do. We want to make sure that we make things easier. So with centralized root access, you could go, preferably just delete all these root credentials for all these member accounts, and opt in for short-term credentials using centralized. Yes.
I think something too we should call out. Just as a best practice, you should minimize the amount of times that you're logging into a root account. You shouldn't be using a root account unless you have a reason to do so.
That's a separate episode.
Right? Oh, separate episode. But we could tell the people.
But you're right.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Don't do it. And definitely have an MFA in front of a root account. But yeah, so I imagine that's advice you give to customers all the time.
For sure. I feel like I think and any MFA is good MFA. I feel like we've got the options. Pick up the MFA. All MFA is good MFA, and I think it will fend a lot of these kind of like burden that comes with account takeovers, like that cause downtime to the business or customers and so on. So it's
now normally we ask where do I go get started, but I don't have to ask that.
Just log in.
You go by logging in, right?
And if you need to get educated on the options and what it's possible and all that stuff, our documentation covers all these options as well.
And so for folks who may have had root accounts before, if they didn't have, are they going to get notified that this now needs to be
Definitely.
What if they don't use that account?
Definitely. So all accounts that were impacted, like if you did not have MFA on root, you probably got a communication from us that basically it will be required. And once you sign in, and after sign in, like you'll also be prompted and allow that period of 35 days to sign in as well.
Very
cool.
Hey, well, we got to get out of here.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And you all feel so much more secure now that you've got MFA.
Awesome.
Access to quality education has the power to transform lives. Yet millions of underserved learners worldwide face barriers in accessing digital learning opportunities, widening the global education divide. Organizations aiming to bridge this gap may lack the resources to leverage advanced cloud technologies and AI, making it challenging to innovate and scale impactful learning solutions to reach those who need transformative education tools. Addressing this resource gap is crucial to unlocking impactful solutions in the education technology sector. Amazon is making a commitment to expand access to digital education for underserved learners worldwide. We're powering the future of learning by committing up to $100 million in cloud computing credits to transform educational innovation from idea to global impact. Organizations can take advantage of expert AWS technical guidance to migrate, build, and optimize the use of cloud technologies. By leveraging AI services like Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Q, organizations can transform educators' time. For example, Code.org automates assessments, freeing educators to focus on personalized teaching. Rocket Learning delivers data-driven insights to enhance education delivery in rural communities of India. Amazon is committed to closing the education gap, creating equitable opportunities for learners worldwide. Together, we can unlock the potential of technology to build a brighter, more inclusive future. Apply now to the AWS Education Equity Initiative.
Welcome back to AWS Reinforce 2025. Now, I have a question for you. What does active defense, honeypots, large-scale distribution of sensors and networks to prevent distributed denial of service events all have in common? Well,
what's the answer, chat? Let us know.
I would say a Paul Bodmer. I'm your host, Kyle Dickinson, and we're going to talk about a lot of cool security stuff. And I'm joined by my awesome friends, Fiona.
Hello, hello everyone. My name is Fiona. I am a solutions architect in the public sector at AWS. I work with nonprofit organizations, and I do have the pleasure of today introducing Paul. Paul, do you want to tell everyone what it is you do and why it is that you're here with us today?
Sure, Fiona, yes. I run a threat research team inside of AWS. Our job is to produce the best threat intelligence that helps us produce capabilities in our external firewall services and also protect AWS infrastructure. So there's those two roles that my team is helping produce intelligence for.
Now, that's a very fancy terminology, but there's also another term that's been flying around for the last year that our viewers might be familiar with.
Buzzing around, perchance?
Buzzing around. might get stung.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? Going from flower to flower.
Maybe.
But MadPot is a thing.
What is MadPot?
Yes, MadPot. MadPot is a thing. That's right. It exists. It exists for sure. It's a network of honeypots. So this is a honeypot in the security world is something that we use to lure in a bad actor, and that helps us to learn, and that helps us to collect the right artifacts that we need to produce intelligence, and the intelligence is there to help us defend against the threats in the future, right? So, MadPot is a distributed network of honeypots. The craziest thing is we have these honeypots out there distributed across the AWS network, and no one is supposed to be talking to them.
Wait a second.
We don't say that about me too.
How are you getting data then?
You do look like a honeypot. No one is supposed to be talking to these honeypots, and it's crazy. We get 1.5 billion interactions with these honeypots every day.
Billion with a B.
With a B.
Billion with a bzz.
With a bzz. With a bzz. Spot on. So we have an immense amount of data coming in that allows us to collect this intelligence, and it's mind-boggling to me that so many people are interacting with us and giving all this information
Absolutely.
away.
So you're saying that this honeypot, it's basically a way for you to lure in people who want to be doing bad things. We're trying to find those bad actors. We're giving them this pot of gold. We're saying, hey, if you want to come and take it, you can come take it. And then when they come and take it, you get to see exactly what are they doing so that you can learn those tactics that they are using.
Yes, exactly. Spot on, right? Remember I said our job is to protect AWS, right? And we need to do that by collecting intel, and we can't look at AWS traffic, so we've got to get traffic from somewhere.
You didn't want customers' data to get hacked?
I don't know. Maybe we can ask the customers on the.
Did you guys want that?
On the chat.
Probably not.
I'll answer for the whole no.
Yeah.
No.
And so we're getting all this data and gathering it for the better. And what are we doing with that? And if I'm aware, there's an awesome new announcement.
That's exactly why I'm here. I'm super excited to talk about.
I thought you wanted to hang out with us, but fine.
You just want to chat?
We can, for sure. But yes, so active threat defense is what we're calling it. Super excited about this capability. We've launched it for Network Firewall. Network Firewall is a service that our group owns, and it helps customers protect their workloads running on AWS. It does both inbound and egress protection, so it's a really sophisticated firewall service, and we've just made it even better. We've taken all this intelligence that we're collecting from MadPot, and we curating it and automatically pushing it into a capability inside of Network Firewall that now customers can benefit from today.
And how are they going to be able to benefit from this information that you've gathered, curated, and then built things with and for?
Yeah, so we, as part of the threat data and threat intelligence we collect, we track infrastructure that bad actors use.
Okay.
Right, bad actors are commonly using the same infrastructure over and over, and that infrastructure is like an IP address for maybe a command and control server, or it's a URL to some, which is a link. That link pushes you to some website to download something malicious.
Right.
We also refer to that as malware. And over our global observability of this 1.5 billion interactions coming in, we learn about a lot of attack infrastructure.
So basically, they're reusing those same locations, those same IP addresses, those same malware MAC addresses maybe, and because you now know them, you can store that data and be able to block those IP addresses?
Yeah, so we learn about IPs, domains, URLs for various different types of threats, and they not only reuse them, but they are evolving and coming up with new ones, right? And so because of because we observe so much of the internet through MadPot, we can learn what the new indicators are, and we can push those IPs, domains, and URLs into a really sophisticated set of rules that provides a good defense in-depth approach for network firewall customers.
Yeah, and you're going to show us how they could use this new feature with network firewall and this advanced super thingy.
I think I'd like to see that.
I think I would like to
now,
see it too.
I'm going to try I'm going to try to do this without infecting my own laptop.
Okay, well, we can only hope.
Yeah.
And also, before we get into it, Kyle, we did have a commenter, Dozercat, who just wanted to point out that your laptop does say hacker. So can we trust you in this conversation right now?
Maybe. Hi, Josh.
Thanks for pointing that out.
He's a honeypot, as I said.
Yep.
Exactly.
I told you.
All right, so...
It's only because I'm sweet.
Right.
All right. Anyway, demo time. Let's do it.
Let's dive on in.
Let's get in. Okay, so this is the features for network firewall. So you go to the VPC console, you scroll down, there's this menu item here for network firewall. I have a policy, but I want to show you, you can go to this network firewall rule groups tab, and this shows you whatever rule groups you've defined.
Okay.
And,
so what's going on in our rule groups here?
So these are my rule groups that I've just made, right?
Okay.
Customers will make their own rule groups because they want to protect against specific things, right?
Okay.
But what's really great is just to the right is this AWS Manage Rules tab.
Ooh.
And on this tab, there's a lot of goodness here, and right at the top is the best, the active threat defense, which is super excited about. It feels surreal to me.
To see it
this
here
is
in the
like
console.
This is something that you've been like incubating for years, I'm sure,
become
and then it's just
reality.
like now it's tangible.
Yeah.
Totally.
It's like a proud father moment.
I honestly, there's a tear about to come out
Aww.
here. But this is great. So, yeah, to see this here is many years of dreaming about getting our intelligence into the hands of customers. And the attack infrastructure rule group, that's what we're referring to. There's two options here, depending on how which option you select in your policy.
Okay.
Action order or strict order.
So what would be the difference between the two?
It's just a firewall setting that allows you to evaluate the rules differently.
Okay.
But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the same intelligence in those rule groups. All right, so I'm going to open up one of them. You can see here that there's some detail around when it was last updated.
Okay.
This rule group.
Would you look at that? That was today.
This rule group updates every 10 minutes.
What? 10 minutes.
So it.
I was impressed that it was today.
Yeah.
But you're like, no, this was 10 minits ago.
So let me just check. Yeah. No, there we go. It updated a minute ago.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And so if I go into this rule group, you'll see you've got a really nice rule summary here. It gives you all the information you need to be able to understand what this rule group is protecting you against. So, for example, it tells you the different type indicator groups.
Okay.
Command and control is a very popular group. I mean, command and control is the thing that controls a botnet. And so, if you there's a SID here, which is a rule ID.
Which is blurred out.
It's being blurred out because I'm running the script that's protecting me.
Okay.
And
so for a user there, that ID would not be blurred out.
You'll see an ID here, and you'll see in the logs that the ID will show up, and so you can map it back to and see kind of what's going on.
So what are some other indicator groups other than command and control?
There's quite a few. There's one called staging. Staging is a way that people will host malware. And so it's a staging location, right? So you get a staging link that sends you there to download the malware. And so that's an example of we're seeing these every minute coming into MadBot, and we're pushing them straight here. So, okay, we do a little bit of
just straight in.
We do a little bit of work just to make sure it's safe.
Right.
We verify every indicator that ends up in here,
right.
Just so that we're confident. And we also remove things from here when they're inactive, when they're no longer a threat.
Oh, okay.
When they're no longer active, we take them out so that you don't have stale
IP addresses.
Yeah, you don't have stale indicators in your group. So what I want to do is I want to add this. I think I'm going to go to my firewall policy. Oh, I'm getting shouted at because this is shouting at me.
Your computer's infected.
Yeah.
All right, no more. Now
Do you
we're
know
good to go.
that was probably my team sending me Slack messages.
Your team is too excited to see this is happening.
So if I open up this firewall policy, you scroll down, it's a stateful rule group. That means it's running on the Suricata engine. And you can go to Actions, Add Managed Stateful Rule Group.
All right.
And it's right here at the top.
There it is.
This rule group does come with a little bit of extra charge, which is detailed here. And one capability we're really excited about is this deep threat inspection capability. This is a powerful thing for AWS network firewall customers. It allows us to share intelligence from one threat we observe in targeting one customer workload, we can share that intelligence with everyone in active threat defense.
Wow.
And so it's a powerful network of...
So you're creating like a community or like a neighborhood watch.
Exactly.
Ah, I like
exactly.
that.
It's a neighborhood watch. That's the bit. We should have called it that.
Hey, give him credit if you do.
If you ever do, holler at your boy.
All right, so I'm going to just select this, add it to my policy.
Perfect.
And that's done. Now it's in here. And so
there it is.
What I want to do is I want to test this. So
Okay.
I've got an environment set up, and I've been signed out, I think.
Sign right on back in.
But yeah, don't worry, you can get back access.
I can get back in. All right, so this is a very basic setup. It's a EC2 instance in a subnet that's talking to the firewall and then talking to the internet. Right?
Okay.
So all the traffic from here is going out to the internet.
So in theory, the firewall should be blocking any malicious traffic here.
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'm just logging into the instance, and I'm going to use this command line tool called curl, which is an easy way to fetch a website.
I love it.
Advanced level hacking stuff over here.
This is advanced. You won't learn this anywhere else. So if I just go like fetch this website, for example, just to show you that it's working.
There it is.
This is a
yes, example domain.
Example domain, right. You can go here.
It's example.com. Yes, it's example.
So what happens is, you want me to zoom in? All right, let's do that. Let me zoom in here so people can see.
Beautiful.
Okay. And so imagine you run this workload, and whatever it may be, right? And a request comes in, and it says, go and fetch this malware from this link, right? And that's going to redirect you to some website or some URL, some domain that is malicious.
Okay.
Now, we want to block that, okay? So I want to show you, if I go like this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this link, oas.live. When I call this, nothing happens. And that's because this OAST is a way that, it's a technique that bad actors use to, when they probe different vulnerabilities, to get a notification back to say, there is a vulnerability in this application or at this endpoint. And so we block this. We block many other things, but this is one of the things that allows bad actors to understand what's going on. And so I'm going to just close this out. And so this link has now been blocked by a network firewall.
Okay.
And there's no fancy return information here saying
like
we've blocked something
web
bad.
proxy, contact your system administrator.
Yes, or you are a bad person.
Right.
There's nothing like that. So we've got to go to CloudWatch. I have all the logs.
To prove that this happened, to proof it was blocked.
The proof is in the taste, as they say.
As they say.
As they say.
All right, now this is the moment of truth here, I guess. I'm going to open this. And I think this is it. Yeah, here we go.
There you go.
Done. Done.
So you've got, this is the log, this is an alert log. And an alert log is when something goes through your firewall and a rule catches it,
right.
It creates this log entry. And the log entry, what we've made sure here is that there's a lot of good information here for you as a customer to troubleshoot or to understand what happened to the traffic, right? So if you scroll down, you can see this is that signature ID I was referring to earlier. It helps you. This is very important if you ever need to reach out to AWS support or anything. Knowing the signature ID is a great source of information. And then there's a lot of metadata here around, what category it came from. It was an endpoint or an IP address that it was hitting. And it's got the threat name here, so there are a lot of details around exactly what's going on. The most important thing is in the signature here, it tells you this was traffic to an host link, and here's the actual IP address that was blocked.
Yep.
So you've got the threat indicator right here to know, to troubleshoot if you need to.
And so then in theory, this would be fed back into the neighborhood watch, and in the future, this IP address is then caught?
Yeah, well, I mean, right now it's being blocked.
Well,
so,
yes.
And this is protecting everyone. But,
True.
But in the same traffic, we might find other things that are interesting.
Okay.
And so we'll be able to extract the key threat indicators from that traffic.
What are some of those indicators?
Oh, they will be similar things, right?
Okay.
There are other rules that might block, say, on an IP address, and then inside of that payload is something interesting, like another URL that we've not seen before. We'll be able to learn from that and make sure all customers are benefiting. So, yeah, that's it. And right here is the verdict. Action dropped.
Dropped.
It's dropped.
Not allowed through the firewall. Worked perfectly.
Denied.
Denied. That's right.
This is incredible. And Paul, seriously, congratulations on this.
What an accomplishment.
This is really cool. And I really see how this is going to benefit customers in the future, especially when we've been talking about network security and active defense pretty much all day today. And instead of them needing their own data sciences team, they're getting it from what I would be biasedly say the best.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's the best is my team.
Yes.
My team who have been able to make this possible. Oh, I'm pretty sure are watching and are really excited to see this out there.
Hi, Paul's team.
Hey, Paul's team. Great job, everyone. And building on behalf of the customers, we have people who are tuned in and chatting and saying that this looks fun. Lung Fu Dojo says, I remember doing this in my internship as a cybersecurity analyst. I want to get back into it. This is fun. So our customers are already reacting positively to this. Congratulations. Thank you so much for being on the show with us today. We hope to see you again sometime soon.
Thank you.
We hope that you all will stay on for our next segment.
Stay tuned for more stuff.
We want to build a great digital experience for our customers. As a digital experience team, we look at the end-to-end digital journey.
In the last years, we have been using Amazon Personalizer. We have thousands of options for the car, and the AI and the personalization can help, the personalized system can help the dealer in order to present to the customer the best options. My Ferrari app is our strategic customer app that let the customer see the garage, interact with his models, interact with data collected from our connected cars, thanks to the AWS. We built the car configurator streaming to allow our customers and dealers to meet and configure our cars virtually.
Thanks to the configurator, everything was possible within seconds. So I could try many different colors, many different interiors, and then choose the one that I had in mind and made it reality. It's incredible what you can do with the configurator now. You can really see the car just like you would in reality, but in a virtual world, and everything is so simple to change colors and configurations. You cannot be surprised in a negative way when you see the car in reality because you have already seen it on the virtual world and it looks exactly the same.
Today, we are bringing the same technology to the web thanks to the AWS virtual machines, GPU G5, that allow us to address our digital experience globally with the same high-performance results. Today, we have more than plus 20% of configuration saved on the Ferrari.com, plus 43% of lead generated on our car configurator. It increased in number, but also in quality. Today we have more data and more insight to address internal processes, but also purchasing processes.
In terms of IT transformation, the path, the strategy that we have adopted of moving the workloads in the cloud is really changing the way we manage our applications and our infrastructure. This way, we can really manage innovation in applications and enable our businesses with the speed and with the flexibility that we didn't have in the past.
Our main architecture on all our digital touchpoint is based on microservices. We use, for example, AWS EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Services, to orchestrate all of our microservices. EKS allow us to do testing, use blue-green deployment to understand a different version of each microservices. And also we use AWS Fargate. Fargate is execution pods for AKS, so works in conjunction with AKS.
In the last years, we have been experimenting a lot using Gen AI. So what we like from Amazon is the idea that we can plug different models, and by using the APIs, we can easily change also the model behind the application without changing the applications. One of the projects where we are applying Gen AI is the after-sales ticketing. So we receive tickets from our dealers and from workshops. At the moment, we are applying Gen AI models. In particular, we are using Claude, Llama, and Titan LLM. The benefit is to tag, to classify, to summarize the content of the ticket. And in this way, we can provide a faster and more accurate solution. This will end up in improving the experience of the customers and helping them to solve their issue and have a better service. The Bedrock is used first to automatically tag, classify, and summarize the tickets that are open in the platform. But also Gen AI has a big potential because it can be used in order to match the tickets with the correct service engineer, but also they can provide initial solution for the issues.
Generative AI is something that every company today needs to consider. It's really one of the game changers that can change the way we provide access to the knowledge base, we provide huge increase in productivity, and we make it easier for ourselves, for our employees, for our partners and dealers, and even the fans and customers to really have the best digital experience with Ferrari.
Hey, welcome back to AWS On Air. I'm Jasmine Kiles, Manager of Product Management here at AWS, and I'm joined by my fabulous co-host, A.M. Grabelny.
Hey, it's
Tell us
me.
how you're doing. What's going on today?
You know, I've just been on this desk a lot today, learning about security, hanging with my buddies, Todd and Kyle, Fiona. I haven't actually hosted anything with Fiona, but I've hosted with you. But I am one of your hosts. A developer advocate here at AWS on the game day team. Jasmine, did you tell them what you do?
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
I work with partners in Marketplace.
There you go. All right, but we got two guests down here. Sabit, let's start with you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Sabit. I'm a recovery resilience architect, part of the AWS Backup team, and I help customers onboard AWS Backup at scale.
All right. Nice. And Alex, how about you?
Alex Morita here, Senior Product Manager on the AWS Accounts team. Been with Amazon 2.5 years, and I'm hopefully going to be with them for much longer.
Yeah. We'll see if the vibes are up.
Keep vibes up always.
All right. What are we talking about today? What have you just launched?
So we first launched today logically air gap vaults with an integration with multi-party approval. So super excited about this launch because we've been working on it for a long time, but realistically, we've been working on these three pillars when it comes to data recovery. You have immutability, the integrity, and the availability of those recovery units. And what we really wanted to do is how do we bring a group of authorized individuals to come and access those logically air gap vaults, and us really be like super prescriptive about who's coming in, who's approving it, who's restoring it, where are they restoring it to.
Okay.
So that's what we're launching today. Super excited about it.
Yeah. Wow. That, it's always interesting to me about like all of the different customer problems we have across
sure.
AWS, and we want to keep leveling up our services. But like, where were you hearing from customers that guided you to build this?
Yeah, for sure. So as always with Amazon and AWS, we always work backwards from customer problems, right? So that we heard from customers a lot, hey, we really want to like implement 4 eyes principle. We want to make sure that even though people have the right permission sets on their accounts or whatever actions they want to take, how do we actually know that they're doing what they say they're going to do, right?
Okay.
Yeah, just because I have access to an S3 bucket doesn't mean I should have access to all S3 buckets. So we said, hey, with multi-party approval, now you can even approve the action that's occurring. So with backup, same situation. They wanted to have that integrity, immutability, really make sure they're highly available backup recoveries.
Yeah, I mean, we were at a security conference. Obviously, people are thinking about ransomware, right? And how to protect against that. Having multiple versions of backup available for customers gives them options, right? Depending on their strategies, on how they are protecting. So where do you see the immutable copy here that's in this air gapped vault fitting into an overall strategy when you're looking at ransomware?
You want to cover that?
Yeah. So like Alex was mentioning, there is a construct in AWS Backup called the Logically AI Vault, which was launched last year. So customers copy their backups into this Logically AI Vault, and AWS Backup keeps this immutably for protection purposes. And then Logically AI Vault also integrates with AWS Backup restore testing, allowing customers to validate the integrity of the backup stored in a Logically AI Vault. So with this integration of multi-party approval, what we are saying is that we would want to take it a notch up, wanting to ensure the availability of the backup. So that's where the entire process is kind of gone. So you get a backup into a vault, you ensure the integrity through a restore testing, and then you ensure the availability through the newly launched capability.
Makes a lot of sense to me, and I do believe we're going to see this in action. Yeah,
definitely.
Is it? What do you think? Shall we jump in?
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's stop it. Screen up, and give it just a moment to look like magic. They can all see your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to orient for folks watching on the stream, right? So over here you have our AWS Organizations console. Within it, we nested multi-party approval there. One of our prerequisite is using AWS Organizations.
Okay.
So from here, what Sabas is going to do is, like, we already have MPA set up from the beginning where you have an identity source already attached. Another prerequisite is customers have to be using AWS Identity Center.
Okay.
Rationale behind that is we really wanted to track approvals to a human identity, not just like an IAM role where we can't really track who's logging into that specifically.
Yeah.
So from this perspective, we just want to call out, already have an identity source set up, and what we're going to do is we're going to create an approval team now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Awesome. So like Alex was introducing, we got two different important constructs in this demo. One is what we call the management account, in which most of the management access to your organization is set up, which is your management account in an AWS organization. So with this multi-party approval section that you see that it's newly available from today, you have an option of creating a new team. So let's say if you are creating a red team, which is responsible for ensuring the recovery of your organization, recovery options through AWS Backup Logically AI Vault, you would want to name the team appropriately and then give a description for it, like, this team allows recovery through validations. And then the most important aspect of creating a team is to ensure that you have got the appropriate members added to the team. So I've got a set of pre-created users in the IAM Identity Center, which I'm going to add into this particular MPA team. So I've got MPA test user 1, I've got test user 2, and test user 3, which are going to be created as part of this particular team.
Okay.
Yeah, rationale behind why we're adding 3 is we really wanted to work backwards from, like, what happens if someone is part of an approval team and you only have one approver?
Yeah.
It's like that person can do the backup, restore the backup, and then they can approve themselves. So we really wanted to make sure that we actually set a minimum of 2 approvers.
Okay.
So approvals required. So which means you need 3 in a group. So that's why he added 3 approvers to this team.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you don't, kind of defeats the purpose if you're approving yourself. It's kind of
and
pat on your own back.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of our best little use cases here too is that once this team is active, like everyone has been added and they approve themselves, the team becomes self-protecting itself. Yeah. So if an administrator tries to come in and say, oh, we're going to add a new person or we're going to remove a person, we're going to change thresholds, no. They're going to have to approve that themselves as well too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And the most important aspect of creating a team is to ensure what is the minimum number of users required to approve a particular operation. So we have got a threshold, and you could pick up 2 or even mention that you need the entire set of approvers to be approving an operation kind of thing.
Okay.
So I'm picking up now 2 here. And the moment I create a team, what would happen is that the request would go to every member of this team to be wanting them to approve the request to join an MPA team.
Okay.
And the way the teams could approve it is by going to an identity center and accessing the identity portal. And in this case, I've actually logged into an existing user, which is the first test user. And if you go to the multi-party approval portal, you can see that I've got an approval request that has come in. So for the red team, I've got a request coming in saying that, okay, whether I should be accepting this operation or not. And once I approve, which is the test user 1 here as a demo, this user has now made himself available to be part of the red team.
Okay.
And the same request would ideally go to every other member of the
each
team.
3 of the 3 that you added.
So
now, is that where you just took us? Is that portal where I would see other approvals coming in?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's where I'm going to sit live and go in and approve.
Yep. Every time you see
backup restore, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the first important aspect of it. And then you can see that once everybody in the team has approved the membership request, you would see this particular team to be active, which is what we have already done and then created here.
Okay.
So just for the sake of saving time, we have already created a team, and then every member has accepted this request in there. The second obvious option that we will have to do is to make this particular team available to be assigned to a logically air gap vault, which is what we are trying to ensure taking through the approval process.
Right.
So this particular operation is done through Resource Access Manager, and when you try to create a resource share, you can see that we have launched a new section or a resource type called a multi-party approval team.
Okay, and this is, for anybody who's watching who's maybe new to multi-party approval, I think it's a good point to maybe call out. It's not just for these AWS Backup Air Vault, right? You had a bunch of other resources that you could choose from, right?
I was going to say, at launch right now, our first integration point is multi-party, is logically air gap vaults.
Okay.
But we're always building, always taking customer feedback. So we're working on other things to also protect with multi-party approval.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying.
Of course.
So the most important aspect is that you would have to share this red team into an existing account in which you would want to attach the team to a logically air gap vault. So you can see I pick up a team that I would want to assign, and then if I go into my the permission setup, you can see what are the permissions that has been assigned to this team. And this is where you've been given a choice of either assigning this particular MPA team into within the organization or any other account of your choice. So I could go in here, pick up an organization ID. So just for the demo sake, I'm going to pick up a random account ID. And then I just say, come back here and put this ID here. And if I add, what it means is that this particular team is now being assigned and available to the other account.
Okay.
So the generous options that customers have or they have to go through is that this assignment has to be done to an account in which the logically air gap vault is existing, and also an account to which you would want to restore.
Okay.
But this operation does not need to be done before any compromises actually occur.
Okay.
So the assignment to the recovery account can be done even after a compromise happened, because you still have access to the management account. So that's possible. Yeah. So once the assignment has been done, if you would go to, because for the demo purposes, we have actually set up the same AWS Backup logically air gap vault owning account and the management account to be the same, just for the demo purpose. So if I go in here under my vaults, I've got an option of assigning this approval team here. So you see a new button which is an assign approval team, and the approval team which was assigned to you earlier through the Resource Access Manager is now available here. So I can select this MPA team and say submit, and that should now get it assigned to this particular lag vault.
Okay, so that's how you associate the team to particular vaults.
Yes.
Okay.
And obviously we all go through the principles of least privilege, like defense in depth and all those things. So you've got access to service control policies to ensure what MPA teams can be assigned to which account, what the destinations would be, and all those things. And you can define what are the target accounts that you would want this MPA team to be assigned, and all those things. So all those defense in depth strategies is already available to every other customer.
Yeah. Are customers using this to think about how to protect themselves from ransomware events?
Yeah. So like Alex was mentioning earlier, we actually always talk to customers about 3 different pillars of a stool. And every leg of the stool is more important for you to ensure that you're not in a wobbly stool.
Yeah.
So the first leg is all about ensuring the immutability of the data so that nobody can tamper with.
Yeah.
And the second leg is always about the integrity of the data, which is what our partners and restore testing can ensure that your backups are clean from any kind of malware or ransomware presence. And the third leg of this entire strategy is the availability of the data, which is what MPA is actually, multi-party approval is kind of ensuring and then completing the picture kind of thing.
Okay. Now I'm making a leap here, and so forgive me if I'm wrong.
We love a leap.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, obviously people will already have some vaults created, right? And if I go and set up a new team in this new multi-party approval process, existing vaults, what we just saw, right? That'll just pop up and I'll be able to add them to something I've already got.
Yeah.
Is
exactly.
that right? Okay.
Exactly.
So this is what
I was hoping.
Yeah, this is what you just saw with this vault. Like the demo lag vault was an existing vault, and I just assigned my team.
Okay.
So the first time when you assign an MPA team to a logically agile vault, you don't need an approval. But the moment the moment you assign it, and then you would want to change the MPA team, then this request has to go to every member of the MPA team to ensure that you would be approving that particular change, because you don't want any kind of malicious intent to be removing your kind of availability access.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, it's almost our time here. Where do you want folks to go to get started with this?
Yeah, if you want to get started with multi-party approval, head to the AWS Organizations console and click on that multi-party approval tab.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we put out blog posts. We put out what's new posts. We have AWS documentation that's all out there for customers to find. Sabbath, anywhere else you want to go?
And the most important thing is that multi-party approval is available as a setting within the AWS Backup console. So always ensure that you go and enable it first before you would start using it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we have taken this entire security measures to the next level by integrating to a multi-party approval.
Yeah.
So we are all excited about what customers are going to be building with this.
At Amazon, we always say we're raising the bar, right?
Yeah, we're raising the bar. And you know what? We're raising the bar just for you. Just in from production, we've got more AWS credits if you take our survey with your AWS Builder ID. Don't have an AWS Builder ID? Well, create one. And then you can take the survey, get the credits, and try some new things. But hey, we'll be back with more, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
Companies of all sizes are increasingly migrating their workloads from on-premises to the cloud, taking advantage of its wide-ranging benefits. Cloud computing enhances scalability, allowing organizations to easily adjust resources to meet changing demands. It provides a cost-effective solution by eliminating upfront investments in hardware and infrastructure, all while improving agility, so businesses can innovate faster and respond to changing market conditions. On-premises infrastructure requires upfront and ongoing CapEx investment, not to mention expertise for setup, configurations, maintenance, and scaling. Cloud-based services allow organizations to avoid these issues, offering a compelling alternative to on-premises. In fact, organizations who migrated to AWS from on-premises saw, on average, up to 66% cost savings and 43% faster time to market. With AWS, you get innovation that directly impacts your business. Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud, or EC2, provides secure and resizable compute capacity for virtually any workload. Run anything, from simple web applications to complex machine learning models in the cloud. EC2 offers the broadest and deepest selection of instances, allowing customers to select the optimal balance of compute, memory, storage, and network resources to tailor infrastructure to their workload needs. EC2 instances are also scalable. It can be resized and customized to meet changing demands. Advanced features like auto-scaling and load balancing enable businesses to optimize performance and efficiently manage their cloud computing resources. EC2 seamlessly integrates with other AWS services. Instances are powered by an extensive portfolio of specialized and general-purpose chips, including AWS Graviton Processor, first introduced in 2018. At the foundation of modern EC2 instances is the AWS Nitro system, a lightweight hypervisor that offloads virtualization functions to dedicated hardware and software, delivering practically all of the resources of a server to your instances. You can set up and manage your EC2 instances with just a few clicks from the AWS Management Console, or automate the process through an API using your preferred programming language. There are no upfront costs when migrating to EC2. With a flexible pay-as-you-go model, you can always scale resources up or down as needed. Get started with EC2. Simply create an AWS account and launch EC2 instances within minutes. Migrate to secure, scalable, and resizable cloud computing with Amazon EC2 from AWS.
Welcome back. You know where you are. You are here with us in Philadelphia at Reinforce 2025. Thank you for being here. My name is Fiona McCann. I am a solutions architect in the public sector of AWS, and I'm very excited to be here co-hosting with my good friend Todd. Todd, how you doing?
Well, thank you for asking.
Fantastic.
Hey, everybody. I'm Todd Fortier. I'm a senior solutions architect here at AWS, and I am cooking today. We are cruising right along
through.
here at Reinforce.
Lots of launches, lots of great conversations.
Talking to experts all day,
Absolutely.
and we have yet another expert for you. Hey, welcome to the show. Why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Hi, everybody. I'm Sophia Yang. I'm a product manager on the AWS Identity team, and I own one of the services I own is Access Analyzer.
Absolutely. Okay, so tell us a little bit about Access Analyzer and why it brings you to the show today.
Yeah, so Access Analyzer helps customers get towards least privilege in their AWS environments. So 100% of AWS customers have to use IAM to write their policies, to grant permissions to their principals and their resources. And sometimes it's hard for them to get it right, especially to trim down those permissions to only what they really need.
Yeah, least privilege is a fundamental aspect of well-architected security principles here at AWS, and it's something that often, sometimes we can get a little lazy in our policy writing. You just want to /star everything.
It's too easy.
Just give them root access, and it's fine. But that's not what we want. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Not a best practice.
Least privilege. So what is least privilege is only requiring the permissions that are required to perform the function that is necessary, whether or not it's a service or a user or a role.
Yes,
so
or a resource.
Or
a resource, like an S3 bucket.
Okay.
You only want your S3 bucket to grant the permissions that it really should. Only the people who should have access to it should have access.
Right, and I can imagine as your environment grows, as you onboard new workloads, that can get pretty hairy quick.
Exactly, and then also as usage changes, right? Sometimes this role might need this access because you've got this workload running, but then maybe you deprecate that app, and now you don't need it anymore.
And it's important not to be lazy in policy writing. I see we have someone commenting, this is the real Jerry, who's quoted that being lazy in your policy writing, that's a pretty insane statement. So we want to make sure that our customers are not doing that.
That's what I'm here for, is to make the crazy statements.
Yes.
Absolutely not. So things are growing, but then also maybe customers want to give their developers the capacity to actually author their own policies.
Yes. Yeah, so this is a trend that we've been hearing from a lot of our customers where the central security team, they don't want to be the gateholders. They don't want to be the ones that have to author every single permission. And so they want to give their developers more freedom in order to author their own permissions for their roles, for their buckets, etc. But then, how do you make sure that only the right access is being granted?
Well, I think you just asked the key question. Are we going to potentially get to see a demo where you can show us how that works?
Definitely, yes. We have a new feature that we launched today in the keynote.
That's what we're about here on AWS OnAir, new features.
Yes, and we were the first announcement of the morning, so it was very exciting for our team to hear.
Very exciting.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. This is the new internal access findings.
Okay.
So today in Access Analyzer, we have external access findings, which allow customers to see when their AWS resources allow either public access, which is a big no-no.
Big no-no. No public access.
Or external access. So that means somebody outside of their organization has access to a resource within their organization.
Okay.
And sometimes this is okay. This might be like, for example, they have a third-party vendor that should have access, and so that's okay.
Right.
But that's only half the picture. What customers also want to know is internal, within their AWS organizations, who has access to some of their most critical resources, their crown jewels, if you will.
Absolutely.
They got to know for compliance reasons to make sure they're meeting their security and audit, security and compliance requirements. Exactly.
Absolutely. So you're saying that there's kind of two pieces to this puzzle. Someone might think that you're just kind of capturing that external access. At face value, you might think, okay, we're just capturing when something is externally accessible. But in reality, part of the problem is actually internal access and discovering how that's delineated.
Exactly. Yes. External's only half the puzzle. We got to see everything.
Absolutely. So we have a comment here that says, does AWS flag access that's overly permissive, even if it's within the same org and account? That's what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Overly permissive is something that customers have to define for themselves. So, you know, I might see a list of roles that have access, and some of them might be fine, and some of them, like, that's too much access being granted. And actually, we will see that in our demo today.
Should we go ahead and dive on in?
Let's do
nice segue
it.
there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to take a second here just to switch out the cable and make sure that this demo works perfectly. So maybe in the meantime, you can tell us a little bit about, you know, what kind of customers have kind of driven this new service, and what use cases are you seeing this to be popularized in?
Yeah, we're seeing, so we've been hearing this ask for years from our customers, where they're saying, just help me know who in my org has access to my resources. And what they've had to do so far is they've been doing these manual policy reviews, tons of Excel spreadsheets. There was even one customer who told me for their audit requirements, it took them 3 days to go through all their policies and then be able to say, okay, this list of principals has access to this S3 bucket. And then the auditor came back and gave them a finding saying it took you too long to find, to do the analysis.
Yeah, I would probably assume that 3 days is a bit too much there.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so Sylvia, this is a live show. We are live on the internet right now. And sometimes when you're doing a live show, you have technical
things go awry.
Things happen.
Yeah. Technology does some things. As you know, our CTO at AWS says everything fails all the time. Who said that?
Werner.
Werner said that.
I was getting there.
All the time.
The
I
name
wanted to help
was
you out
coming.
in case it wasn't going to come to you. But everything fails all the time. It's all about having backups and strategies in place to fix things when they break. Is that right, Todd?
Having a world-class
production
team. Thank you, production team.
And fixing it. And so we're going to get this demo
We're getting
up here.
that demo up and ready so you can see this internal access analyzer. And it's running. It looks like it's ready to go. Let's go ahead and dive on in.
I'm so excited. All right. So we are here in our Access Analyzer dashboard. You can see external access is there. We've got the public access. I got no public access, which is great.
No public access.
And I got some access outside of my org. For this demo, I am going to be a security admin at a boutique cake shop.
Well, little did you know, I'm a baker myself, so I'm liking this already.
You and I, we're on the same wavelength.
Let's go.
So what I'm going to do is actually create a new internal access analyzer.
Okay.
I'm going to leave the name as is, and I want to scan my entire organization.
Perfect.
But I want to pick specific resources to scan.
All right.
So as the security admin, I know that my organization's crown jewels happens to live in this
folder.
Crown Jewels account.
The Crown Jewels account.
So I want to monitor all of the resources in that account. And you can see these are the 6 different resource types that we support at launch. We've got some S3 buckets, DynamoDB tables, RDS snapshots. And so I'm actually going to go ahead and create that analyzer.
Let's do it.
But this is a
This is the bake show.
This is a bake show.
We're talking about recipes.
And so I actually pre-created one.
Oh my gosh,
It's
almost like you're prepared.
Pulled it out of the oven. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this in. So this is a Crown Jewels analyzer that I already created. And now you can see there is some access that's already available within the organization. I've got my 3 metrics there. I've also got this key resources widget that now tells me all of the resources that are being analyzed by Access Analyzer. It's across external and internal.
Got it.
And on this table, the top 3 resources, the ones that I really care about, they're from my Crown Jewels account.
Absolutely.
So let's take a look at our secret cake recipe. My organization, we have our secret cake recipe that lives in an S3 bucket. And I want to inspect and understand who's got access to it. So the first thing you're going to notice is we've got this new resource details page. It's got external and internal findings. First, I see there's an external account that's got access. I don't know if that's supposed to be there, so I'm going to double check that later.
So when you say external access, I just want to be clear. External means outside of the organization
outside of the organization.
Okay.
That's correct.
Perfect.
But I've also got a bunch of internal access findings, and you'll see this 3's account, that's my kitchen account. So I've got some roles from the kitchen that have access. I've got a delivery driver, my sous chef, my pastry chef. Sous chef and pastry chef, it makes sense that they should have, they need the recipe. But this delivery driver.
That delivery driver does not need
He
the
does not
secret
need
cake
access.
recipe.
He's only delivering cakes. So I see that he's got read access. This is something I'm going to go
We gotta fix
remediate that later.
Remediate it
That's
now.
right. That's right. But you know what? Actually, I'm going to also double check my sous chef. My sous chef is helping my pastry chef. So yes, needs to see the recipe.
Right.
But I also see that she's got some write access, and I don't really want her deleting our recipe. So that's also something else I'm going to go and remediate later.
Okay.
So, you know, what security admins can do is they basically can do this kind of analysis of like all of these findings that we give, we show them.
We've got a question coming in from the chat, hot off the chat. Can I plug Access Analyzer findings into a CI/CD pipeline to block deploys with insecure IAM policies?
That's a great question. One thing to note is that Access Analyzer is a reactive mechanism.
Okay.
So this is all of the policies that have already been attached to your resources, to your organization. And so what you're going to do is you're going to use these findings and then go and remediate those findings. We have another feature that is custom policy checks, which are more proactive that you could actually plug into your CI/CD
Yeah, and we have
pipelines.
other tooling, DevSecOps tooling, that allows you to do that sort of in-process analysis of policy. So maybe not this tool, but certainly there are other tools available.
Exactly.
Those tools exist.
Yeah. So I switched over to go look at our financial data.
Yeah.
DynamoDB table. So it's got like customer credit card information. First thing I notice is
definitely want to keep that safe.
all internal access only, and I see we've got some roles in the Force account, which is our finance account. So that's great. My CFO has access. Perfect. You know, she should have access. But when I actually look at the details of the finding, we get to see, you know, how much permissions she has.
Right.
And she only has read access. The other day, she was actually telling me that she was trying to write to our DynamoDB table, and she wasn't able to do it. And so what this is actually showing you is that Access Analyzer, we're pulling in all of the policies to do the evaluation. We're not just looking at the resource policies. We're pulling in the RCPs, the SCPs. We're pulling in all of the identity policies on the CFO, including permission boundaries. And I'll actually show you that because I got the Force account. I've got the finance account pulled up here. This is our CFO, and we can take a look. We can look at her permissions. She's got DynamoDB full access, which looking good so far.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
But there's actually a permissions boundary attached to her.
Uh-oh.
And what this permissions boundary is doing is actually denying those right actions right there. So Access Analyzer, we're looking at all the policies, and the magic here, actually it's more math magic.
It's baking.
It's baking. We're taking all of the policies and we're using automated reasoning in order to evaluate whether any access is possible. So this is not just policy parsing, trying to do some string matching. We're actually crunching the numbers to see if there's an actual possible access between some role in your organization and then the resource that you care
That is
about.
super helpful. It would have taken me all day to figure out that.
I mean, potentially
boundary.
3 days.
Yeah.
At least 3 days. Yeah.
So for people who are getting started, we do have a question from John Uhler who says, do you get 30 days free with Internal Access Analyzer? Is there a free tier?
So we do not have a free tier, but yes, this is a paid feature, and you pay per resource. Per month. Per analyzer.
Per resource, per month, per analyzer.
Yes, but you really only should be turning on, covering one resource to analyze, one analyzer to cover that resource. But yeah, you only pay, once per month, and we scan every day. So this is another thing with like customers doing these quarterly audits. It's a very manual, intensive thing that they have to do, and they do it like 4 times a year. But if you turn this on, you get that analysis running. And every day, it's going to rescan all of your policies.
And you need that information more than just once a quarter.
Yes.
Well, this has been so fantastic. Sophia, thank you. Thank you for this great example with baking as well. We have just a few more seconds. Do you have any final words of wisdom that you want to give to our audience?
Just, if you're not using Access Analyzer, we have a ton of features. Internal access, is the new thing that we launched, but if you're not even at least using external access, turn it on. It's a free feature. It's going to let you know if your policies are allowing public or external access.
Yeah, now I'm hungry. Hey, stick around, folks. We've got more content for you right here on AWS OnAir.
See you soon.
We've always had a scarcity of healthcare workers. With generative AI, we can have an abundance to make the world a healthier place in a way we've never been able to do before. Hypocratic AI is building a safety-focused large language model for healthcare. There's a variety of ways that patients interact with our AI agents by calling them.
Hi, Jane. This is Rachel, your AI chronic care manager.
And walking them through follow-up items that their doctor might have wanted them to do, like following up with their chronic disease management and ensure they get their medications.
Can you tell me if you've picked up your new prescription for digoxin?
Our large language model, it's actually a constellation of models that work together to ensure safety. Our model is 3.7 trillion parameters together when we add up all of the pieces of our constellation. If a surge of calls comes in, spinning up new instances, it posed a whole set of technical challenges. And you can't have a voice conversation that doesn't respond back to you in about 2 seconds or less. We had to do a lot of work together with AWS in order to ensure we met the latency thresholds we needed for a fluent and natural conversation. AWS has this true interest in helping startups win that really I haven't seen anywhere else. They were truly passionate about what we were doing, and they were willing to be flexible really to further our mission and cause. With generative AI, we can finally do exactly what we've wanted to do and keep people healthy instead of just treating them when they're sick.
And welcome back to AWS Reinforce in Philly 2025. My name is Aaron Hunter, and today we're going to talk about some brand new features with AWS Security Hub. I'm joined with Kyle and Scott. Kyle.
I'm ignoring you, Aaron.
Okay, Scott. Hey, Scott. How are you doing today? Welcome to AWS Reinforce.
Thanks for having me, Aaron. Glad to be here.
All right. So, Kyle, what are we talking about today? Security Hub?
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Kyle, your security host with the most. Throughout today, especially after the keynote, I've been hearing questions and comments about the new Security Hub. And Security Hub has been around for a few years now, and it's a way to centralize all the findings that a detective service within AWS can float so you have a comprehensive view. But now, you just change the game. Like, for lack of better terms, you change the game, and it's incredible. Like, I'm seeing it, and people are chatting about it, and I'm glad that we get to dive in deeper to it today.
Yep, that's awesome. I'm glad that you thought that, Kyle. I mean, we wanted, we launched Security Hub back in 2019, actually, at the first Reinforce, and we invested a lot of time in trying to make it a single pane of glass, and we spent a lot of time on the cloud posture management aspect of that, but we needed to do more to allow customers to actually be able to get, to contextualize, to be able to correlate, and be able to have more of a unified solution. And so that's why we really released this new Security Hub experience, so that customers could continue to leverage our security services like Security Hub to better understand what are the most important things for them and what should they be spending their time on when it comes to helping to secure their AWS environments.
You said one thing that's pretty important, the cloud posture management. So the older experience is cloud security posture management. So if you see AWS Security Hub CSPM, that's not what we're showing today.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So as part of the new Security Hub experience, we actually rebranded the original Security Hub as Security Hub CSPM. It still lives. You can still run it. You actually would enable the new Security Hub. So they'll both still live together, and they actually interact with, as far as sharing some of their findings together.
Yeah, and before we get started, there's, I believe, a poll that we have. So let's go ahead and bring that poll up on Slido. And essentially, it's, Kyle, do you want to read that poll question? Oh, there it is.
Which of these capabilities of Security Hub do you find the most valuable?
What about you, Kyle?
So let's look at the options. I would say it's probably accelerating the ability to detect and respond to a security event or a misconfiguration. Something that is negatively impacting what you could be your security posture. How many times can I say posture management?
You can say it a lot more.
And what
I'll allow it.
I will say is, like, someone that has been an incident responder, lack of context could really increase the amount of toil, but also time to respond to a security event, or even just a finding of, hey, this isn't following the best practice, but it's lacking context to why it's actually not a good idea.
Yeah. Like, why did we even say this is a finding in the first place? What's the information that would actually allow you to confirm, do I have a true positive sitting in front of me? Is this something I should actually be, escalating or sending on to the team that actually owns this resource? Like, there's information you need to be able to make that decision.
Yeah. Now, before we jump into your demo, because I know everyone here is waiting for the demo, let's go ahead and pull up my screen if we're able to, because there's a What's New page that says Introducing AWS Security Hub for Risk Prioritization and Response at Scale Preview.
Right.
And this is what you're going to teach us,
yes,
and show us and train us and all the things us today.
Yes, no, that's what we're going to spend our time on today, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Now, when we say preview, is this something that someone needs to reach out to, like, their account manager, or can they go into the console themselves and click New Security Hub?
This is the beauty of AWS. It's self-service. So it's a preview. It's a public preview. Everybody can go in. So if you actually go to the Security Hub, CSPM page, for example, you will actually see a link called Try Security Hub, and that will actually take you to the new Security Hub console, where you can enable that and begin to start using that console.
And here's the console right here. We can see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So if you're using the current Security Hub, you would see this Try Security Hub. Clicking on that actually takes you to, if you don't have it enabled yet, an enable screen, and then you enable it. So,
and for those customers that already have Security Hub enabled, what should they consider before enabling this new functionality?
So a key thing here is that this is built to be powered by other AWS services. And so it's powered by findings from GuardDuty, Amazon Inspector, Amazon Macy, and the Cloud Security Posture Management findings coming from the current Security Hub. And so it works best if you're using those services, and we'll explain why in a minute, but it's powered by those. And so if you're not using those, you need to also enable those to really get some value out of this.
Right, right. And what we can see here on your screen is the dashboard for Security Hub. Should we show the public docs first, or?
Yeah, that'd be great. So, So the first thing here is that we're going to teach you a lot about this today, and so if we want to first bring up the just the getting started with Security Hub doc.
Yeah, that working in the Security Hub dashboard?
Yep,
or?
exactly. The
Okay.
working in the summary dashboard. So what we're going to teach you about to start with is just working on that dashboard so that you can understand what information is most important and what is Security Hub seeing that we want to bring to your attention in the dashboard.
Right.
Yep. So to start off with here, in that dashboard, we're going to see that we've got some summaries, 4 widgets to start with. So we've got the threat summary.
Right.
We've got the exposure summary. I'm going to come back and talk about those all in just a second. We've got a resource summary and security coverage. So these are like what are the most important things we wanted to make sure you're always seeing when you come to that initial dashboard.
I think what's cool about that dashboard is if you go down, there's like green bars, and like 2 of them said 100% covered. So that's really good to like show and highlight what's covered and where the risks might still happen.
So exactly,
well, it's like monitoring the monitoring system.
Yeah,
So
we just talked about how this is so dependent upon other AWS services, and so we wanted to really make sure that you understand how much, where do you have a coverage gap when it comes to those services, which would mean maybe you're not getting the full value out of the Security Hub service because you have a coverage gap. So every one of these, as a security administrator for Security Hub, you can come in, you can see, okay, I have a coverage gap when it comes to vulnerability management, and I am missing these specific features. And so we're helping you understand what might you need to turn on so that you can get more value out of the Security Hub product and that you ensure that you're getting the most visibility possible. So this is definitely help to help you understand and maybe even identify where you might be out of compliance if you're not running some of those services.
Yep. Cool. So let's go ahead and jump over to the OCSF findings in Security Hub, I believe.
Yep. So one of the key things here
and if we can pull my screen up for a second here, and that way we can kind of walk through this. And Scott, while I have my screen pulled up, you can maybe walk us through the dashboard.
Yep. So the dashboard here is, we're focusing on sorry, is my dashboard showing?
No.
Sorry.
So mine's showing. Go ahead and walk through the OCF findings in Security Hub here.
Got it. So OCSF, so we have, with this new Security Hub, we've actually changed the finding format from the AWS security finding format, which was powering the original Security Hub, to now using the open cybersecurity framework for our findings. And so this allows us to get more rich information into all those findings, and it also allows those findings to be more easily consumed by customer tooling and third-party tooling that have standardized on the open cybersecurity framework, which came into fruition about 3 years ago as an open standard, but also part of the Amazon Security Lake feature and product that came out a couple of years ago. So everything's based on OCSF.
All right, cool. Amazing. And one thing that we didn't see earlier is working in the summary dashboard in Security Hub. And this document here is really going to help us walk through. Actually, you know what, Kyle? I feel like you're a Security Hub expert because you get a lot of questions. Do you want to walk us through this while the producers are whispering in Scott's ear?
They're whispering sweet nothings. So with the summary dashboard, it's written on the tin. It is the summarization of what's happening within your environment. And now you're going to be finding multiple areas of, what you would want to look at and report on.
Right.
So you could have the different types of security standards like CIS, the AWS Foundational Security Best Practices. There's an acronym for it for short, but
FSBP.
The FSBP there. And I'll even screw that up someday. But then also there's the other optional frameworks like PCI DSS, and there's also different ways to deploy those standards. And, why ask Kyle to just explain it
when we can see
it? Let's not look at the docs.
Yeah.
Let's look at the dashboard. Let's actually look at shiny buttons.
Cool. So let's go into the dashboard here a little bit more and just talk about what you're going to see. So we talked about the 4 widgets, but let's tell you what's actually in these widgets. So you've got your threat summary. So these are threats that are being detected, GuardDuty findings at the end of the day. So as soon as you have Security Hub turned on, you have GuardDuty turned on, it automatically consumes those findings from GuardDuty, and we just help summarize those based on the priorities. So the criticals are going to be those new extended threat detection findings that GuardDuty generates. You actually saw that GuardDuty had a new threat detection today for Kubernetes workloads.
Yeah.
And then the highs, the medium, and lows, those are all individual findings that GuardDuty is generating. So we brought threats up here. Right on the left there, those are some of the most important things. We want to make sure that you're fully aware of those when you're coming in and looking at Security Hub.
Okay.
Exposures is a net new capability in Security Hub. So exposures are actually correlated findings. So we're actually correlating findings from Amazon Inspector for vulnerabilities, for network reachability, and cloud posture management. And so we're correlating findings across those different sources, looking for toxic combinations that would indicate that you have resources that are exposed or have a higher risk that they might be accessed or compromised, and allowing somebody to get at the resource itself or the data that's attached to that resource. And so we're generating a net new finding to help you prioritize resources that you want to spend some time on here.
So I think it's pretty powerful because like looking at the exposure findings in Security Hub documentation right now, and it just summarized everything on this page, and you said like it does the inspector, detect exposures, AWS resources, the CSPM control. So it's integrating all that into a centralized hub of viewing experience, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest challenges, like we've talked to customers for years, those services that I mentioned, CSPM, inspector, can generate a lot of findings.
A lot.
And trying to sift through those and figure out what are the things I should spend my time on, or what are the most important it is.
That's a common question that I get when working with customers is, I turn on the thing, and now it's a Christmas tree. What do I focus on? And then they're just like,
do I focus on the red?
I'm afraid to move.
Right. And I've talked with larger customers who they try to invest people to do this. They try to write code to do this. And I've talked to customers with very small security teams who are like, I just don't know what to do or help me with this. So like we're trying to help address a lot of different types of customers with this feature. The other key thing here, we talked about the security coverage already, but there's also the resource summary. So this summary is the top 10 resources organized by the types of findings that we're observing, and we're prioritizing the exposure findings and the attack sequence findings that I just mentioned from GuardDuty, and then all the other findings that are coming in as well. So right here, we're just helping you understand these are the resources that we think you should be, most focused on.
If you were to ask something like Amazon Q, hey, what is something that's very naughty in my environment? It would float these.
The top resources is a great place for Q to be looking and saying, hey, here's where you want to spend your time. Perfect. So that's the summary, but I'd love to teach everybody more about like what's actually behind all these numbers and show a little bit.
Let's dive in.
Let's dive into the data.
So first
put on
thing
your snorkels,
I want to highlight here. Actually, one thing I want to highlight.
Hold on, do we do this?
One thing I want to highlight real quick as well is that we invested a lot more in the filtering capabilities here, and so I want to just show like from a resource type perspective. Let's say I only want to see findings that are related to EC2. So if I just do my EC2, add this filter in, it's now filtering just the findings that are related to that. One of the really cool things here, though, is that I can actually now save that filter set. And
that's nice because you can go back to it in the future instead of having to type it all out.
So one of the cool things, I don't know if you saw this, I can actually make that a default. So the next time I come to Security Hub, it will be my default filter, or I can just come in and choose that specific filter. So if you've got multiple people or teams that are using this dashboard that are focused on different things, you can have different filter sets so that everybody can kind of focus on what's most important to them. So I think this is a really cool feature that we've invested in here. And so this is available anytime you see where you can filter throughout the product. Okay. So let's talk about the numbers that are here a little bit more. So the first thing I want to just highlight is the threats really quick. So if we go to GuardDuty, this is going to bring up a filtered view focused on just the critical findings and help you see that. The key thing I want to highlight here is if you've ever tried to look at a GuardDuty finding in the Security Hub CSPM, not all the data that you actually get from GuardDuty is really visible or usable in the console. So customers are often having to pivot back to GuardDuty. Here we've actually made this console experience to be the same as in GuardDuty.
I see a new shiny orange button too at the very top.
Oh yes,
create tickets.
This is so cool. So we actually built native integration with Jira Cloud and ServiceNow here, so that a customer can define a connection to their ServiceNow or their Jira integration, their environments, and they can actually choose right here to create a ticket. So for example, I could say Jira Cloud, and I can actually pick the connection that I've created to send that right off to Jira if I to create a ticket. And here's the cool thing.
That's really cool.
So here's the cool thing. Watch this. So after I create that ticket, we're doing this synchronously. There's the ticket number. So if I wanted to, I'm not logged into my Jira environment, but I could click on this and I could actually go right to that Jira environment to see that issue.
So this is ClickOps though. Can you do it with like API calls?
Yeah. So there's an API behind this, but the really cool thing is I can actually define an automation. So we have this feature called automation rules, where I can actually go in, give this a name. I have a create ticket option. So I can build a filter criteria. So for example, severity equals critical.
Yep.
And I could say, I want to create a ticket, and I want to send that. This time I'm going to go to ServiceNow, and I'm going to send that to my ServiceNow environment. And now every time a new finding comes in from Security Hub that's got a critical severity, I'm sleeping, I don't want to be woken up, or I don't want to find that and create a ticket. It'll just send it off to ServiceNow, where the people that are responsible for that can actually triage it and workflow it. So yeah, we can totally do automation of this to help it scale and keep up with your operations.
Perfect.
That is epic.
You're epic.
That's cool.
That's awesome. You're both epic.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, so we've talked about, we were talking about GuardDuty real quick, and we talked about the ticketing. Summary, I'm just going to add for GuardDuty. So like when you see the findings in GuardDuty, they're going to actually be the same as if you were looking in the GuardDuty console now. So now a customer can truly, you don't have to pivot back to the other console now because it's the same level of detail. We're giving you an attack sequence. You can save the same tactics. All the information is there to be able to see.
I mean, if you really wanted to stay in GuardDuty, you could.
You could.
But you don't have to anymore.
You don't have to anymore.
No more context switching.
Oh, it gets better. I've got some really cool things about not context switching here in a minute. So GuardDuty, first of all, it's all there. All the same information you can see in the console. The other thing I really want to highlight here is the exposures. So we talked about the exposures and what we're doing here. I wanted to take you through a tour a little bit more on what's actually in an exposure finding. And so we're just going to pick this critical one to start with. And
I was actually just talking about these types of security events earlier today.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to the expanded view just so we can kind of get the full detail here. If you like kind of full screen, you can open this in an expanded view and get a lot more information. So we start with a summary. We've got a potential credential stealing attack. We've got an EC2 instance that's reachable from the internet. It's got a vulnerability. It's highly possible to be exploited.
And I don't know if you know, Scott, but yesterday I figured out how the internet works. If it's connected to the internet,
somebody will find it.
Will be scanned.
Yeah.
And so one of the cool things here is the network exploitable software vulnerability. So you could have an EC2 instance that's got hundreds of vulnerabilities on it. Which one do I want to deal with?
Why are you laughing, Kyle?
And even
that would never happen.
And even then, some of them could be high severity. And you're like, okay, well, that's my priority. But what we're doing is we're applying additional context. We're using external threat intel, so the EPSS score, the exploitability score, information we get from recorded future, but also stuff we have from our internal threat intel. You actually heard Amy talk about MadPot today during the keynote.
Yeah, we talked with Paul Bodmer earlier, too.
Perfect. So we actually get intel from MadPot about what are people doing to exploit certain vulnerabilities on AWS environments. We're applying that to our exploitability prediction and using that to help inform, is this a high severity finding that we want to prioritize to you? So we're using that information as part of what we're doing for our exposures.
Cool.
So we're giving you an overview of the type of exposure, the resource that's impacted, the account and the region, some basic stuff. We're trying to get the most important stuff as quickly as possible up to you. We have what we call contributing traits. These are the things that we pulled out of all the findings we correlated that ultimately led us to creating this exposure. And I look at this as your roadmap for remediating or minimizing this exposure. So we've told you, you've got this CVE is the problem. The instance is reachable from the internet, and you have an instance profile attached to this, where if somebody were to compromise that instance, they might take advantage of those permissions and do more in your environment.
You mentioned CVE, and earlier today I was on a session, and we talked about Amazon Inspector.
I know where this is going.
Where is it going, Kyle?
Is this about the CEVs?
It's about the CEVs. Have you heard about CEVs?
Oh, the SEVs?
No, it's CEV.
Oh, the CEV.
Common emotional vulnerability. So for me, because I'm insecure, this can't help me, yeah?
They just call me Port 80 because I'm so insecure.
Dang it, Kyle. You win.
Oh, the old vulnerability jokes. They just never stop, do they?
You know, they couldn't catch the threat actor. They ran somewhere.
Oh, my gosh.
Store that in your database.
Database. Or a database. All right, anyway.
So in addition to the contributing traits, we're also giving you some remediation guidance. So we're saying, we prioritize that we recommend that you, in order, prioritize remediating these specific traits, documentation that's focused on these specific items that we've highlighted that you want to remediate.
See, this is something I want to highlight because I think Security Hub has been doing this right from the rip. That's the start for all of those that aren't aware.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. The chat has a question. And I feel like it's a very important question because we don't want to venture too far away from this. What is a CVE?
CVE is
common vulnerability and exposure.
Yeah, so it's the common way that vulnerabilities are measured. They all get assigned a score, but CVE is the general term for any software vulnerability that's reported on any open source software or vendor software that's out there.
Thank you. And one more. Someone said that they don't believe Kyle actually knows how the internet works.
It's probably true. It's a series of tubes.
Prove it.
This is a live stream, everyone. So we see your comments. Keep them coming.
Yeah, this is live. This is not a pre-recording. We are live. So if you want to harass me further, just let me know.
So the default answer is magic.
Magic.
Yes.
Magic. Oh, that was a perfect. Producers, how'd you know? You went full screen on Kyle.
That was my job here is done.
Yeah, that was on point.
I have completed the internet.
Hey, Robert Tables, can you clip that?
So we have a potential attack path, and oh yeah. So going back to the remediation findings, one thing that as a security professional who used to be the naysayer of no, you're doing this wrong, and then it's like, how do we fix it? Well, I don't know. I don't know how to figure that out. And Security Hub from the beginning was always providing remediation recommendations.
Right.
And that is powerful for those that are new to AWS as well, and even those that are very well experienced. And so now we're continuing to add more remediation findings to then just react to what we're floating up. So it's not like, hey, we found you a problem and now you're stuck with it. Figure it out on your own, ha ha.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. And one of the cool things is, we talked about OCSF earlier. All of this is part of that OCSF finding, and these go over to those ticketing tools as well. So if you're assigning it to this particular application team, all this remediation guidance will be part of that ticket as well. So you can tell them to go look at the
So
guide.
it's transitive from, so you can cut a ticket instead of them needing to then context switch to look at the finding in Security Hub, assuming you have provided them access to Security Hub, because maybe you don't want everyone to have access to your security tooling.
Why not?
Least privilege access.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Least privilege.
This is really, really, I'm just shocked and awe.
That's cool. The other thing I want to teach you about is the potential attack path. So if we go back here, I'm going to go full screen on this guy because I want to show you the full thing of it. But the potential attack path is based on the information that we have of like how somebody would compromise or get access to this particular resource. So a lot going on here.
Yeah.
But I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. The lighter item is ultimately the resource that this exposure finding is for. So this particular EC2 instance here.
Okay.
The 3, that's the number of traits. We talked about traits earlier.
Yeah.
Those are the number of traits that are tied to that particular resource.
The traits are the findings?
Traits are roughly the finding. We pull them out of the finding.
Misconfiguration, reachability, and then something else.
Vulnerability.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see them again here.
It says, yep. Reachability, misconfiguration, and vulnerability.
Yep.
Okay.
The other key thing, though, is that we're helping you understand, so, this is tied to a security group. It's going through a network ACL. There's a public internet here. I actually could even see more about that internet path. It's going through this particular security group. So we're giving you...
So for those incident responders that are always asking for network topologies, you don't have to ask that question anymore.
Right.
Well, I mean, maybe you should still, but now this is providing that context.
Exactly. And then we're also showing you, remember we talked about the permissions that are tied to that. So there's a role, an instance profile, and a role, and a policy. So you can actually see what are the things associated with that somebody might exploit. You've also see the EC2 volume, because there's data there, right? Somebody's, ultimately people are looking to get at data.
What's the risk?
Yeah. And so this allows you to be able to better inform yourself. Okay, all this information, do I have a risk? Is this a true positive? What am I going to do next?
Because like you said, this EC2 volume has data on it, so they can potentially access that data.
Yep.
It also has an instance profile, like you mentioned, is attached to a role and has permissions to do some stuff.
Yep.
So if they have access to that instance, they can access the data.
Yep.
Or potentially do things that this policy is allowing them to do.
Exactly. And if we actually have some checks in place, if this was looked like an administrative policy, we would actually flag that in the finding that they have it has administrative rights to it, so that it would even help flag that for you even more.
Thank you.
Are there any recommendations here to say, here's what we recommend you do?
Yeah, so that was the remediation steps that Kyle was so fond of. Like, these are the things that we recommend you actually go in and do to resolve this particular exposure.
Terminate the instance.
No.
No instance, no problem.
Out of sight, out of mind.
No instance, no problem.
No instance, no problem. It's like when I tell people, they say, I got a problem with my laptop, I'm like, format your hard drive. Worst advice ever. Don't follow that, please.
This is why you're not a security person, Aaron. Actually, no, that's incorrect.
No, I am
security, security is everyone's responsibility.
It's everyone's responsibility, yes.
So moving on, we talked about the traits, we talked about contributing traits, but the other thing that we actually do is give you contextual traits as well. And there's just a couple here, but contextual traits are all the other things that we saw that are maybe findings, but they didn't contribute to the exposure. And we give this to you in case you're looking to like, what are all the other things with this resource that I should just go in and resolve now? So if there were other vulnerabilities, for example, we would list those here as well. So you have more of a complete like to-do list if you wanted to kind of go after everything besides just the stuff that's generating the exposure. Now, Kyle, you're going to like this because you talked about context. So we also give you information about the resources that are tied to this exposure, right? So you've got an EC2 instance, the region and the ID. That should be enough to be able to go exactly if this instance is configured correctly or not, right? Yeah. Probably not.
Yeah. No,
right?
No.
So start off with is tags, right? Okay. If you're using a proper tagging strategy, you might know who needs to deal with this. Now, let's just take a look at all the resource details. So I can actually now go here and I can see every piece of information about how that particular EC2 instance is configured. I no longer have to pivot to the EC2 console. I no longer have to go to a different account because this works with organizations, so I can see every resource for every finding in every account.
You mentioned that, and that was such a pain point when consolidating findings that were in different accounts, and you needed to like find out information. You would click on like the resource link, and this wasn't like an AWS service, but you click on it, and it'd be like resource not found because it's not providing the context of the account ID, and you're like.
Right. Or it opens up a new browser tab, and you're like, oh, now you got to federate it into this account to go look at the resource.
Or log out the account you were in.
So now you don't have to do that anymore. So and we've talked to so many customers as they were going through the preview of this, and just like that was one of the key things. Like I need to know more about this resource so that I can make some decisions about this. So I think this is really cool that we have this level of detail now for a customer to actually be able to see it and use it.
You know what else Kyle's going to love? Our friend Robert Tables in the chat did clip it. So can we bring my screen up because we gotta play it again. Let's roll that clip, everyone.
Once it's on the internet.
Once it's on the internet, it's there forever. Ready, Kyle? Check this. Thank you, Robert, for doing this. Yes.
Well done, Kyle.
Thank you, Robert.
That's great.
And now we just did it times 2.
Times 2.
Robert, if you want to clip that, we could keep this going. Yeah. But Security Hub is doing a lot of really awesome things in providing this context, and the integration to a ticketing system is killer to me.
That's great.
But then the potential attack path and then how it's expanding like that net flow, because I was mentioning it earlier when we were talking about network topologies, like that was a point of friction when it came to like incident response and understanding how things flowed, because once you update a network topology, it's already out of date.
Right.
Because things just change constantly. But then also you could look at the complexity of a network that you could build on AWS to fit your use case and requirements.
Right.
You are then able to just understand, okay, this is the net flow.
Right.
This is how things can communicate. And it's kind of doing that bottom line up front with all the material you would need to help with your investigation and reducing that time overall.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And help you figure out where do I need to make a change or what's going to be impacted if I do make a change at the end of the day. Yes.
Yeah.
So other really cool thing that I'd love to show you is the resources view. So
okay.
So I told you earlier that you could see the configuration information for a particular resource.
Yeah.
Well, this resource view actually shows you every deployed resource across your organization for every resource that our security services support. So to be able to come in now, and so I was just looking at an EC2 instance.
Yep.
So let's see what's going on with my other EC2 instances. Like how many more do I have configured out there, first of all? So I've got 27 EC2 instances, and I can actually see what types of findings are out there, or I've got one in here, if there's no findings against that.
Okay.
And for any findings,
it has a dash.
Any one of these, I can go in and look at that same configuration detail to understand what do I have out there, how is this configured, and what are the findings that are out there for this particular one. So it allows you to get a couple different ways to look at this information and figure out how am I going to prioritize this and what's most important to me.
Perfect.
Also, I mean, one of the critical CIS controls, and not just specific to AWS, is asset inventory. Like, you don't know what you need to protect if you don't know what you have in your environment.
Exactly.
And aggregating this across your entire organization, I mean, it's powerful because you can, one, see if people are creating resources that you could say, hey, we don't use EC2, we create EKS clusters or ECS clusters.
Right.
We shouldn't have any long-term running resources like an EC2 instance. Or maybe with like your Lambda functions. And aggregating all those findings, it could also point to maybe like systemic issues in your policy or maybe code reviews if there's like a common theme across a particular resource type.
Right, right.
We have less than 2 minutes left.
Oh my gosh.
We should probably tell people where they can go to learn more about this product, the new features and everything. So
yeah,
should we bring up my page?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Cool. So here what we see, once we have it pulled up, is, and we'll do this in less than 90 seconds because we don't have a whole lot of time here. So you can go to the main AWS Security Hub landing page. This is going to be the brand new one. If it says, what is it, CSPM?
Yeah.
That is not the new experience.
Yeah, CSPM is the original Security Hub.
Yep.
This is the new and improved.
Yep. And this will walk through what Security Hub is, why, like different use cases, why you should consider it. We also have the What's New blog. Yeah. So the news blog here, focusing just on the category AWS Security Hub. You can actually find it just like doing a Google search, but we'll try to add some links in there for you.
Yep.
And then the next thing is we have some training stuff.
Yep.
So getting started with AWS Security Hub. And this is a free training directly within AWS Skill Builder. And Scott, even though this is like getting started 100 level, you're going to do something special, and you have this 300, 400 level.
So we've got these activation days that are run for a lot of different services, and on 25th of June, we have our first one that will actually be focusing on threat detection and response, but using this new Security Hub experience that we just talked about as part of that activation day. So it's a really great place for you to, I will be part of this one, even though my name's not on there.
I was going to say, sus.
It's a great place for you to come in and like do a hands-on experience of actually configuring and using our services and be able to ask questions to experts and understand more about how these services actually work.
Well,
amazing.
Get your learn on with these activation days and skill builder classes.
Yes.
And get to know how to do Security Hub even better, or how to get started.
And complete the survey. We'll have a link in the chat for all of you. And don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more from AWS On Air live at Reinforce 2025. Thank you, Scott.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Organizations today manage vast data lakes with millions or even trillions of objects in Amazon S3. Data fuels analytics, machine learning, and AI. It's the essence of modern business. But as data grows, finding the right data becomes a challenge. Customers either don't know what data they have or spend months to years building complex metadata systems that are hard to maintain and keep current. Introducing Amazon S3 Metadata to accelerate data discovery with near real-time rich object metadata stored in fully managed S3 tables. S3 Metadata is designed to automatically refresh the metadata tables to reflect the latest changes as objects are added to and removed from your bucket. With S3 Metadata, you can locate and utilize the right data, allowing teams to focus on putting your data to work instead of organizing it. Built on open source technology, S3 Metadata is designed to be compatible with a wide range of AWS and third-party engines and applications. With no new software to learn, you can just use your existing tools. Transform data discovery with Amazon S3 Metadata so you can understand all the data you have and quickly find it for use in business analytics, content retrieval, AI ML model training, and more. Unlock the full potential of your data. Get started with Amazon S3 Metadata today.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to AWS On Air, coming to you live from AWS Reinforce in Philadelphia. This show has now been taken over. This is no longer AWS On Air.
Oh, no.
It's out.
This is Step Up Your Game Day. So welcome, everyone. My name is Gunnar. I am a developer advocate at AWS. And with me, I have an excellent group of people and AM.
Oh,
that's rough.
Was it rough?
Oh, because at the beginning I was like, oh, he paid you to say that.
Right,
Like,
there's
this is
no way he
longer
said
AWS
that.
On Air. Hi, everyone. I'm Jasmine Kyles. I'm a manager of product management here at AWS, working on things partner and marketplace, and I love game day.
That's good, because this is the game day segment.
Thank goodness.
And I'm glad you do. I am AM Grabilny. I'm the developer advocate for game day. And there's something wrong with my headphones, because I heard Gunnar saying something, but I couldn't hear.
Maybe you should take them off
like
really
mean
quickly.
things. Yeah. What were you saying about me? Yeah. Yeah. He tries that every time. I was
Security
prepared
professionals.
this
You
time.
were prepared.
You have to wear a lot of hats, don't you, AM?
I do. That's right. Especially with Gunnar Gross around, because he's going to rip my hat off and throw it away. That's his new thing.
My shtick.
Fiona.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fiona McCann. I am a solutions architect in the public sector of AWS. I'm very excited to be here. My first time on air was actually exactly a year ago today. Last year's Reinforce on game day with UAM. So thank you for having me back.
Congratulations. Happy anniversary.
Thank you so much.
That's right. That's right. Game day brings people together.
And for some reason, he hasn't learned. He brought me back.
Keep trying.
What is game day?
Good question.
Jasmine?
Oh, is it my turn?
I think it's your turn.
Okay. Well, AWS Game Day is a gamified learning experience where we work for a fictional company called Unicorn Rentals. And at Unicorn Rentals, you're encouraged to fix things that are very broken. So we drop you into these fictional scenarios, and you use AWS services to put things at your company back together. It's gamified. There's points on the board, and sometimes there's even prizes.
There are. AWS Game Day is a great way to learn how to use AWS, but like you said, in a gamified way. And compared to a workshop or maybe just, I don't know, an instruction, there are no instructions. There might be a manual, though.
Yeah. And I think...
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it might get a little tricky. We might need some help from everyone. We might need to get some comments, some suggestions in the chat.
So Gunnar brought up a point, a manual. Gunnar has a piece of advice for everybody in chat. I believe it's RTFM, and what does that stand for, Gunnar?
Read the fabulous manual.
Thank you.
That is exactly it.
Yeah, that's what it stands for.
It is, yes.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yes.
What else could it be? What else could it be?
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Manual, that's what
like
it was.
it.
Yes.
All right, so game day is also a team sport, and you notice there are 4 of us up on this desk, and usually we do play in teams of 4, but today we're playing in a team of 4, plus all of you.
Join us.
Hello. Hi.
Be on the team.
You're on the team. These points are your points. So when we lose points, it's your fault because you're not chatting. I don't have chat pulled up because I'm going to be sharing my screen. So I'm going to have...
I've got it. I've got you. Robert Tables is already working with us.
Oh, Robert.
RTFM means read this for me, according to Robert Tables.
Read this for me. Yeah, you know I can't do that, Robert. You know I don't know how to read.
He hasn't learned yet. Maybe one day you will.
No. All right. We're 5 minutes in. Shall we pull up
I think let's
game
do it.
day? What do you think?
Let's do it.
Shall we see it?
Let's dive in.
Okay. When you join a game day, all right, and you can join game days all over. There's always something happening. You will get 2 amazing, incredible things guaranteed. One is what you're looking at right now. This is the game day UI. I like to tell people it's kind of like a onboarding, like an employee onboarding portal, right? Because Jasmine told us we're all new employees at Unicorn Rentals.
We are.
Right? It is the hottest startup in the legendary animal rental market.
I've been wanting to get hired for years.
Oh, well,
Today's
you
my
got
lucky
hired
day.
last
That's
year.
true. That's
so
true. 4 years before that, I guess.
Fiona forgot that she worked at Unicorn Rentals.
I know.
Yep.
Oh, gosh.
Uh-oh.
HR is going to find out.
Yeah. You know, everybody's talking AI. Legendary animals. That's the hot.
That's the hot thing right now.
Startup. You also get an AWS account, and it's for free.
It is.
For
So you get
free.
to try AWS stuff for free.
Yeah, no bill at the end.
Oh,
I like
It's amazing.
But you don't get to walk away with the account,
No.
unfortunately.
Just
All
some
right.
playing.
We've got a quest today. We call all of our content quests. It is called Security Summoning, okay? And we're going to channel our psychic powers to trap some in-UI. Do you remember this from reInvent? You two were at reInvent.
I do remember this.
Do you remember what in-UI stands for?
I do not remember that.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to figure out.
Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
No.
I couldn't
Okay.
make it.
Okay.
All right, I see that the average completion time is 31 minutes, and
Yeah.
we don't have that much time, so we've got to get moving,
going. Let's
Ian.
go.
Okay. We got to follow Gunnar's advice, though, and
Read the fabulous menu.
Okay.
Menu.
Menu?
Somebody's
Manual.
hungry.
I'm a happy guy. Yeah.
All right. So, if you recall, last year at reInvent, during the Step Up Your Game Day takeover of AWS OnAir, which is currently happening at Reinforce, hello, we uncovered that we are not alone. There is a mysterious in-UI, or non-unicorn intelligence out there trying to communicate with us, but we don't know what they want. Ever since the in-UI have been scanning, infiltrating, and monitoring the Unicorn Rental servers, we locked them out, but the top brass decided maybe we should use the opportunity to get some intel.
Ooh.
You ever heard of a honeypot?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
We learned about honeypots during the keynote, I believe. We were talking honeypots. Amy Herzog was talking about those. And I think we had a segment, too.
We did. I actually
earlier.
had that segment on honeypots today.
What's a honeypot?
It's a way of luring in bad actors. So it's you set up a system so that you want bad actors to actually do improper things to your system so you can see what they do and learn their tactics so that you can then learn how to remediate.
All right, so we actually don't need to get researching because we have Fiona on
know
the
what
team.
it is.
Gave you the answer.
This is great. But this honeypot needs to be good. The I in UI isn't a joke. That's
smart.
Intelligent. Yeah, they're smart.
Intelligence.
These beings can see through a lot of our ruses. Our R&D department put together a monitoring site and a sample honeypot server. Can you believe that the NUI communicate over REST? Isn't that convenient? REST API.
Okay.
You'll use the monitoring site to test out a REST endpoint that you create. R&D discovered that they make a post request against your REST endpoint /CE5 with a JSON body that includes message and emotion properties, okay? You'll be able to see the results of the conversation. You'll be graded on your efficacy of your fake human. So it sounds like we're trying to get the aliens to communicate with us. Sorry, in UI.
In UI.
We don't know
NUI.
that they're
In UI.
aliens. We know that they're non-unicorn intelligent. We don't know what they are, actually.
Right.
Now, we have to convince them that they're talking to a real human,
Of course.
right? Not, whatever we're setting up behind this REST endpoint. So you have to clear 10 conversations before they can get away. Anyways, ask Agent Grobelny, I hope I'm saying that correctly, for both, since he's the team lead over at Sling R&D. Oh, wait, Sling is classified.
Oh, my God.
Well, now it's out there. I can tell you it stands for Scientific Laboratory for Integrating Non-Unicorn Genius.
Okay.
Can you believe they let Agent Grobelny work in a science lab? Oh, well, that's rude.
Wait a second.
Did you write that?
No.
second.
I could have, yeah, but no.
Yeah, that wasn't you.
No.
Oh, weird.
All
Seems
right.
like something you'd say.
Good luck.
Okay, so I'm supposed to give you all something, yeah?
Yes.
2 things, I guess, right? Okay. I hope I remember where I put them. I think here's the monitoring.
All right, there we go.
So it looks like we've got a place to put that REST endpoint.
Okay.
And it looks like we need to put our team ID in there.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
we can do that. Oh, cool. All right, here's the honeypot. You could tell because R&D. Yeah.
Okay.
In the project name.
Oh, there you go.
So, what do you all want to? That's it. Those are the instructions.
All right.
Silence. Dead air.
Well, before we get started, I have to say that, Gunnar, it looks like you have some fans. We have someone saying that they're multitasking getting the kids to bed in Sweden. It's closing up on 11 o'clock over there. 23 is actually what they said. But we do want all of your input as well, so it's time to get started. What do you all think that we should do? What's our first step?
I have a suggestion. I can see that this is an AWS SAM project.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing we have a serverless application that's been deployed, right?
Okay.
Is it?
Well, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
So let's go to the CLI, maybe.
Which CLI? This one? Hello.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Oh, there you
well,
go.
I guess we can check if it is deployed.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Well, let's run the SAM command. SAM.
Okay, Sam.
And let's do a deploy and just see. No.
Oh, you just want to deploy it. Look at you. Wow.
Well, let's see what happens if it already is deployed.
Just going straight for deploy.
We'll see.
Okay.
It's already
Initiating.
existing, skipping upload.
There we go.
It's up to date, so it's already deployed.
Okay. All right.
That's
nice. Nice. Somebody was nice to us.
I know. Was that you?
I've look. I just
Adrian
work in the
Grobelny
lab.
only does so much.
Yeah, Adrian Grobelny can't do everything.
All right. Well, I guess we can then perhaps check what is deployed.
Where do you want to do that? In AWS?
You know
In the
where I
console?
want to do it. No.
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 I want to use the CLI again.
Okay.
Okay.
And we want to use our best friend. No.
Oh, I know where you're headed. I already
There we
logged in
go.
for you.
Amazon
There we go.
Who is this? Who is this, Gunnar? Introduce us.
Well, this is my best friend. This is Amazon Q Developer CLI. I know AM. He thinks he's my best friend, but it's actually
Nothing
Q Developer.
beats Q. Nothing beats
No.
Q.
So maybe we can ask Q to list what we have deployed.
Well, first of all, though, I do notice I am chatting with Claude 3.7.
Oh, that's so last year.
I'm a little out of date.
That's so last year.
You might even say I'm 2000 and late, right?
Right?
Probably
oh,
could.
wow. I see
Well,
what you did there.
let's switch it up then.
All right. What do I type, Gunnar? Please help me.
Well, it says there, run/model.
I am a model.
There we go.
Actually.
And now we can switch to one of the other models. So maybe let's go for Claude 4. Yeah.
I like that.
Now, Gunnar, am I going to be charged extra for using Claude 4?
No.
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 Wow.
That's cool. You can actually
Very
use
cool.
Claude 4 in QDev CLI
Okay.
without any extra cost. That's cool.
Cool.
Sorry, I was reading your LinkedIn posts and.
I might have posted about it, yeah.
Mention a little something about it.
All right.
Yeah.
So what are we asking Q?
Well, maybe, I don't know, lists.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we can use natural language. So just tell it to list our CloudFormation stacks. Something.
Yeah.
That's it? That's all you want to do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Place to get started.
Okay.
See if we have some.
Thinking. Robert Tables likes this. Robert says, "See, I love this attitude. No regrets, full send." Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I actually need to, I need to take it off screen there, please. Hold on. Actually, I'll start it. I don't. Don't take me off. I will restart. False alarm.
Ooh.
But I got to change this again, don't I? There we go. All right.
Give it a quick change. There you go.
So this one is already logged in.
Re-ask
Okay.
the question.
And so I want to list all cloud formation stacks. Yeah?
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. We didn't give it a region or anything.
No.
Does that matter?
Probably not.
Okay,
It's
well.
going to use one region, so.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, this isn't right.
Uh-oh.
A failed stack.
Uh-oh.
See, like it doesn't see
Delete failed.
Project ER's birthday stack.
Mentioned in your README.
Yeah. What about in another region? Maybe U.S. West 2? I don't know why that
Not
popped into
leading
my
at all.
mind.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like
Yeah.
the non-unicorn intelligence just sent that message to my mind.
Straight to your brain.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Super crazy how that happens.
Oh, great! I found it.
Oh, weird.
Look at that.
Power of QDev.
Wow, how did it know? It's live and ready to use.
And
Successfully
it says you can
deployed.
find the API gateway endpoint URL in the stack outputs. Yeah, so let's.
You can find
Yeah, exactly.
the endpoint in the stack outputs. Oh, not stock. Stack outputs. You can. I think it can, right?
Yep.
I think so.
You're right.
You're right. Thank you so much, best friend.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go. All right. I have no idea what this does. Are we just gonna like throw this in?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
We have a strategy for this, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember from last year, Fiona?
What was the strategy?
Our strategy.
Just do it.
YOLO.
YOLO. And you know what, was it
YOLO.
Robert Tables who also said this? YOLO. That's the strategy.
Yes, we also need to retrieve our team. I will maybe ask you to take me down just for a second there so I can grab our team ID. It's not sensitive, but just please take me off. Thank you. All right. Fill some air for me there.
Well, we are getting a question. Someone says, does anyone get the error, quote, unable to create the environment in Cloud Shell? Have any of you here gotten that error before, that they're unable to create the environment?
In Cloud Shell?
Mm-hmm.
I have not.
I don't know if I have either.
I'm back. You can bring me back up, please.
We'll think on it.
Oh, I get that you didn't remember that team ID, to be honest. No.
Why didn't you memorize that?
I tried. It is tattooed on me. I just can't reach it. Right?
Oh.
Just on your back.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, okay. Look, okay, so we're communicating with a cautious non-unicorn intelligence here.
Okay.
All right. So signal intercepted. Must remain cautious. Communication has been noted. Okay, we asked, our fake human asked, why have you come to our planet?
Oh.
Good question.
And we got rated. We got a score.
Okay.
0.5. Conversation too short to make a definitive judgment if this is, autonomous
Okay.
or not. Okay. So, okay, we got our next communication going.
Study only, not invasion.
That's good. That's good that the non-unicorn intelligence are not invading. I'm
Okay. Happy about that.
Can you teach us about your civilization? Oh,
Ooh.
uh-oh. It's very short and simple questions. That's the higher the rating, the worse for us.
Okay.
Let me just explain that. After I worked on this with R&D, obviously, in the lab, right?
Right.
So we read in the instructions, we're going to get 10 interactions, right? And if we get over their threshold, they leave.
Oh.
And we're pretty close there, aren't we?
Oh,
We
they
are.
can get suspicious of us. Okay.
Yeah. Are there others like, see, these are
They're not
not
gonna
really
like that
like
question.
fully formed out questions.
Angry.
And it's not really like, it's not taking into consideration what they're saying.
Right.
Right? So
Not digesting it.
That's true. Why have you come to our planet? I feel like we already asked that one too.
Yeah.
Didn't we? Up
We
here,
did.
maybe? Yeah, look, that's
Wait a
that's
second.
not good.
That's definitely sticking in my eye. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell that the conversation is in the decline.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
I would say so.
Yeah. Can you understand our language?
language.
Oh.
So did they escape?
They must
They
have.
escaped. Look
Oh,
at
no.
this. We only got 6
Yeah.
out of 10.
Ooh,
That's
not
not
enough.
good.
That's not good.
What is we didn't even look at the code, did we? We didn't look what our
Oh.
What
Yeah,
are-
let's go back and look at that.
like we don't even know how the responses
Are
for our
generated?
human are
Yeah.
getting generated, do
Right.
we?
Okay.
Are they getting generated?
Yeah,
Who's
let's
generating
dig.
them?
All right, let's see. So I've got you mentioned this is a SAM project.
Uh-huh.
What's SAM?
SAM stands for, well, first off, it's a cute squirrel. I think that's important.
That's
SAM.
the most important
Yes.
part.
Very important.
But besides that, it's the serverless application model, which is a way of building and deploying serverless applications on AWS.
Okay.
It's built on top of CloudFormation, but basically it makes it easier to deploy serverless functions through AWS Lambda, for instance.
You might notice, as a longtime user of SAM, Gunnar, a specific templated-looking folder structure here.
Yes, looks like we're using one of the templates, the Hello World template, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Just run, SAM init and select the Hello World template.
That's right. That's right. I don't know who did that. There's no telling. Okay.
No one's going to know.
Oh.
Here we go.
Pick random message, yeah?
It looks like a highly complex algorithm. You know, really worked out.
I mean, it's going to take me a long time to understand this.
Yeah, because look, random.choice, how does that work? Who knows, right?
We can ask Q to
Q could explain that to us.
Yes.
I can just highlight all of it, right? And go explain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Q's got to say. Explain this code. Explain yourself, Q.
Explain.
Okay, what did Q say? What do we got? This code is in an AWS Lambda function simulates an alien communication system.
There you go.
Well, that's presumptuous.
We don't know that about the NUIs.
Yeah, it's just non-unicorn intelligence.
Non-unicorn
We don't know exactly. So the JSON's used to convert to JSON string. We're selecting random items from a list. That doesn't sound very convincing for
no.
They're intelligent.
A
They're
honeypot, right? Like, yeah. All right. Entry point. Yeah. Okay. This is pretty standard stuff.
Okay.
What'd you learn?
Well, now that we have dug into it, I think we've learned that it's just randomizing based on those messages. So maybe we need to change those messages a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you suggest? Fiona, any ideas? How could we get like more?
Could we generate some new messages?
From where?
From Bedrock.
Oh.
The answer is Q.
Q.
From Q.
Oh, you want Q?
Yeah, let's.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's an interesting
We
approach.
should definitely generate some new messages, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And given that we know what type of messages we should have, we should use that when generating.
See, it was very interesting. I was kind of thinking that you two would go along with what Fiona was saying here.
I got voted out.
Well, no, we can definitely go with that.
I
mean, if we already know the scoring model.
Fiona and I, we make our own team now.
I like
you
that.
two
Oh,
do your
have
own
your own
thing.
team.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. But I'm not really. I'll see you two later. Yeah, no. I was thinking that we were going to maybe build in some like runtime generation through maybe a model.
Oh.
But we could start with Q. We only have 7 minutes.
I think we should do it your way.
Well, it's not my way. It's Fiona's way.
It's almost like I said it.
We're split now.
Yep.
Look at this.
Gunnar chooses.
So one approach is to now call Bedrock and tell it to generate messages for us.
Like at?
So using the SDK, calling, while we're running the Lambda function. That's an option.
Yeah, like when it hits the REST API, then it will generate a message and send back.
Yes.
I don't know.
Can we do it in 6 minutes?
You tell me.
We
what
can,
do
I
you think?
The other option is to create new static messages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about chat? What does chat wanna
Chat, what do you think? Should we create new static messages or call Bedrock to generate them in real time?
Ooh.
You're going to have to tell us really quickly because we're coming down on 6 minutes here.
We do have points, by the way. I
do?
I anticipated this. Oh, no, sorry, we have 0 points.
We don't have
0 points.
AWS, you have time, step by step. Bedrock, real time.
Oh, Bedrock. Okay.
Bedrock is what yep.
All right. Shall we see if Q can maybe code this up for us?
Yeah, let's try it.
All right. So I want to replace the random message algorithm. Yeah, it's definitely an algorithm.
That is an
Absolutely.
algorithm.
Complicated one.
With dynamically generating messages from Amazon Bedrock.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah?
I want them to be friendly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess we need to put in.
Clarify.
Yeah.
Should be friendly
Yeah.
and respond to what the in-UI send us. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Shall we?
Let's give it a try.
Okay.
Let's see what Q has to say.
Thank you, Robert Tables, for making that decision for us to go with Bedrock.
Very decisive, Robert.
We needed that.
Very decisive. Thank you.
All right, so now
What's it doing?
QCLI is reading through the project, looking at the files. We can see it's looking at the app.py file right now, which is great. That's where we have the code for the Lambda function.
Okay.
All right.
And now it's also looking at the template.
Why do you think it's called Project Eeyore's birthday?
Because you live in Austin.
Wow, that's a great guess. Yeah.
Winnie the Pooh.
That is.
Because Winnie the Pooh got Eeyore a honeypot.
It's a honeypot, right? Like, and then your mind goes to Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
And Eeyore is the best character.
Obviously.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, Jasmine's right, too. There's an Austin event associated with the University of Texas, actually, I believe.
Called Eeyore's birthday.
Yeah,
They
Eeyore's
celebrate Eeyore's birthday in the park every year.
That's nice.
Yeah.
All right, so we're, oh, wow, it's got a plan.
All right.
Unlike me,
Yep.
never have a plan. It's going to update the Lambda function to use Bedrock instead of random messages. It's going to add the necessary dependencies.
Okay.
Wow, it's just...
It looks great, right?
Yeah.
It's going to update the SAM template to include permissions, which is very important.
Very important.
Yep.
All right, okay. So it's adding in Bodo. You know what? Why?
I'm glad that this is a very fictional company because we're way too trusting.
Yeah, we're just saying go for it. YOLO.
Well, this isn't in production, right? This
Yeah.
is,
Right.
yeah, staging environment.
Exactly.
It's interesting you say that because it had a /prod on that.
Oh.
Oh.
I think that's the default. That's the default when you use the hello world.
/prod.
That's the hello world template. You know?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine.
Don't you worry.
Okay. All right. So now it's adding the IAM stuff. We can look at the code. Let's see what it did.
All right. So
Mike P. Funk said
import
straight to main.
yeah. Importing Bodo 3, then creating the client.
Oh, this
There's
is
the
not quite
prompt.
right. It swapped it on accident. We didn't give it enough details, I guess. You are a friendly human.
Aha.
Just received a transmission from
An NUI.
NUI. And I'll put non-unicorn intelligence because it's not such a well-known acronym yet.
Yep, not yet.
Not yet.
You don't think it's part of the LLM we're using? Maybe?
It could be. It
Yeah.
could be now. Okay. Shows curiosity about Earth and humans. NUI.
NUI.
Maintains the human
perspective.
Keep it under 100 words. That's good. I like that. Format it did catch that.
Yep.
Okay.
That needs to respond in message and emotion. That's great.
Okay.
Greetings, Earth friend. No.
Unicorn. NUI.
Your transfish. Yeah.
Beautiful blue peony. Oh my god.
No,
That's
sorry.
Take that out.
Sorry. Oh yeah, we need a better example, I think. Maybe we can ask.
Let's just leave it at that.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
that's
can leave it
good.
at
Your
that.
transmission
Perfect.
fills me with wonder.
I like
Okay,
it.
so it's chosen Claude 3 Haiku for cost-effective text generation. It's nice. Okay, and there we go. Oh, so this is if it. What did it do here actually?
Greetings from the stars.
That's the how it's returning the response.
Okay. Oh, I see. Result.get, you're allowed in Python to put a default value. So if there is no message, it'll set that as a default. All right. Okay. Hey, guess what? We have 30 seconds left.
All right.
Oh, man.
Let's deploy.
Yes.
Do you believe in this? I've got sold out.
You know, yeah, you do. You do. That's true.
Let's
Wait,
test it.
did it actually? It didn't update yet. I don't think we're going to get it deployed. But we were on the right path.
We are.
Now maybe we'll have to finish this up on the next episode of Step Up Your Game Day, which airs the last Thursday of every month with these three incredible people. Maybe Fiona, you'll join us?
I think I'd love to.
All right. So tune in wherever you're watching right now. We'll see you then.
In the motorsport field, the real testing is very limited, and the simulator is where all the engineers can try many different setups and even the practice for drivers.
Simulation allows us to really push the limits of the performance we can extract from the vehicles. Also to drastically accelerate the development process of the cars.
So virtual development is playing a key role in racing because testing is limited and we need to develop in the virtual world as fast as possible to keep improving our performance. We spend a lot of effort in making the physical models, the behavior of the vehicle, as accurate as possible. We get to a really high level of realism, especially if you look at the data. So if you have a race engineer sitting here watching, analyzing data, it looks almost spot on one-to-one to the data that we collect on track. And this is the level of engineering precision that we need to achieve to continue to develop this car with this kind of virtual development.
We actually have simulators across 3 continents, but how can we bring those groups together and using the cloud to really connect those developments so that engineering groups can share learnings much faster between each other. AWS is really helping us to scale the compute power to run thousands or even millions of simulations in parallel and at a very low cost. I'm really excited to see where this is going and what we will be able to achieve in a virtual environment in the future.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I'm Stephen Heverin, Senior Technical Account Manager here at AWS. We're coming to you live from Reinforce on the expo floor in my hometown of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Joining me today is Jay.
Jay Bush, the hostess with the mostest from Des Moines, Iowa, Technical Account Manager. I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah, this has been super exciting. I love having this here.
Yeah, this is the best. Stephen and I are the host of a weekly live stream, Repost Live, which is the best show on the internet, of course.
I think so, yeah.
We take your questions, your use cases, everything from the Repost community, and we answer them live on air, right? We're the best, best show, I think.
I think so.
I'm biased, of course.
Yeah, we're a little bit. And we've got a survey. Hit the survey up in chat. Let us know what's going on, what you think of the show, what you'd like to see, and things like that. And, you know, being here in Philly, Jay and one of our producers, Chris, we took them out last night, and we got them their first authentic Philly cheesesteak. What did you think about that, Jay?
I think I would give it a solid 8. I'll be generous. A solid 8.
All right, we got to take you out again and fix that. Let us know in the chat where you would go to get your authentic Philly cheesesteak. We want to hear from you and see what's going on. But we've got other stuff to talk about. We've had a lot of exciting announcements here at Reinforce. We had the keynotes earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's some things, you and I were chatting, there's some things that you have that you want to talk about. Some of the announcements and stuff from Amy and from Justin and others.
It's for me, it's not the AI stuff is super cool. It's a transformative technology, but sometimes I really like some of the announcements we make that scream customer obsession.
Yeah.
And
so let's pull that up.
Yeah,
I got my screen here.
I think the announcement, Stephen, that we made around verified permissions and the enhanced price structure is probably one of the most customer obsessed things that we've done since yesterday, because we always do customer obsessed thing. So if you're not familiar, verified permissions is an authorization service. Really allows our customers to build secure applications. And I'm excited for customers who use the service for those single authorization requests, that they'll be able to benefit from a massive slash in the price structure. So we are saving customers up to 97%, I believe, which is, not nothing.
Everybody likes a discount. Everybody likes getting stuff at a better price,
I'm
right?
a huge
Absolutely.
fan. I'm a huge fan. So with the enhanced price structure, I know you're going to be able to use verified permissions for those single authorization requests for $5 per million API requests.
Yep.
I mean, that's phenomenal.
That's fantastic.
For a lot of customers who've adopted maybe complex casting strategies to optimize their verified permissions cost structure, I'm really excited that they'll just natively be able to benefit from the enhanced price structure. So,
and staying in that realm, right? I think we've got one of the other ones, sticking to that topic of IAM and credentials. Another one that you're excited about is the enforcing MFA for root users across all account types. So what's that getting to us now?
That MFA on root has been a long journey, I know, for many years for our customers out there. But we continue to work towards a secure by default status, right? Status quo. Security is job zero. I'm super excited now from enforcement of MFA at the organization level, now to enforcement of MFA for your member accounts. I'm really excited that customers can now just securely operate, employ MFA across their entire landscape.
And we've talked about that before. We've got on one of our previous Repost Live episodes, right? We had on we had Harish's article on before, where they go through that the whole history of that, as well as how you can implement that and run that MFA security across all of your accounts. So really a great article that deep dives on the history of kind of how we got to here, but then also how you're able to take that and bring that into root access. So with that, though, I got a couple things that
what are you
heard.
Excited about?
Right.
Stephen?
So a couple things that I'm excited about. There was our CISO Amy had mentioned this during the keynote.
Yeah.
And there's two questions here from our Repost users from two different perspectives. One is we have this question from Kazi from an infrastructure operations perspective, where they're wanting to understand how to do that patching and those operations to kind of keep their system secure and up to date, because they have those requirements from security to maintain that and to address those vulnerabilities. And the other one, quickly, is from a developer or application team perspective, where they want to be able to handle their open source library vulnerabilities and enterprise deployments. We have that user from Harsh, who really, and this is what Amy touched on, right, is now with the building blocks and the things that we have in terms of what you can do with ECR and containers, what you can do with OS patching, right? Now you can bring in the Amazon Q, CLI, and you can start to incorporate security by design into your CI/CD templates and deployments. So now you can use Amazon Q to be able to help you build those templates and start to bring that security across as job zero for everybody, every role here. And what you can be able to do is go from dev to stage to production and to build those templates and have that in there, so that when there's updates to the libraries, updates to the runtimes, or updates to the OS patches, you can incorporate that into the process. It's just baked in and happens. And then you can focus in on really those exceptions, those 0 days where you might have to have a separate process for that, because all of the rest of it is baked in and it just happens as part of that to push it up to production.
It's a collective responsibility, right?
Yeah,
JDK
absolutely.
talked about it being a cultural element of your organization, and I think that some of our announcements will really help with that.
And on both sides here, it's going to be helping both users. So with that, though, I think we've got a question we wanted to post and ask.
Yes. Let's
right?
ask the community a question.
Yeah.
Let's tee up our next Repost Live episode.
Yep.
I know we mentioned the ECR and Inspector announcement around detecting different programming vulnerabilities within your containers. So let's see what our audience thinks of how they might be able to incorporate that new feature in some of their automation workflows.
Right. So we're going to take that question. We're going to post it here on repost.aws. We're going to pop it in there and tune in next Tuesday, June 24th, on our Repost Live show to be able to check out and see what answers we get from our experts in the community. Until then, happy building all.
Happy building.
Safeguarding data is important to your business, and as you scale, protecting mission-critical application data across cloud and hybrid environments becomes a challenge. Without data protection, your business risks data loss from disasters, accidental deletions, ransomware, and compliance issues. These events can cost time and resources. With AWS Backup, you can leverage centralized automated backup and recovery for AWS services and hybrid workloads. It simplifies data protection, helping to safeguard data and meet compliance requirements. Secure your AWS estate and hybrid environments with immutable and logically air-gapped vaults, helping to provide defense-in-depth protection from ransomware and disasters. Verify data protection plans with restore testing, helping to build trust in your recovery strategy by ensuring data is recovered when it's needed. Use AWS Backup Audit Manager to monitor, audit, and report on data protection compliance across protected AWS resources, such as Amazon S3, Amazon EBS, Amazon EC2, Amazon DynamoDB, and Amazon RDS, aligning to your organizational or regulatory requirements. AWS Backup can help you protect application data, streamline backup and recovery processes, and reduce operational overhead. By centralizing and automating data protection, you can free up time and resources to focus on what truly matters, growing your business. Get started with AWS Backup today.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Reinforce. You missed it. It's over. This is the end. But we're so glad you're still here because we have some things to talk to you about. I'm AM. I've been here a lot of the day. One of your hosts, developer advocate. Great to see you. Take it away, Kyle.
I'm Kyle Dickinson, and I've also been here a lot.
Yeah.
We've been talking about security, and there's been some really cool security feature releases, and we got to really interview and get to know more of our security executive leadership here at AWS, and I hope you got to enjoy that as well. And there's been just so much cool stuff. I can't believe it's already come to an end. I'm sad.
Oh, well,
Jasmine?
thanks for bringing us Penelope.
Yeah.
Eleanor, we really appreciate you letting us borrow Penelope for the day. It was some cheer. But my name is Jasmine Kyles, and I've been here with you all day as well. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else today. Todd.
Hi, thanks, Jasmine. Hey, everybody, I'm Todd again. I'm back on the stream. I've also been here all day, and I can tell you, security's not something I really thought about much before this.
Oh, God.
Just not always top of mind for me. But after today, I'm transformed.
Yeah.
I've been transformed.
I've done my duty.
Excuse me. Speaking of security, I think we need to do some physical security. AM, you are relieved of your duties. You gotta go.
Okay.
We don't. We gotta pass this off. We need Alex on the stage.
All right.
Uh-oh.
We need Alex here.
Get out of here.
AM, it's
Get
been a
outta here.
pleasure.
So long. Farewell.
Alex.
Hi, welcome to the stage,
Alex, introduce your folks. You, not the folks.
Who
you.
are
Introduce
you?
Who are
Who
you?
am I? That's a deep question. I'm Alex Gibson. I'm one of the AWS OnAir producers, and I'm really happy to be here and really almost getting through this full busy day.
Alex is the reason why this show ever happens at all.
Yeah, and unlike the other producer, Nick, she could actually find the buttons to make people
Oh
unmuted.
my gosh, why has Nick been catching strays all day?
Because he's not here.
In the chat.
Because he's not here to defend himself.
Okay, everybody misses Nick. I get it.
Alex, any highlights for you today?
It's really hard to say. I learned a lot. I'm more of a newer security kind of learner, so but I really did appreciate game day. I just love any way we can really gamify and get people excited about security and AWS.
I am excited for whenever someone that is new to security is excited about learning about security. I'm biased, but as the local security person at this table, I am very excited that everyone has been enlightened to the security.
Kyle, you're not the only security person at this table.
Penelope?
No, it's all of us. Security is job 0.
It's top priority.
That's what I meant to say earlier. I made commitments on air to get certified, so now I got to start studying.
Well, hey, there's a security power hour you could watch featuring yours truly. So let me know if you get learnt by your boy.
It's a journey. I'm going to take it with the audience. We're going to learn security together. And hopefully today helped get started. Know where to go. Check out the new features.
Yeah.
I want to especially thank the production crew who are awesome, top-notch.
We could not have done it without you. Everybody behind the cameras, in our control room, Debbie, Spencer over here at the desk.
Thanks, Spencer.
We appreciate you so much.
So?
Well, I guess it's time that we say goodbye, but not for long, because we will be at the AWS New York Summit in July.
Be there, have fun, see more demo dances.
Hey, but before that, make sure you subscribe because we're on the channel all week with fun shows like Security Power Hour, AWS OnAir Game Day. We have our flagship show where we go through all of the new launches as they happen.
That's
true. We're not just at events, Kyle.
No, it's
Come
every
on.
Friday. Friday. Let's go.
All right, subscribe.
Take
Thanks.
care.
We loved being here with you, and we will see you next time on AWS OnAir.